Agenda number one, presentation from TDOT on road right-of-way and median maintenance, requested by myself, and a discussion with TDOT on illegal dumping on interstate littering. Our friends from TDOT, if you'd come forward. Please note for the record that Chair Jones has joined us. Either side. Morning.
Good morning.
If we could get your name and address for the record, and then you may begin with item one and then move right into item two. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. My name is Mike Welch. I'm the Director of Operations for West Tennessee with TDOT. My address is 300 Benchmark Place, Jackson, Tennessee.
I'm Katie McGinnis. I'm the TDOT Manager for District 49 Operations. My address is 5334 Boswell Avenue in Memphis.
And first item was presenting on the right-of-way and median maintenance requested by Councilman Kennelly. Litter in general or illegal dumping. I know that was a couple of topics that were referred to me. Of course, we are not a law enforcement agency, but we do spend a lot of money picking up litter as well as helping with illegal dumping. Tires are a big problem around the loop. We kind of categorize debris and litter really in those two different categories there. Debris is sometimes we refer to it as large litter, and then you have paper, aluminum cans, things like that can be picked up easily by hand, and that's just our standard litter, which we contract that out. We do a lot of it internally, but given our staff, we can't spend all of our time picking up litter. We have to go a lot of things we do, so we contract out litter pickup with mowing. So we have currently 6 mowing cycles around the city of Memphis on interstate right of way. And
yeah. So what I'll make this clearer.
Okay.
What I wanted to hear was an update on the trash and litter pickup on the interstate systems, especially now that we're out of mowing season, what the plan is, how often it's being picked up. That's still a big complaint that I get around 240, 385, and even Sam Cooper.
Okay. Our litter pickups from our contract, our largest contract with mowing and litter includes weekly pickups with litter all around the loop. I don't know, is it all of 385, Katie?
It's currently now all of 385 as well as weekly litter pickups, and that will continue with the same progress as in the summer when we do have mowing. Everything is picked up once a week along all the routes in Shelby County that we do pick up litter on.
And then we do supplement that. We do a lot of it internally, and then we have kind of an inmate program that we use. You have to be trained to utilize those, but we have that kind of program, so they spot, pick up interchanges, and weed eat and clean up those. And then we also do, when the need arises, I guess, and we monitor the loop in places like that, specifically interchanges, when there's a large accumulation of bumpers and tires and things like that. Our normal litter contractor won't pick those up. It has to be things that you can pick up by hand and put in a garbage bag and that kind of thing. So we let smaller contracts to those contractors as well as do it internally, pick up those large litters. So the large litter, the large stuff, the bumpers and things are easier to see. It's more of an eyesore. They don't blow away, so they're going to be right where they fall out of a truck or something like that until they're picked up. So we try to let little sections of that and keep that going. But to Katie's point, the weekly litter pickup will go every week of the year. It's around every week of the calendar. It continues.
So, especially on the on and off ramps where there seems to be quite a bit of litter accumulate, is there a number that either one of us can call or our constituents when they see it? I know that you have roving trucks that see it, but if there's is there any way that we call a number that would expedite the pickup in some of these areas?
Absolutely. We have a new call center in Nashville. It's not open 24/7, but it's open like 8 to 4:30 Monday through Friday, and you call that number and report any specific. They'll ask you, or you can leave the interchange number or the road or the mile marker and report that, and then we will get that message that the next business day and respond to that.
Will you give us that, and we can put that on our council website as well?
Let me look it up just to verify, make sure it's right. Go ahead with any other questions while I look that up.
Councilwoman Swearingen from Washington.
Bless you.
We call Nashville, and then Nashville tells you the location in Memphis to clean up.
No, well, not exactly. Nashville, it's actually a call center, but it's located in the middle of the state. So all across the state, that number is utilized, and it's more efficient that way. If we just publicized our Arlington phone number or one here in Memphis, we'd have to have somebody full time, just answering the phone and doing stuff like that, which we do that a lot, and be happy to share that number if we need to. But
it's kind of similar to y'all's 311 system without the GIS aspect to it. So you call in and you would give a description of what the problem is. You can leave a description, whether it's litter, something large on the road, pothole, or anything like that, and that person will record it, and they have a better access to the mapping system and our coordinates to get that information to us, and that immediately goes into our system for our maintenance staff, and then a clock kind of starts on that immediately from that third party, and that prevents us from, we have that third party to ensure quality assurance, quality control over it, that we are going and fixing these issues as they come up.
it gives us a little more accountability because there's a permanent record made of that call statewide, and we can track our progress and how efficient and how responsive we're being. A lot of us are evaluated on our performance and things like that, so we want to do a good service, and it kind of puts everything in a form that the data can be used to see, how we're doing and how we're responding. I did find that number. If you'd like to record it in the minutes or wherever, it's 833 T-Dot Fix, which is 833-836-8349. 833-836-8349.
I'm glad you said accountability, because the schedule may say a weekly cleanup, but we're not seeing a weekly cleanup. So what systems can you put in place to supervise or to go back and make sure that the maintenance is regular?
Last year, after one of our senior staff members ended up going to another organization, we didn't have somebody to fill that spot of inspecting the mowing litter. So we actually ended up consulting that out to a consultant who follows that mowing and litter contractor around. And I have done spot checks myself. After they do the cleanup, I'll see it, and then the next day, you wouldn't know that they had been there previously. I've had photo evidence of this. It's astronomical. Like, I thought myself that the contractor wasn't doing a great job until I went out there and literally saw, oh, this interchange was great yesterday, but now it's already littered, you you wouldn't have known we were there. And that's probably what a lot of people are seeing, and they're seeing that and thinking, oh, it's just a bad job, it's poor workmanship, but it's not really the case. It's just poor manners on behalf of the public, I guess.
So in a lot of ways, it's different litter that you're looking at. A lot of times, that interchanges are really, really
That may be
tough.
the case in sometimes, but a person like me who's OCD, I memorize the litter and I see the same pieces. So I'm not sure if that's accurate.
Let the record show that Vice Chair Smiley has joined us. Colleagues, you have any other questions for TDOT?
Yeah, I want to move to, are we going to move to number 2, or is it 1 and 2 together?
No, we're going to move to 2 now. Okay. I'll turn it over to you, Councilwoman Suringer Washington, for item 2.
All right. We are concerned not only with District 4, but I've heard from my other colleagues that there is a tremendous litter on the interstates and dumping, especially on the ramps. And we are needing some additional assistance. So if you have a weekly schedule, look like we're needing more assistance than a weekly schedule. And I would just like to share with you some of the concerns that we have with our illegal dumping. We have some pictures he's gonna pull up. I mean, the entire 240 loop from Mount Moriah, Parkway, Perkins, Getwell. And even though the efforts of Memphis City Beautiful, they've been giving us all type of support where the community have been partnering with Memphis City Beautiful to clean up. The last time we got the Cleanest City Award in Memphis was 1951. We used to get the Cleanest City Award every year.
Yeah,
So we want to,
National award, I
we
believe,
really
too.
did.
Yeah.
And we would like to continue that momentum and receive some more assistance with our recycling and cleaning up. And I don't know if it's gonna have to have additional funding, some programs or something, but it's hard to recruit when your city is just filthy.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna have to have some support. Can you show those pictures at this time, please? All right. So that's Lamar and I-240. It's hard to believe that that would happen after 1 week. Hollywood and I-40. Perkins and I-240. Mount Moriah and I-240. Our area, Councilman Ford, South Parkway and I-240.
Is it okay if I scroll back in?
And you wouldn't believe the phone calls, the emails. It's not only ridiculous, it's embarrassing. It's unexplainable.
I'm just trying to explain what we do and you know, how we try to address things. Of course, the tires and some of those things, that wouldn't be picked up under our weekly. We would have to pick those up or contract out specific areas, and we hit interchanges like that. And then I noticed one of these pictures, this one right here. Can you see this one?
Mm-hmm.
The top right corner there. That is we've had to address these specifically as well. A lot of times that's the wind will blow litter up to a right-of-way fence, like our controlled access fence or something like that. So we have to make a different kind of effort to go along that fence and pick those up. We addressed that back on 385, just off of 240. Along that long section there was a lot of debris and litter that had blew up against that fence. And while our mowing and litter contractor, they pick up litter, just within, I don't know for sure of how many feet it is from the edge of the road, but if it's visible from the edge of the road, that's what they acquire and pick up and put it in bags. So we've had to address some of these areas like this, which are a huge eyesore. And sometimes we get used to looking at them and just accept them. But I'm like you, it's not. We're going to, continue to make an effort to get them. But sometimes we have to address those in a different way.
We need you to do something different because what you're doing is not working.
Yes, ma'am.
It is not working. Do you feel good about these pictures?
No, ma'am. I do not. I wish Memphis was winning the award every year for cleanest city. I really do. We work closely with some of the groups you've mentioned, and we have our own beautification office that they pump a lot of money into grants to support Clean Memphis and those different organizations to do that. And they do make an initiative to try to approach it some from an educational standpoint.
Well, we need some more
enforcing.
contractors, additional contractors, replace supervisors. We need something. What can you fix this?
Well, we'll keep. I can't make no promises to make wave
Can
a
you
magic
improve?
wand.
Can we improve
We will
the
try to make
services?
improvements everywhere we can.
Is that ridiculous? The whole I-240, all the ramps look ridiculous.
I
What
don't
y'all
know
think
why
about that?
that when people pull up on ramps at interchange, they feel like that's a good time to empty their car. But that's what a lot of them are, just throw stuff out the window. And I wish we could address it. If we could catch it at that spot, we wouldn't have, at least the measure of this. A lot of stuff blows out of trucks, and we have a tarp law that, trash and litter and things must be tarped in the bed of a pickup truck. That's actually a law. So
We need more support, more frequent cleanups, more monitoring.
Please let the record show that Councilman Warren has joined us.
Thank you.
Chair Jones, followed by Councilman Warren.
Good morning. I have a question just regarding the state's strategy for tires. You said you contract that out. I'm just curious as to whether or not there can be some coordination between the efforts that you all have as well as the city for us taking care of. Of course, you wouldn't be responsible for regular streets within the city limits of Memphis, but whatever strategy that you all have for tires, I'd like to hear that and see if we are doing something, or see if we can do something similar.
Well, the disposal of tires is that's a huge undertaking right there. There's very limited places that accept tires, and it's good recycled material and everything else. But we have a lot of trouble. It's a huge effort for us to gather them up, even if our contractor gathers them, and take them to a big container on our yard, and then have them shipped to a place where they recycle them or they'll take them. So tires is one that it's hard to dispose of, and that's probably why you see so many along the interstates and the illegal dump sites, because it's hard to find a place for them to go. They charge to accept them, and that's pretty tricky. But we have worked with the public work director Robert Connect a lot on just trying to support them in their efforts of cleaning up illegal dump sites. And we have partnered a whole lot with his group on a lot of different things, but specifically litter and tire disposal. But I think the disposal is the huge issue, and maybe that's probably why you see so many of them around, because they're hard to get rid of, the used tires.
Okay.
One more quick.
I guess I was hopeful of a more optimistic answer that you all were doing something that we weren't doing and we could somehow.
It's just tough. We have to take them all back to our location and store them, and once they get to, the bin is full, then we can transfer it or have them come pick it up to their facility, and then I don't know if they're recycling them or putting them back into some other rubberized product or something like that. I know, but a lot of people are making trailways out of them. They use them for a lot of different stuff, but tire disposal is pretty tough.
Now, when you say take them to your facility, is that facility here in Memphis? Is that in Jackson?
It's Arlington. Yes,
It's Arlington. Okay,
yes,
Shelby County. Okay.
Yeah.
Are there capacity issues? Because it would appear if you all just have one, I don't know the logistics. I'm just pulling for straws here. If you all have one container out there, is it possible to have three, just based upon the number of tires that we see? Because it just seems to be wherever you go in the city. I can't go from, if I hop on 55 and go to where it splits to go to 240, I'm going to see probably half a dozen tires between here and there. I know it's a permanent problem, but to Councilwoman Sweareng's point, to where we can have additional contractors, because these seems like recurring problems, and if we have the same strategy, just contracting with one company to do that, I don't think we're going to fall short in getting the job done.
I know we're recorded and everything, but I have heard of some other companies being interested in getting in that line in that market, but I haven't seen anything yet. But we're pretty limited on that right now.
Is there anything that what would you suggest that we do, whether it's contacting our state reps, state senators, to try to have more resources for your department? It's crazy how the state can talk about pulling $1.8 billion from federal funds and using state funds to do that, but we can't allocate money to keep our cities clean. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of priorities and will. So if there's any suggestions that you could provide, I think would be helpful to contact our representatives at the state level to address this. I would surely be appreciative of that.
Definitely, I would encourage you to voice that for sure. Yeah, we can use all the support that we can get for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Warren and then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
We may have already gone through this. Have y'all been keeping track of the number of guardrails and lights and lamps and things like that on state highways that have been knocked over or destroyed by reckless driving in the last 3 years compared to what it was like prior to the last 3 years? Do y'all have any way to ascertain how much more? Because I'm just getting off the interstate at Danny Thomas, heading west. They're taking that guardrail out probably once a month, and I'm sure everybody else can say where they drive, where they're seeing a guardrail go out every month. I just wondered I think that's a problem maybe the Highway Patrol can help us with, but are y'all seeing that?
I don't know if you would correlate them to reckless driving. I don't know if we have a method for tracking that. If a vehicle's involved and there is guardrail damaged, they do track that, and then their insurance or whoever that driver is does, that money does go back into.
We're talking about uninsured drivers and stolen cars. It's where this. I'm seeing the cars after they get through the guardrails. Yeah.
I would think. I know one way we do try to address that is if we have like a section rail, like would you say it was Danny Thomas? If we have a section that is hit repeatedly, and it's just sticking out there, looks like it's ready, just somebody just to tap it, and we got to fix it again. We would need to look at either relocating that, if it's serving a purpose out there.
Oh, it's definitely serving a purpose. Because it's got to do with the highway design.
Yeah.
You have to slow down there to make the turn. And if you're coming off at 80 miles an hour,
Yeah.
you're not going to slow down enough. And that's pretty much what they're doing. And it's you see it Sunday mornings often after they've been racing at night.
Yeah, it may be one that maybe we could shorten or taper it off the road a little more, something like that, if it's kind of a hot spot, but.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
I was just gonna ask if there's some signage available. We used to have litter signs, please don't litter, litter fines, something.
Yeah, I'm not sure, we inventory all of our signage every, is it 3 years, I think? And that's a federal requirement for us. I'm not sure where we're at with litter signs.
Could you check into that,
But I will
please?
check into that, yes, ma'am. We spend a lot of time on speed limits or which direction, you need to go and identifying routes and that kind of thing. But I'm not sure about the litter. I'll follow back up with you on that. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, colleagues? Let the record show that Councilwoman Johnson joined in the nick of time.
Can you come back and let
If-
us know after strategizing?
Yeah, hold on one second. If we ask you to come back, could you come back and present the paving schedule for state routes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll be honored to.
Councilman Ford Sr.
Okay, how many people do you have working under you for the city of Memphis?
Within the city of Memphis,
Yes.
probably about 200 in that area. Now, they're not all in maintenance. We have help, or help the big yellow trucks and the TMC.
Yeah.
But specifically in maintenance, it's probably a little over 100, wouldn't you think?
For,
Everybody.
just for Shelby
Oh,
County, or
just for Shelby County.
for just Shelby County
Yeah.
maintenance, there's
Yeah.
probably 30 right now.
Yeah, probably right now.
What's your budget?
For Shelby County,
Yeah,
for maintenance,
yes.
I'd have to run the numbers on that.
Will you get that for me, please?
Yes,
That's what
sir.
I need to know.
Anything else, colleagues? No questions. All right, we're adjourned.
Absolutely not. All right, it's 9:03. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren. Chair Smiley.
All right. I'm here, obviously. We have 9 items on the agenda today. I think it's going to take us quite a bit some time to get through all of them. We're going to start with item number 3. If you're here for item number 1, be patient with me, or 2. All right. Item number 3, a resolution approving the sale of city-owned property in the amount of $3,500 known as 927 Little Weaver Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38109, parcel ID number 07508700556, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren. Seconded by Swearingen Washington. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Sharon Thomas. I'm a senior right-of-way agent in the real estate department. I have an adjacent property owner that wants to purchase 927 Little Weaver Lane. What the property owner wants to do, he wants to cut down the overgrown trees and maintain the property and keep it, eliminate the blight in the area. The comps were done. The asking price is $3,500, and real estate is requesting council to approve this property.
All right. Thank you kindly. Thank you for the presentation. Councilman Ford, this is your district. How do you feel about the item?
Okay, I have no problem with that item. Little Weaver Lane is Little Weaver Lane.
Absolutely.
Actually, once you turn off of Mitchell Road on Weaver Road, there's a little street in which they're almost no bigger than almost in this room. It was about 2 or 3 houses. Is anybody living on
No.
Little Weaver Lane now?
It's kind of behind it, not on Little Weaver.
Okay.
It's like a few houses behind it.
Right, I thought so, because it wasn't but about 2 or 3 houses on Little Weaver Lane.
Correct.
Yep, it would be an improvement, everything else on that street, so I have no problem with that.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Ford. Doesn't appear that anyone else is in the queue. All hearts and minds clear. All those in favor of this item? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Please let the record reflect that Councilman Canali is here as well. He needed a little coffee earlier. And also Councilman Ford. Item number 4, a resolution requesting the approval to transfer 6.95 acre parcel ID number 06900400174 to the Memphis Shelby County Board of Education in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 7, Super District, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, second by Swearingen Washington. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. I'm Willie Alexander, City of Memphis Real Estate Office, and we're requesting the transfer of 6.95 acre parcel to Memphis Shelby County Schools. It is part of the court order, and we're requesting your approval.
I feel like you was reading my mind. See, we on the hey, we vibing today. It's okay.
Yes,
Any questions by this body? Councilman Jones, were you a part of this?
Yes, it was.
I knew you was. I felt
And the question that I have, are there any remaining parcels that are?
We have
yet to be
about
transferred?
3 more.
3.
There have to be. We had to get them all surveyed, title work done, so we have about 3 more. So we'll be back a few more
Okay.
times.
Thank you. Thank
See,
you.
Councilman Jones was on the school board for 30 years, so he has infinite knowledge. and Warren and Councilwoman Robinson. All right, any questions by this body?
You remember when that started?
You've been around for a while, sir.
Almost done.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. Item number 5. Okay. A resolution transferring $450,000 from fleet unserved fund balance to cover the unexpected need for lease for general services, fleet maintenance, body and paint shops until the permanent location is completed at the former Coke Property District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Canali, seconded by Warren. You know what to do. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Melvin Jameson, Deputy Director, General Services, 125 North Main. So, General Services requesting $450,000 from the Fleet Fund for the unexpected lease and incidental costs to relocate the multiple fleet shops to 2579 Gill Street, while our permanent fleet facility is under construction. The lease of the Gill Street property is a stopgap measure to allow continued operations for the body shop, the turf and ag shop, and parts and vehicle storage. The vehicle shops at St. Jude's Place must be moved by December 31st, 2023, which is an agreement between the city of Memphis and St. Jude's Hospital. The permanent location for these sites, again, is the 499 Hollywood location that is under construction. The time frame for the construction, substantial completion will be June of 2025. We are requesting, General Services requesting council approve the $450,000 from the Fleet Balance Fund. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions by this body? I know Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
I was under the impression that we were going to have this ready when we moved out. So what was the cause of the delay that slowed us down?
So some of it was just coordination of getting the contract approved with the from the design, getting everything going. We had a more pressing project that we had to get complete for, which was the administrative part. We got that started first. That's almost complete. It's about 95% complete. So we ended up putting more attention on that project.
Councilman, if I can.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. Antonio
All of your
Adams.
titles, too.
Antonio Adams, Director, General Services, and Deputy COO. Councilman Warren, to kind of further amplify or explain, this is the location in which I want to say the Shell occupied. And so we couldn't start construction while they were there. And so some of the delay was ensuring funding, and then, as Deputy Jamerson said, prioritizing the administrative building, which the priority was to get the code enforcement and all occupants that were operating at 281 North Parkway or East Parkway out. And then, of course, we're still under construction for the fueling center. So we had 3 different phase projects there, with this being the last phase project. Just went, as far as the timing to get started, just started a little later than we expected.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from this body? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? So good to hear from you, sir.
How long is the
Canale.
lease? 18 months.
18
Okay.
months, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds.
Excuse me.
Hold up, this twice.
I understand, but there's been inquiries regarding our occupation, and this is the one that you emailed about, Councilman Ford, and I think you called about Councilwoman Johnson. What we are going to do to be good stewards and good neighbors is, one, we went through a broker to get this location. What we are operating in is in the correct zoned operation. We will work to make sure that we secure, fence in, and then, of course, so it doesn't become an eyesore, we will then screen in higher than the normal fencing, such that it won't be visible to the neighbors and it won't be an attractive nuisance.
But okay.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. Okay, you say you're gonna screen it in. Can you, is there any way to make it look nice? Not just a green screen that you stress. Maybe you could get somebody to do some nice advertisement, some artwork or something on the screen on the outside, rather than just putting up a screen up there like they do on some construction site. Don't make it look like a construction site. Let it look like a nice, intentional closure, blockage of a view. But
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
let it look like construction.
Yes, ma'am, we'll take that under
And what is
advisement.
that address again?
Yeah, it's right next to,
Mike, Councilman.
That's what I'm thinking. You said
yeah,
Gill
and,
Street.
and all good looks horrible, so, and y'all look real horrible. Okay, over there, if y'all can pay, I done had everybody in my neighborhood told me that they voted for me and they wouldn't vote for me for nothing else if that's gonna happen, okay? We didn't know anything about it. I don't think anybody, you didn't know anything about it. Nobody in which it just appeared. If y'all want to put it down, I don't think they have a problem, but y'all need to put some, hey, it don't even need to be seen,
Right,
period.
it needs to be.
But I mean, it's terrible, and everybody in the Walker homes all the way down, hey, it's been on my case about that, okay?
We'll definitely take that under advisement.
Very, very important.
We have plans right now.
I don't even want to go in the neighborhood right now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because of that. I'm just being honest because they're pissed off. Say, hey, all of a sudden it just appeared. I think you've been getting all those calls the same way.
Yeah, I did
Everybody
call
else, and I mean, it just all of a sudden appeared. And the bad thing about it, they said those are city vehicles. Hey, and the way they look is terrible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please take care of that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Who owns the property?
It's a group out of New York. They call themselves 2966 3rd Street Holding. They are also partners with Centurion Realty out of New York. And the proper address that you asked about is 2966 3rd.
That's what I'm
It's two properties. 2597 Gill is on the backside, and the big parcel is 2966 3rd Street.
Yeah, that was throwing me off because I said,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But really work on that because we did, and I appreciate Director Adams. When I called, he said he would work on that to try to get some covering that would definitely look more professional other than construction work.
Yes, ma'am. So just so you all know, when I took the initial call, what our team decided to do is get with our real estate broker and to get with the owner as well to then look to see what was permissible as far as extending the fence. We are going to get a decorative covering so it doesn't look like a construction site. And then, of course, we did contact MPD as far as Sky Cops to get some kind of security in and around that area as well. And then, of course, if we need to or when we need to, we will then provide some level of camera surveillance as well to their location.
Okay, Councilman Ford or Councilwoman Johnson, do you want them to come back next time to see if they address your concerns, or is there a particular time?
Landscaping too, just like everybody else that, hey, they come to us that say, hey, you got to put this trees, or you got to put this up, y'all need to do the same thing, okay? This is a city. We got to be part of what we make everybody else do.
Absolutely agree.
So please.
We will address that. The one thing I want us to keep in mind, this is a leased facility, so I don't want to improve their property more than they need to.
Why are we leasing it?
Because as Deputy Jameson mentioned, we're leasing because we have to move out of 671 St. Jude. The permanent location is still under construction. And so we don't have a home for your body shop and your turf and ag shop. And so the cars that are there really are a testament to the work that our men and women in the body shop do when they take one vehicle and another vehicle and have to piece it together to make sure it is a safe vehicle to put back out on the street. So it's not meant to be an eyesore, it's just a part of their work.
Are you trying to say that it won't be there forever?
No, sir, it will not be there forever. It's an 18-month lease.
Okay, well, I can let you not put that.
Landscape.
Please put something up behind it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I can agree with that. What about you?
Councilwoman Johnson and Councilman Canale.
Yes, we spoke about it earlier and talk about different options, but like I said, I don't want it to look like a construction site. Those screens, you know it's a construction site, and that's what's taking place. You could do better than that and come up with something a little bit more attractive and blend in with the neighborhood, please. Thank you.
What do you think it's gonna be there?
18 months.
18 months. Yes, sir.
All right.
I got one more question. Whenever y'all put things in place, we don't have any problem, but we would like to vote on it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just popped up. We did not know anything about it, and everybody really got upset about the city.
That's understandable. Will do.
Councilwoman Logan, you in the queue?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation, and I really appreciate the advocacy of my colleague, because I agree. Just wanted to add, moving forward as we go into the next 4 years, that we do more partnership or communicating. You know, when you're going to do something, how long? Because this could have been addressed in just a side meeting to say, hey, we're coming in. What do y'all think about that? And they could have said, well, just long as you cover it, and then that would have determined what type of fencing potentially you use or something like that, because we're all on the same team. And I know you all have a lot of decisions to make and are thinking about the work, but we can add that other element that you may not think about to make it a holistic approach to servicing the city. So, and that's all the divisions that I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts. I can feel it in my spirit. I'm just trying to see if I want to lean in to the right. Councilman Canale, all right, go ahead.
What was on this property before? Was it vacant?
Previously, it was vacant for about 2 years, but prior to that, there was a pallet company. So it was stocked and stored with pallets stacked very high, wooden pallets.
$25,000 a month is the best deal we could get on it?
It's more of $18,000 a month for the first 18 months. And then, so there's some also ancillary cost in the moving of our operations from the current fleet location over to that location as well. So we accounted for all.
How big is the piece of property?
It's 2.96 acres.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
This council is very inquisitive today. Okay, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Okay, so next time we'll have a more enthusiasm. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We're gonna do item number 6, and then we're gonna go to 7, and then we're gonna go to 1. Item number 6. A resolution transferring allocations and appropriations for CIP projects number CD01101, Raleigh Vehicle Repair Shop, and GS01032, COMEM, Phase 2, totaling $1 million to CIP project number GS01049, Coke Facility Adaptive Reuse to help fund the completion of the Fleet Fueling Station and Administration Building, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. Floor is yours, gentlemen.
Good morning, Melvin Jameson, Deputy Director, General Services. So we are asking for transfer of funds from a cost overrun to support the for the remainder work at the Coke facility. The 2 projects that were cost overruns are from the Raleigh Fleet building that we are under construction, that we are nearing completion. We're about 95% complete, and due to finish that project December 31st. The other project is the Fleet Knight Arnold building that is at 95% completion, or it's at completion, but we've been doing punch list items. So we have some funds remaining that's unencumbered that we want to use in the Coke project, which is going to be for also the fleet building that we're building for the St. Jude's location. So we are asking for the transfer of those funds to support the Coke project.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to know if is this transfer going to alter or change any plans for the Raleigh site, whether it's landscaping, lighting, anything? Were we able to do everything that we initially were going to do, and this is just money left over, or are we having to cut something out to do this?
This is money. This is money left over. We are running on budget and on time at Raleigh, so we will be able to address all the items there.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
all of the finishings and
Yes, ma'am.
landscape and lighting and everything that we discussed?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions by the council? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, item number 7. Resolution accepting a grant in the amount of $4,750,000 from TDEC deployment of ARPA Physical Recovery Fund dollars supporting wastewater project District 1, 2, and 3. Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Whenever we're getting money, we allow same night minutes.
Good morning.
Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Director, the floor is yours.
Good morning, sir. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what is in front of you is a resolution to accept grant funds for $4.75 million. The intent of these funds are for assessment of our sewer or wastewater infrastructure where it crosses streams along the body of water. And part of this also includes 4 construction projects, 3 of which is 100% designed already. And the other one is actually fully constructed, but it is eligible for reimbursement. So the ask for the same night minutes basically helps us in 3 ways. One is proceeding with the assessment of the streams and the infrastructure itself. 2, being that 3 of those construction are ready to go for construction, we want to get that going as quickly as possible. And then the last one is the constructed project, but in order for us to request for reimbursement, that has to go, we have to accept the dollars, enter it into the TDEC grant system so that we can then start submitting for reimbursement. So with that, we're asked for your consideration.
Any questions about this body? Good job. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair. Ayes have it. It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Director, don't go nowhere. Hold your seat. Councilman Ford.
Okay, I wasn't aware because I had not been over there, but I will go today. My colleagues, Parkway, that they're fixing, okay? They say it's horrible, okay? It should be fixed correctly. We've kind of been dealing with this, how long? Years and years. And whoever's doing it, hey, it's really terrible, okay? So I need you to go out there and everybody else, and we want that little strip fixed correctly. Those are very, yeah. Bellevue. Yeah. And then I think, Councilman Jones, you had mentioned, hey, they got part and then it's high. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, you know, so I need y'all to get on that ASAP. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, since we're on that, Ms. Belen, has that project been completed? Is it considered complete?
I hope not.
No, sir. So we fully understand that the condition on site still remains incomplete. The reason for that is twofold. One is there was an effort to minimize the traffic concerns that may be associated with the repaving. So the sequence of construction was doing the eastbound lanes first. That has been, I would say, probably 90% complete. And it's fully open at this point. The idea is to have the contractor reconvene and mobilize in the spring, because during the winter times, the asphalt, most of the asphalt places close down for maintenance, for the winter maintenance. So the intent there is to come back in spring to complete the work.
Okay, and that's the eastbound because.
And the westbound as well.
Right, but with the. So you're saying that the eastbound part is 90% complete?
Yes, sir. We understand where the side street kind of ties in. There's a bit of a elevation change, so that needs to be still addressed. Okay. And obviously, at the intersection of Bellevue, we saw that there's still some asphalt that needs to be placed near the median. So we fully understand. Okay. We've seen that. We've driven it. We understand it, but we communicated that to our contractors.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing that up.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Director. All right. We don't have the luxury or the privilege to have all these good people in the room too often. It must be an item on the agenda for us to have a good discussion about. All right, y'all. Item number 1. Discussion of Riverside Drive weekend closures, all council districts, requested by the Honorable Council Member from District 6, Councilman Ford. The floor is yours, good sir.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, I've had residents and everyone call me pertaining to Riverside Drive being closed off. I've talked with, oh, you want to come on? And we go, yeah, come on down. Yeah. And I wanted to bring this discussion because I know my colleagues have been getting calls also pertaining to this, and then we just want to make sure that we on the same pages of what's going on. Thank you.
All right. Chief.
It's
Gotta
okay,
put
Mr.
respect
Chairman.
on the name. It's okay, Chief.
I appreciate that. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for having us and for bringing this up. Riverside Drive, I know you all know, was closed some time while we were working through the redevelopment of Tom Lee Park. As of late, it was a part of what police call the weekend plan. You may understand that, like on several different streets in and around Beale Street, there are some shutdowns that occur on the weekends by police, and that is by design to control the amount of crowds. We saw in the park that we had about 200,000 people to visit within 2 months. So it was very highly attended attraction, which is a great thing. So as a part of that continued weekend plan that police have for downtown, we continue to on the weekends allow Riverside Drive to be a part of those closures. That weekend plan has now is no longer in place for police, so Riverside Drive will be open for the foreseeable future. If there is a request for it to be placed back under the weekend plan, we'll be happy to come back and talk about that.
No, I go. Dr. Warren, I believe you're in the queue.
So I understand the weekend plan was a crime plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the design was to make sure that we had better control over access to Beale Street and what was going on there. How are y'all monitoring that, and how will we know that we need to restart this weekend plan if necessary?
So that is a call that happens with MPD. For Riverside Drive in particular, they will be monitoring the street. There is parking alongside the west southbound lane that is open parking. It is open from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm looking for one. Yep. And so 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., it is a no parking zone. It is a tow-away zone. So police will be monitoring that using the cameras in and around downtown to ensure that people aren't gathering in those locations.
And we'll be having tow trucks actively towing cars after 8 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that well marked for people who are down there visiting so they know that their car may be gone if they leave it there?
Yes, sir. That was one of the last things that we were doing under the construction plan, was to put the markings on those parking spaces and marking for the disabled parking access as well. That was the last piece of construction that we were completing.
Okay, that sounds good. I guess I just request that other organizations that have the ability to notify people who might be parking down there that after 8 p.m. they could be towed. We should get that information out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for that suggestion.
All right, is there any other remarks that want to be? Councilwoman Johnson, you're looking eager down there.
No.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson.
I guess my concern.
Could you lean a little forward? There we go.
My concerns are, I understand really the need to close the street off. I do understand, and I think that in the long run, one day, that's what's probably going to happen. But the question mark we have now is, what are we going to do right now? issues that I didn't anticipate have come up. I mean, traffic issues, residents downtown not being happy with the conditions with the street being closed. I mean, what kind of plans do y'all have in regards to meeting the immediate concerns until we can get things all worked out and people have bought into the concept of this park and they don't mind driving 2 or 3 streets over and then coming back because they understand the benefits of the park. But right now we got an issue because I don't like these emails. I don't like these phone calls either. I guess my days are limited, but I still would want to leave this behind for anyone to address. I think it's a serious problem, and we need to come up with an understanding so the community will know what they can expect if y'all gonna close it X number of days. We need to hear from them. I guess y'all have heard from. I've heard.
Councilwoman, if I can address some of those concerns.
Okay.
If we take a look at the executive session, there is an item that I requested be placed on the agenda. Item number 2, discussion regarding the authority to authorize city street closures. And I've been very adamant in the past year, past couple of days about that this is a co-equal branches of government. And the authority to close street closures, guess where it rests? To authorize street closures, city council. And there's been plenty of streets closed without the city council being made aware of it. It is our responsibility to effectively advocate for our districts, but also use our authority when necessary. And when that authority is being usurped, we have to hold the administration accountable. We're all elected. But if we're not doing our jobs, we can't point the finger at administration for just doing what they see fit. At some point, this council has to decide that we are truly a co-equal branch of government, and we must act accordingly. So it's not just the administration deciding to close the street, it's the council not doing its job. We have to do our job. And I'm gonna say it today, and if God sees fit, I'm gonna say it for the next 4 years, because I don't plan on going anywhere. We have to do our job. We have to utilize our power. We have to utilize the rights given to our respective body. And I don't want to get too in depth because we're going to have the Honorable Alan Wade to talk about the authority of this body. And when our authority is being taken or attempted to, people attempting to go around what we're required to do by charter, what steps this body will take going forward. But, I will continue to say this. We must work with the administration. The administration must work with us. But at some point, when that doesn't seem to happen, we have to put our foot down. But I don't have anything else to say about that. We're going to talk more in length about it in the executive session. And I hope that, all the interested parties are show up during the executive so we can have a more robust discussion about where the authority lies and it lies with this body. With that, item number 1, thank you so much. Item number 2, Ms. Keenan is doing an amazing job of keeping me on schedule, y'all. I'm telling you, man, best staff on this side of the Mississippi. All right. All right, resolution, item number 2, resolution for approval of parade or race routes per ordinance number 5675, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Moved by Warren, seconded by, I have no idea who did that. Councilman Ford, City Attorney, Mr. Fletcher.
Michael Fletcher, interim city attorney. I would assume this is pretty low-hanging fruit. In 2018, there was a ordinance passed to require that there be registration of and approval of race routes. That's been done annually. It is up again. There's been no changes, no additions to the routes. So you're simply approving what you approved a year ago.
You must did a masterful job explaining, because this inquisitive council has no questions.
Thank you.
Good job. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, item number,
8 and 9.
well, I know these items requested by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, I know you're listening, so we're gonna go ahead and go forward with your items, because I think they've been held for many times. And I know members of the administration are eager to speak about it. Okay, cool. If you're listening online, just a moment. We're trying to get the presentations loaded in the system. Item number 8, presentation regarding deferred maintenance. Item number 8, presentation regarding deferred maintenance. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle in his absence. I think Councilman Carlisle and this body has been eager to hear from the administration about the deferred maintenance related to city-owned assets. And with that, Deputy Chief, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. And Antonio Adams, Director General Services and Deputy Chief Operating Officer. Today, I present to you all an executive summary of 2 studies that the General Services and Finance Division commissioned regarding our fleet and property deferred maintenance. Focus has been on the causes of our cost drivers. So we're going to examine the following. We're going to get to 1, an accurate inventory, policy and processes, and realistic practice, the practices that we have regarding maintenance, and then, of course, coming up with policy, process, and investment strategies. So we're going to start with deferred maintenance. So here's some context. In 2017, this administration commissioned a facility condition assessment, and that condition assessment was actually updated and the basis for some of the Accelerate Memphis projects. We gathered and updated facility conditions information, and this is basically what a facility condition assessment is basically the conditions of the systems. So it's your HVAC system, electrical, your building structure and envelope. What we revealed, that study revealed that we had $126 million worth of deferred maintenance at that time. This does not include over 175 buildings that need additional conditions assessment. A lot of those buildings are included as our managed partners. So some of our managed partners, we did not assess those buildings. So to realize a full and true conditions assessment, we will be commissioning phase 2 of this assessment. We've had a lot of conversation, again, in context about what a feasibility study is, and then, of course, what a facility conditions assessment. A feasibility study is measuring the building or facility's usefulness or purpose. So, for instance, does a community center need to continue to be a community center based on the census and based on the use? Could we repurpose this? And again, the facility conditions assessment is, again, it is the condition of in the lifespan of the building systems. During this feasibility study, we commissioned O.T. Marshall Architects, All World Project Management, and several other engineers and mechanical specialists to actually give us an assessment of our community centers, police facilities, fire, library, and some of our larger facilities. We have approximately $4.5 million worth of square footage that we operating on. To address and start tackling some of the inefficiencies and start tackling from a strategic model, we worked and partnered with, of course, always the Division of Engineering. They have updated and standardized a construction manual so that we will have standardized building specs that will go out, notwithstanding whether it's an internal project or an external project. Also within General Services, we have an enterprise solution to actually track our construction. This is shared with General Services, Public Works, and Engineering, and this solution is called Procore. This was first tested when we started the Convention Center project. It worked well, so we extended that to our divisions. We also have an enterprise solution in which we've updated and working with the Division of Information Technology in All World to rebuild the property maintenance work order system. So here's what the work order system, this is our workflow. So we had the assessment, and then of course our supervisors were able to evaluate and prioritize the information that went into the system. We started and then from there we have started making data-driven decisions which have resulted in what our CIP requests have been. Then of course, we create work orders behind that. Our field staff complete the work orders, and then of course, the work orders and notes are notated, and we're able to update that particular item in our work order system. Here's a dashboard to show you what we've created, and this is what our PMS system looks like. The men and women are able now to utilize this on their phone. So they can actually now in the field use a smartphone to collect and get their work orders. Prior to, we didn't have this. We were working with paper. So we are now digital, and we're driving all of our decisions and all our work with technology. And here's like a GIS or a map, and what that does, that cluster represents active work orders and work orders that are in progress in the different stages. We have a dashboard that allows us to track what we spent, the number of man hours, outstanding work orders by priority, which a lot of our emergency work orders are our break-fix work orders. And then, of course, total of outstanding deferred maintenance. Again, this is just another screen of what our men and women can see in the field that gives a description of the work order itself. One thing that we do ask is before and after pictorial evidence. So once a craftsman or a landscape artist or architect goes out and they start work, we want to see the state of condition before in picture, and then we want to see it afterwards. All right, and again, this is just our saying that we cannot adopt it. The way to get started is to quit talking about it and begin doing. So right now, so we can talk about our $176 million worth of deferred maintenance. And it has come from a lack of investment over the years. This is not a Strickland administration item. This is not this particular council's item. This is something that has happened over the years. And one of the things that we have to do is we have to roll up our sleeves and we have to invest. This includes our managed facilities as well. It includes so the plan, I provided you what we've done with respect to gathering the information and organizing the information. moving forward, we will put these on our capital request. It is going to be up to the administration and up to council to fully fund them. We should look at also fully funding, and I go back again to our managed partners. One of our managed partners that we spend a lot of time is at the zoo. And of course, I know you all are going to talk about Simmons Bank Stadium. We spend a lot of time there, and we have a managed partner that's managing that facility. And so I want you to give strong consideration to the amount of tax dollars that go into continuing to maintain and repair the facility. Our men and women are in a state of repair and replace as opposed to maintain. Any questions regarding the property maintenance and deferred maintenance?
I was gonna let you get to your full presentation.
Okay.
Because, this council is eager to ask you a lot of questions.
Yes, sir. All right.
Dump drive.
Yeah,
I don't know. I might change my mind.
Don't do it.
Go ahead. Hold up the jump drive. All right.
There we go. All right. Yeah, I want to fill this screen.
Deputy Chief, this is item number 9. Okay, so let me announce item number 9. Item number 9 is a presentation regarding fleet procurement and replacement cycles. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. This item is specifically what it says. Deputy Chief.
All right. So
Hold up. We're gonna just let him go because he has a lot of information to get out.
All right. So again, let's address the fleet maintenance. Now, fleet maintenance in this study has been a lot more difficult than the property maintenance, and that's because, of course, by nature, your fleet, they roll. So it's hard to actually grab and get everything. So we're going to start with context, though. Many have said that we don't have a life cycle, and that's not true. We do have a life cycle. For our light fleet non-emergency vehicles, it's 7 years or over 100,000 miles. For our SUVs, 10 years of age, over 150,000 miles. Our heavy fleet, 12 years of age, and that's 150,000 miles. And then we have, for our emergency response vehicles, it's 5 years or 100,000 miles. One thing you have to take in consideration, that the mileage and the age with respect to emergency vehicles, you have to consider its idle time. So idling, which is done by our brothers and sisters in MPD, that does tick down your age with respect to the usage of the vehicle itself. So here are roles and responsibilities with regard to fleet. The asset itself is owned by the finance division. So the finance division is the custodial, keeps a custodial record. So they have an inventory. Then, of course, the divisions themselves manage their fleet. So once we procure on behalf of the division then manages and distributes its fleet. And then, of course, General Services maintains the fleet. So with that, you honestly have 3 separate inventories. One by finance, which is supposed to be comprehensive. One division-wide, which is supposed to be specifically with the division. And then you have General Services. One caveat, General Services maintains all general funded fleet. The enterprise fleet is maintained by Public Works. So I'll skip slide 4 and get to slide 5, kind of give you an overview of our CIP cycle, because a lot of people want to know why why spending has happened or has not happened, so you can understand the processes behind the curtain. So in the second quarter of any fiscal year, general services composes its CIP, which is dealing with the buildings as well, and our capital acquisition list. We use our facility conditions to do assessment to do so, and then of course we use our maintenance database on the fleet side to identify the vehicles that should be decommissioned. Then we of course talk to the division reps to understand the priority, because the divisions own the fleet. So the divisions actually make the final call with respect to their priority as far as fleet. Ours is only a recommendation. General Services then refines the collaborative list to create a major mod list, which is our deferred building maintenance, and then of course a capital acquisition list going for the upcoming fiscal year. In January, maybe January, February, we submit this to an executive committee in which we then study all of the compiled list, because I'm pretty sure you know every division has a large number with respect to CIP projects. Then that executive committee then takes a recommendation and then fits within the mayor's budgeted priority. In third quarter, this refined capital acquisition and or CIP major mod is presented to you all in the mayor's budget. And so this has been the consistent process since I've been here through Mayor Warden and of course during Mayor Strickland. CIP is submitted April and May. Then in May, June, the budget is passed, sometimes amended, upward or downward. In July, the budget is then uploaded and funds are appropriated, and we begin the bid phase, or if there's an existing contract, we begin the ordering phase. In July, August, there are no payments made unless there is an existing or pre-existing project. If there's a bid, we have contracts in late August. And then, of course, we complete the procurement phase, and then, of course, we start running with the project. So that gives you a window of our procurement cycle. All right, so let's get to the meat. Page 9. Based on our maintenance database, we got the first column reflects the number of units that we have in our maintenance database. The second column represents the percentage of vehicles that are outside of the life cycle. And the third gives you the percentage of vehicles that are replaced based on how we have funded our operations over the years.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to break my word. So we're gonna start asking questions because I got some questions.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out, I guess column column 3. Is this anticipated? Is this solely based on what's happened in the past, or is it anticipated based on? Is it because of what happened in the previous budget?
It's based on how we have historically budgeted to the replacements.
All right, so I'm gonna piggyback because I know Councilman Jones is already thinking it. So I'm gonna start it like Councilman Jones. I'm starting, and I'm gonna hand it to him. So we were in, I think it was Atlanta for National League of Cities, and we were talking about, how other cities operate with their council and with a strong mayor. And one of the, I'm not who sure said, it might have been Clay or Councilman Jones talked about, the budget that we received. But I think ultimately it comes back to you give us a budget, but the budget doesn't have everything necessary for us to move in a more productive direction. So for me, and then I'm gonna let Councilman Jones chime in. For me, it's about give us that budget, but also give us the aspirational budget as well. Like if all things were perfect, what would you need to get your division in, or put your division in a better position? Because I'm looking at type of vehicles, and it says SUVs, and then it says 100% need to be replaced, and absolutely zero are anticipated to be replaced. And then we go to light type of vehicles. Light, we have 108 recommended replacement, 86%. Then it says 3% will be replaced. That is not a way to improve our fleet. It's going to put us it's going to continue to put us in a very damning position. It's going to put us in a worse position. Councilman Jones, if you'd like to add anything.
One of the things that was apparent to me, and I hate to just relive the past, if you would, but going back to this budget season, we know that it was a very lean budget, wasn't taking into account, in my opinion, the fact that we're going to have a new mayor coming in, and there may be some aspirational things that they were doing. But in one of the discussions that we had, and I don't recall who it was with, but it was one of the sessions that they talked about having the council to have before them an aspirational budget. So that aspirational budget would basically say, if money was no object, here's what we would do. What that does, though, is that doesn't put the onus on the administration. That puts the onus on the council. And the council says, okay, well, we want to improve parks. We want to do this. We want to do that. So I would hope that this council next year will say to the administration, let us say no. We understand that we control the purse strings. That's the only thing that we do control. But when we were sitting here doing budget, and I can recall a number of different divisions, and I was asking, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? And everybody was saying, well, we got everything that we need, and we clearly know that we don't. So I would just hope that this council would ask for an aspirational budget, and that's given, let the 13 council members decide, hey, here are the investments that we want to make. Because if we look at so many other areas, and I'll just pick on legal for once. Legal has a vacancy right now of attorneys because we're not paying them enough. But when I asked how much money do you all need to do so, I was told, hey, we're fine. And so that's if you all put it before council, you all aren't the bad guy. The administration won't be the bad guys. It's the council. But when we don't have the things that we need, we didn't have all the information to make that decision. And both of us appear as bad guys, the administration as well as the council. So I've always wanted this administration to say to us, make us be the bad guys. You all can't control the tax rate. We can. But when we live in a city that we had the discussion earlier, talking about the cleanliness of the city, the council gets blamed first. They come, the administration, I always say, y'all have heard me say, the administration doesn't have bi-monthly meetings where they call and fuss at y'all, but they don't separate the administration from the council. So that would just be my ask. Mary-elect Young, if you're listening, that would be my ask, that you bring an aspirational budget to the council and let the council say no, but it still helps us, it helps the council in setting what the investment priorities are for the city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What he said. Any other we have Councilwoman Logan in the queue, Councilwoman Logan and Councilman Warren. And then I guess we're gonna let Deputy Chief finish his presentation. Oh, what if? Okay.
This is the aspirational. I wish I could.
Is your mic on?
Okay,
There
sorry. So let's go to slide 12. The previous three slides just are anecdotal slides to show you what our level of funding has been across administrations. So across mayoral administrations in the fire and police divisions. And so one of the things I will say that the Strickland administration did was for non-public safety and for the divisions that have some level of street maintenance, there was funding identified, and you all passed it, that allowed them to get that type of equipment in those vehicles. And so with that, we are replacing in parks, solid waste, public works, and some in general services. So that's great. When I gave you the numbers before, strictly in CIP, but here's what we have. So if we were to identify, and I just took 3 largest divisions, fire, police, and solid waste, and we were to replace their fleet in a 5-year span, it'd be roughly $19,859,000 for year 1, $16,432,000 year 2, year 3, $14,259,000, year 4, $11,923,000, and in year 5, $5,813,000. What this does is it's an aggressive purchase, replacement, but what needs to happen from that point on is it gets you on your life cycle, but you have to continue to replace. And that's just these 3 divisions. So this is where we're at. This would be just a capital acquisition ask for these 3 divisions if you were to adopt this. So this is your what if.
Okay, yes, so quick question for you. I know we're gonna revisit this at some point soon. When you create chart 12, could you do it in a similar format as chart 9? Because chart 9 is clean and 12,
yes, sir,
has me wanting to put on glasses, and I don't wear glasses. I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Logan and Dr. Warren, and then you gave us everything that we were talking about in national legal cities. I think if we continue to see presentations like this, it puts us in a better position to figure out what we believe that the priorities of the city of Memphis and how we use taxpayer dollars should be. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Director. What you mentioned managed partnerships. What impact were you alluding to that the managed partnerships have on deferred maintenance?
So this is not to demonize. This is not to, and this is regarding our properties, but this is the reality. Right now, we have a property maintenance crew, and we zone them up throughout the city. The zone here for downtown is the zoo. Why? Because the zoo actually has more work orders in it than we have here in City Hall. Because every location at the zoo has a mechanical system, a plumbing system, you got electrical. And so we zone up, those guys report there. And then, of course, if we have a major call, they will come here to City Hall. And so with that, we need to come up with a funding mechanism to have the zoo supported as well. Because right now, you need staff and we need property resources, meaning like material and supplies to actually take care of the zoo. And then, of course, you have the stadium, and I know you all are going to address that later, but the stadium itself, no different than the zoo. And then, of course, we do support and help our partners over at Memphis River Parks. And so with that, there needs to be some level of funding to either get them to a point of self-sustainability, or if we're going to be in the business of supporting, then we need to fund up.
So we don't they don't take care of all of those things. We take care of them. They get the money from the amenity. But do we get a portion of that for upkeep and maintenance and all of that? I'm asking whoever can answer it.
No, ma'am. We make, the city may collect some revenue, but it's not dedicated for maintenance.
Do you know what the budget is annually for the support that we do give to them, to these amenities?
I can get those for you.
I would like to see what that
the
looks
breakdown
like
of
in
our
terms
costs.
of human capital and financial as
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
Okay, the next question was, and then all of those areas
I
that
understand.
you mentioned. The next question is, this is a kind of a side note, the GIS system that you're using, the new technology you're using, is it connected to the new system citywide that is taking place, going from Oracle to GIS?
So General Services is a third division to actually be brought online to this ArcGIS system. The first two divisions were Public Works and Engineering, and they dealt with just making sure that they can track the horizontal utilities. So all your pipes and water meters, et cetera, they can track that. And so our division, along with Parks, we were in the next phase. So now we've gone out and inventoried all of our physical properties, and you have them mapped, located on GIS, and then of course we do have them in some type of 3D format where you can actually see inside the building as well.
Were you all involved with that switch or that decision to go from Oracle to GIS citywide before it happened?
So we still maintain Oracle.
Okay.
Oracle is still our financial system. This is just our work order system. And so to kind of segue, I know Chief Ryan and Ms. Malone are championing a project to bring 311 into that as well.
Okay, I have two more questions. The next one is, on that chart, the graph or the flow chart that you showed us on how you actually prioritize. So I noticed you said you all come up with the plan at first, and then you go to the division managers or department leads or whatever, and y'all kind of reconcile that. Is this all on what you take to them? Is it based on like a strategic plan, and does that plan include capital acquisitions on an ongoing basis?
So what we bring to the divisions is straight our data. You've had 10 work orders in a year. This particular system is at end of useful life, or this particular vehicle has reached its true life cycle, and you're now beginning to put more money in this vehicle than it's worth. So we take that to the division. Now, the division has an operational goal that they're trying to meet, and so we talk to them to make sure that we have an intelligent conversation and prioritize. Sometimes what we think should be replaced is not necessarily meeting the operational goal of the division, and so they have to then acquire or pivot to another area.
So, and I don't know if you answered what I asked. What I asked was the plan that you take to them, is it based on a strategic plan that they were involved in terms of the operational, and you're doing the technical part, they're doing the operational part? Does that come together?
It comes together at their meeting.
And does it include, it comes together after you take it to them?
At that particular meeting, because what we have is just the raw data.
Mm-hmm.
You have a vehicle that is not worth continuing to put money into. We need to replace it. And then we talk to the division trying to understand their operational goals. And so we try to work together to develop a better plan, so what we come and ask for is going to be impactful, understanding that we're not going to get all the money that's out there to begin with.
But does that plan include capital acquisitions on an ongoing basis and replacement? Like Solid Waste Management said that when we were in the task force meetings, that we really should be, and I think it was like 5 vehicles every year, purchasing new ones. Do you all have that as well?
So Solid Waste is purchased just a little different. They're purchased outside of the regular CIP, but we do work with them with respect to the vehicles that they need to replace every year. I would dare say it's going to be more than 5, but I think staging it at 5 and replacing them will get them over
I
time.
wasn't talking about, I was using it as an example. I'm asking, does your department, I mean, the division we talking about now, do they do that? Do y'all have a set number of how many vehicles every year should be replaced to keep our fleet current?
Oh, yes, ma'am. So we can go back to.
And have we been doing that?
That's 9. No, ma'am.
We have not. Okay.
No, we have not. Collectively, we have not.
Across the divisions, we don't have that forecast.
We have the forecast, we have the desire. It's all been based on funding. And so we have not.
So your budget, does it include it? And if what I'm asking is, you're saying you're not getting the funding, but does your budget that you bring to us include the
No, ma'am.
replacement?
It includes a portion of it.
Well,
Small
we're
portion. It
approving
doesn't.
a portion, and that's how we get deferred.
So here's what we got to understand too. The mayor has a responsibility to bring you all a balanced budget. And so what we have to do is work within the parameters of this is the least amount and this is the maximum amount that's going to be in his balanced budget or her balanced budget. And so with respect to that, we can ask aspirationally. And that's what happens in that executive committee. We ask aspirationally, but then we have to then carve it back out and bring in a balanced budget. And so I think that we are trying to be better stewards at that. It is just, again, based on funding.
So it leads you to a point to where you're working with vehicles that's tearing up and you're replacing based on the wear and tear, not based on being proactive. Is that the case? I see you nodding your head. Okay. Yeah. I kind of have a clearer vision of what's going on, and I understand how we got to that deferred maintenance. And so, it makes me wonder, do we need to reprioritize on that balancing of the budget? But thank you.
I think that's
thank
what.
You, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Long. I think that's what Councilman Jones was alluding to. He talked about an aspirational budget. You bring us the budget that you do have, but also bring us an aspirational budget. And once we take a look at the aspirational budget, the council decides what the priorities are, and then we say, okay, you know what? We're 5 years behind on deferred maintenance, or 5 years behind on replacing vehicles for solid waste or any different, the police department or whatever. And then at that point, we say, okay, this is our priority. Here's where we think funding should go. And then at that point, the administration comes back with a balanced budget because they have to bring us a balanced budget. All right, we're running short on time. Sorry, council members, Councilman Warren, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just looking at that fleet data is eye-opening to where you can just see where we've got those zeros for replacement. It tells us how woefully inadequate we've been funding this, and I imagine we're going to find this in many other areas. I think as we move forward, we're going to make sure that I want to see that sort of replacement plan to where what we actually can do is say, if we do this, we'll do it. And I'd also like to have something down the road that's going to show us, okay, once we're caught up, what's our annual regular replacement budget? So I think once we see that annual budget, catching up may not seem so scary, because catching up is going to be hard to do. But once we're caught up, I think we're going to be in a really good position. So we've got our debt cliff coming in 2 years. Okay, we need to start the catch-up process prior to that debt cliff. But I think as a council, we need to look at these numbers, but you need to bring them to us. And we should ask our next mayor to make sure that we have those brought to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Couldn't agree more, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Easton Thomas, glad to see you.
Glad to be seen and not viewed.
Absolutely. We bring the word today.
From the funeral director. Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity. So when we see these budgets, all of these fleet procurement, deferred maintenance, that is not in the division budget, it's in general services budget. Yes or no?
It's both. So
So-
so you
so
will
this
you will see
would be
solid
in
waste.
whose budget?
You will see solid waste and solid waste budget. If you recall, this year council decided to give police $1 million.
Yeah.
It's the division itself to
Okay.
procure its own vehicles.
Okay.
Then General Service had its capital acquisition and CIP major mod.
So why is it in both budgets?
I can't explain why the decision was made to gift police $1 million.
No, not that. I'm saying
But-
you said
But
such as fleet
solid
procurements
waste,
in both.
solid waste is they're going to let out different types of bonds. We let out the GO bonds in our major mod, and then of course we have different bonds with respect to our capital acquisition. We work with solid waste to spec out every vehicle to make sure that that's one that can be locally supported.
So, question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it in both budgets? So you're not explaining the difference. So for
Different funding.
so the one you have here.
Different funding. Enterprise related funds can buy differently than general fund.
So you were-
public works acquisition, capital acquisition is separate. Solid waste, because it is a separate fund, they purchase separately.
So question, hold on. So you are in addition to, or are you the procurement, general services?
At one point, we were the.
So now
we
is
are
it-
separated.
Is it additional or is it, what's the percentage wise? Do we get more funding from general services for procurement and fleet maintenance, or is it within the division?
I would say that general services still gets the bulk. However, not every division gets. Like the last couple of years, we've only in CIP, we've only approved police and fire. But in a separate fund, we did approve, as I mentioned before, public works, solid waste, parks, and engineering to procure vehicles.
Okay. Thank you. I just need that clarification question.
All right. Any other council members in the queue? All right. Councilwoman Logan, going once.
It would be good to see what that looks like together, even though it's coming out of different funds. I would like to see what that looks like as a, for the city as a whole. So if we could get a snapshot of, it doesn't matter where it's coming from. If we buying, vehicles, let's look at that. And then, yeah.
Got it.
All right. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. Thank you so much, Deputy Director. And with that, this committee is adjourned.
Good morning. It's 10:35/10:30. December 5th, Tuesday. Would you please call? Oh, nope. I hereby convene the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Hill, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Colvette. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlisle.
Is here physically. We have 3 items on today's agenda, assuming nobody pulls anything out of the pocket. And I'm going to begin with item number 3, because I think 1 and 2 are probably going to take a little more discussion. And they waited patiently. This is a presentation from the Memphis Ambassadors Program, all council districts, requested by Councilman Smiley, who's probably making his way up here. If you guys want to come on up, and we're going to walk through. Since JB can't introduce this item as they're coming forward, Doc, JB, and I had the chance to go, I think it was just the 3 of us? Yeah, had the chance to go to First Baptist on Broad for one of the MAP meetings, and it was really an incredible opportunity to see the work that they're doing and the amount of people that are engaged, not only the students themselves, but the families that are supporting this, and it was very inspiring. And so I think Councilman Smiley wanted to have them come forward and highlight some of the work that they do as we move into this next budget season, and maybe even sooner. So that, I think, lays the context. Good morning, sir, ma'am. If we could have your name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
I'm Marquez Robinson. I'm the program manager for the Memphis Ambassadors Program.
I am Donna Dancy. I'm the program manager for the Employee Youth Summer Experience.
So what you have before you is the Memphis Ambassadors Program. We're the year-round component of the Office of Youth Services. We work with students from 9th through 12th grade. We're an after-school program, but we also do 6 weeks during the summertime. We do internships for our graduating seniors. We kind of run the gamut on what youth development and youth engagement looks like. So that's the overview. The program is subdivided into 3 additional programs. The program itself is called the Memphis Ambassadors Program, but then it's subdivided into 3 smaller components, which is the 9th through 12th grade. The 9th through 12th grade is our flagship program, and in the 9th through 12th grade, you have to have a 3.0 and above to be a part of the program. That's how that part works. You have to have a 3.0 and above. But we do professional development, social justice. We dive into mental health and wellness. We do community service. We do donations. We run the gamut because our goal is to approach youth engagement holistically. So that's why we do what we do. This is at a glance right here. That's our high-performing students. This is what our curriculum looks like. Post-secondary prep, that's really the major thing with the 9th through 12th grade program is post-secondary prep. It's getting them prepared for whatever they want to do right after high school. So this is our structure. We have 9 community centers, and these are the community centers we are in. Burt Ferguson, Glenview, Raleigh, Hickory Hill, Davis, Ed Rice, Whitehaven, McFarland, and Douglas. So we run about 10 part-time staff, city employees, 9 part-time staff, non-city employees. They're service providers. With the number of students that we serve, it's not big enough to hold as many staff people as we need. So we contract out to have part-time people. It's 394 ambassadors in the program. We run sessions 4 days a week. So we do it all week long with 1 admin day. We engage parents. And so on a Saturday, we have parents to come out and we do what we call parent meetings. And we just go through the whole program. We issue stipends once a month for the students. And again, once they complete the program, then they have a chance to do internships upon graduating high school. So we put them in internships in city government. And so this is just a breakdown of everything that we do. as far as the 9th through 12th grade program goes. That's all it is. Then we have we call it All My Children, but we're working on the name too. But what it is, this is that, this is the middle part of our program. So like a lot of times with MAP, we have 3.0 and above. There's a portion of students that have been sectioned out that we try to engage. And these are what we typically call our at-risk students. With our at-risk students, we work with the state of Tennessee, the SEED program with SES, and then we also have a partnership with another program called Project Stand. So what we do, we take the students who are in transition. Transition meaning they are displaced, they may not have housing, they may be in foster care. And so we take those students and we don't put a GPA attached to it. The reason being, it may be a lot of mental issues going on and their faculties are not the same. And so we try to engage them too. So we switch up just a little bit. We go mentoring instead of life skills. So we try to build relationships. So that's what we do with these students. Some of our students, they have been in the system. So they've gone to juvenile court, been adjudicated. They are back in school. So when we see some of our kids, they wearing ankle bracelets, but it's okay because we're still working with those students too, because everybody deserves an opportunity to make this life good for themselves. What we figure out about those students is that they're just trying to help support their households. That's all that they're doing. They get in trouble, but it's because they're just trying to help support their households. And one of the packets that you'll see, one of the households has, I think, 10 siblings in there. It's like one parent and 10 siblings. And so when he comes to us just so he can sit down and be able to study because the household is full. So when you look at the program, they're in transition, they're at risk. So our goal is to take our at-risk students and move them to at-promise students. No GPA requirement. We're going to do post-secondary prep. We're going to do everything we need to help those students as well. So we're inside of Glenview Community Center, Hamilton High School, Tresman High School, Carver High School, and Central High School. And so we run one part-time staff, city employee, everybody else, service providers. And there's about 39 ambassadors, and they run the same kind of schedule. The last program, and about 39 students in there. So our last program, this is our 8th grade program. Our 8th grade program has some of the smartest young people I think I've ever met on the side of our tutors. And what they do, they take 7th grade foundational skills and then they build upon the 7th grade foundational skills and move into 8th grade concepts. So they take students who are struggling right now in the 8th grade. It doesn't matter what the core subject is. We work with them to bring those grades up. In one of the papers in front of you, you'll see where if the students, they come, you'll see where their grades, it should be on the one that says AMC. No, it should be on the one that says 8th grade. But it's just a one-pager. And if you look at the bottom of it, you'll see where their GPAs have actually risen. And that's just basically them coming to the program. That's all they did, come to the program. Come to the program, showed up, what they were in 7th grade. Hope you guys got it. I think it's in the pack somewhere. But it goes from 7th grade, and you'll see the progression to 8th grade. But they just had to show up. They had to show up. We do, if I don't know, if I may be dating myself, we used to do homework hotline. So we do it now, but we do it virtually. And so they had to come to homework sessions virtually as part of their stipend check. And that's how we help build them up. So we do self-confidence, self-esteem. We make sure that transition from them to high school is seamless. So that's our target audience: ELA, math, foundational skills, self-esteem, self-confidence. We run the gamut. Our program locations, we have partnerships right now with Germantown Middle School, Treadwell Middle, Dave Wells Community Center. And again, our people are amazing. Our biggest thing for these students, that's just exposure. And this is one of our graduates.
I am 22 years old. I city of Memphis. I graduated in 2019 from the Memphis Central High School. I was an ambassador for Memphis Ambassadors program, internship at Memphis City Hall, and me getting in here helped me work full time here. My supervisor as an intern, she brought me in as a temp, and after a temp, part time, after part time, full time, and I'm just here to tell you, it's possible.
You good?
Hello, my name is Keith from Salisbury.
So Keepling was one of my kids years ago. Didn't have the best grades, but he leaned into an opportunity to do the internship. And in the presentation, Keepling never went to college. He leaned into the internship, built a connection with the person he did the internship for, and she brought him back, first temporary, now full-time. And so that was Keepling's story, but that's a story for a lot of our students. What we try to do, we funnel these kids to opportunities. That's what we do. At the end of the day, what they do with them is that's them. So we get into the communities, we spend time with these kids. Our team they're part-time people. Kids have their cell phone numbers. They call all times of night. Parents have my email. I won't take a city cell phone because I wanted to make sure I could turn my cell phone off at night. So I don't pass out my cell phone number like I used to, but that is our program. We run the gamut. Coming up, we're gonna lean into AI technology, so the students will be doing that. They'll be doing drone technology. If they wanna get their FAA licenses, we'll help them do that. We just run the gamut. That's what we do. And we lean a lot into mental health because a lot of this stuff is mental health based. It is. And we have to help our kids from that aspect. We got to work top down. We're trying to change behavior, but we can't change behavior if we don't change the way that you think. How do you see yourself? How do you see your situation? Your situation is not defining who you are. It's just the place that you're in right now. And so we bring in mental health people to help them define their situations. And when you start building a rapport with kids and they start trusting you, now you're doing real youth engagement. That's the real work. And so that's why we spend a lot of time mentoring kids. We can do life skills all day long. The kid's gonna come back and say, hey, this is boring. Absolutely, you're right. But you learn by repetition. When we put you in front of division directors, and especially MLG&W, they will rip them kids apart because of resumes. So, but it made us work harder as, hey, we got to make sure y'all ready because some of these folks ain't gonna play. So that is our job. That's what we do.
I appreciate it, and I got to keep us moving. I hear you on the counselors. If only the state had an extra $1.8 billion for educational services that they could use for trauma counselors and support services. Imagine what would happen. All right, colleagues, we needed to have this heard. We kicked it last time. I know that you've got questions. If we could keep it moving forward because the clock is tight. We got 2 big items coming up. But please take all the time you need, but please be cognizant of the time. I got Smiley, Logan, Easter Thomas, and Johnson in the queue.
Councilman Carlisle said brevity. So I'm gonna just be real quick. Councilman Carlisle, myself, and Councilman Warren, we had an opportunity to participate in a MAP program. When I walked in, I'm anticipating, 2 or 3 kids, maybe 1 parent. And when I tell you they had the First Baptist Bride packed out, and it wasn't just packed out with children, it was their parents were sitting right next to them. I don't know if I've seen a program, city-run program like this in the city of Memphis with so much participation from the students and so much participation from the parents. And usually when I get up and speak to younger people, the younger people are not as engaged. Them young people were listening at full intention and hanging on every word that we said. I think that's a testament to the work that they're doing. And the reason that I asked them to come is I think, the next council, Councilman Jones and some of the departing members of this body, I think we need to be intentional of the type of programs we're investing in. So I don't care what the budget looks like. I know when I see MAP before me, you can expect a motion from me to increase their line item because they're doing the real work in the city of Memphis. And when it comes, I hope I have the full support of the incoming body and the council members who will be returning. With that, I'm done.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And we also hope we can see some of those interns up here. on our floor. Okay, I just had two questions, and y'all already know how I feel about you. I do awesome work, and I appreciate it. What is the recidivism rate for that program that you were talking about?
Which one?
The one with the, I think it's MAP.
So are you talking about, so it's subdivided. Are you talking about the AMC program?
Yes, AMC, I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah.
So can you further clarify that question?
Like, how many come through the program and maintain the training and the teaching and benefit from that that program? You know, some of them wear ankle bracelets.
What's your matriculation?
I mean, I'm sorry, your success rate.
So the way, it's kind of weird the way it's set up. When we work with Project Stand with their students. So it's 90 days for their students. So they come in, we work with Project Stand, we work with them 90 days, then these kids are able to go back to like their home school. Right now we're in Carver. So at that point, for Project Stand, it's 90 days. For the people for the students we get from the state or like from MSCS, once they're in. So it's up to them to leave. Normally they stay. What we have to do with that program is that, so our programs, we run year round, but we have to stop like the 9th through 12th grade program just to get prepared for the summertime or whatever. AMC has to run longer because they don't have consistency with people in their spaces. So we have to run them literally almost 10 months out of a year. So we have to hold on to those kids. As long as we have programming, they're coming. Once we stop, we lose them. So we are intentional about how long we run AMC. So as long as we're running, they're coming.
So is it like a group comes in, you run 10 months, and then they graduate out of that program or that portion of the program?
So if they come in as a 9th grader, we'll run 10 months. Then for 2 months, they're off. If they come in as a 10th grader, they're going to run 9th grade through 12th grade, 10th grade through 12th grade. Whatever grade they get in, they stay with us. We don't let kids go.
Okay.
We don't. We try to add kids, but we don't let kids go.
All right, thank you. And I'll follow up too with the rest of the questions since the time is short. Thank you though for what you do.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank y'all for coming and what y'all do. Some of y'all may not know, but I have a younger brother, and so he was a part of the MAP program. So selfishly, I've sat behind him and watched some of the virtual sessions and remote sessions. Ultimately, he had to get out of it because it conflicted with his extracurriculars. But just having that opportunity and for the other students as well, even if they weren't in those areas where the community centers was a good happening in the past few years. One thing that I asked, going along with Councilman Smiley, I think that anything that is going to impact our youth positively, we should try to support. One thing that I asked from you all, and I don't know if this goes back to DataWorks or you all, but that the metrics are pretty lacking, the impact, like the showing of impact that you have. We can't tell if the 8th through 12th graders, how they're doing really academically, GPA and grade point average, we don't get their test scores. What are their teachers saying on the parent survey? Is there any feeling of aptitude for their student? Being able to say this many kids got this on the ACT part of the MAP program, so we know they're eligible for something, college and career, right? Which is 21 in the state of Tennessee. So just, I would say, before budget season, it needs to be a real show of metrics, because it doesn't, like, I know because I've seen it personally, but this doesn't show the impact, right? It tells the story in the narrative, but it doesn't have the metrics to go along with it. So that's my only ask, so that we can say, because there are going to be folks that say on your increase $3.6 million that we don't need to put that in there. But if you want to show that we need to keep supporting one of the only things that we do with the youth up here, so I don't know who to blame that on, all of us, I guess. that we actually need to be able to pinpoint to what's been happening. So are they increasing in academics, or are the kids just getting an intern stipend, right? You don't have to answer that because you need the metrics to answer it for you. So that's my only ask before budget season, is that you all are able to collect some metrics that actually show the impact of academic success. Are you tracking them afterwards? How are they improving in the school? Because a couple hundred kids is a lot. And if we can show that they're being better Memphians and that our city is better because of it, that'll help for us to support and for the money to go towards it. So we just need, it doesn't tell the impact.
Yes, ma'am.
Is what I'm saying. So
Yes,
we need metrics to show the impact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you, Councilwoman East Chalmers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My comments is related to, I think we still have a gap. You talk about the kids from 8 through 12, I guess 9 through 12, with a 3.0 average. What about the ones who don't have a 3.0, but they're not necessarily in any type of transitional setting? They too need to be recognized and be given the same opportunity. Maybe they can get to 3.0 if they were given that opportunity. So I would definitely encourage this group next year to give you the funding to help as many kids in between. Because if they're able to maintain a 3.0 average as it is, they're probably on the right track. We're trying to catch anybody else that may need a little help and lift them up. So I would hope that y'all will recognize that group and help. In the meantime, I also noticed that y'all are out there advertising for employ at the same time. How is that program going along, and what's happening? And make sure people understand the importance of having youth apply for it.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Employ is actually our 6-week program. It operates only in the summertime because, as the councilwoman said, you have some youth who have extracurricular activities, so that interferes. So we do offer a different option. And the Employ program has the unique opportunity, unfortunately, we operate across budgets. So because we're in the summer, our first 3 weeks of our program operates under one budget, and the next 3 weeks operates under a different budget. So right now, the Employ program is still going to be operating the first part of summer 2024 under the current budget. And we had a successful summer last year. And with that being said, that we are in a deficit right now on the number of kids we're going to be able to host for next summer. Yes, ma'am.
You're in a deficit.
Yes, ma'am. We usually host up to about 1,750 kids. We have funding because we had such a successful summer last year and some budget issues that came up with the ARPA funding. We are currently, the funding we have across our budget line to host youth, we are only going to be able to host about 400 youth for next summer.
So that's a big drop from 17 to 400.
It is. We have, I've been in direct contact, obviously, with Director Griffith, and we've been having conversations with Chief Ryan about our budget situation.
I'm sorry to hear that. Council? Future council? Friends? Yes, 1,300 less students that we won't be able to touch, and that's 100 bodies on those streets looking for something to do. Well, we see that's a problem, y'all. You know, if we can do anything before December 30, I'm sure the Department for Employ would appreciate it. But in the meantime, how do kids apply for those 400 positions that you're trying to get?
Glad you asked. We can, solicit the help of our council. So if you would like to share the information about how to apply for either program with your constituents, we have flyers for you. We're happy, of course, to email them to you, but all the kids have to simply, or the parents, we have parents who apply for their youth, is just go to our website, cityofmemphisyouth.org, and the application immediately pops up. It's for both programs. When you go inside, you have to decide which program you like to apply for, which one you're eligible for, because one requires a GPA, the other does not. One's year-round and one is 6 weeks. So just immediately go to our website, and our application is open through December 31st.
Definitely email us. Send it to some of our staff. They'll get it to council members.
So can you briefly tell us what the income would be for these individuals who apply for these positions? What's the income briefly for those three groups?
For Marquez can speak to his, but of course, ours for the employee is based on a range of $9 to $15 based on your age and your education. The $15 goes to our college students. You have to currently be in college in order to be eligible for that amount.
And what's the youngest?
14, ages 14 to 22.
Sufficient for 14.
Yep, by December 31st of this year to apply.
On the wage until I heard,
No.
14.
14,
so there's that.
14.
$2 instead of
You're dated.
All right. Incomes, is that?
Okay,
right? Yeah.
so for the MAP program, if you go back and look at the slide, the presentation, when it has, because it's tiered, so students have the ability, especially if you're in 9th and 10th grade, you can make up to, I think it's $3,600 a year because you're getting paid once a month. For 11th and 12th grade, it's $4,400 a year. And that's because our 11th and 12th graders need a little more going into education as far as like housing, getting ready for school, college prep, ACT prep. So that's what their income looks like. And it's about the same thing for like our incoming ambassadors for our AMC kids. It's about $3,000 a year, which they get paid every month as well. And for the 8th graders, 8th grade only makes like $150 because what 8th grader needs too much money. So they're about $1,100 a year.
I think that's the battle we're fighting out there. I'm being honest. But I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate all the work that you're doing. And obviously, like you said, we're kind of splitting budget years, but we'll see what we can work out. Beauty of having a new mayor come in. All right, thank you so much. We are going to move on to item number 1. Resolution regarding addition of board seats on University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation, contingent on transfer of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium to the University of Memphis. This affects District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Vice Chairman Smiley, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I'm going to go ahead and just recognize, I think I see several people. If I forget you, I apologize, but I see Mrs. Van Landingham and Mr. Moody from the University of Memphis. I see Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart from, thank you, oh my God, Southern Heritage Classic and AutoZone Liberty Bowl, respectively. And is there anybody else that is a party to this or a potential party in the administration's here as well? See Chief Ryan. Did I miss anybody? All right. Vice Chairman Smiley, the floor is yours to introduce your resolution.
Okay. I think it's been covered at length in the media. Some of the media has done a pretty good job. Some of them has done a piss poor job. But I'll be very direct. When I look at the request from the University of Memphis, I acknowledge that we want to be good partners to the University of Memphis. But I've never been a part of any business deal when all the interested parties were not at the table. When you're attempting to transfer city-owned assets, it's more than just the party who wants to receive. It's more than just the administration. It's also the council. There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to happen with an asset that's owned by the people of Memphis, that's owned by the city of Memphis, without 13 individually elected representatives having an opportunity to weigh in. Everybody on the city council does not agree on what needs to take place. We all have different thoughts, different ideas, but the city council has not been given a legitimate opportunity. What's happened to far too long in the city is the city council has been discounted. We're not gonna be discounted again. That goes to every business leader in the community who discounts the city council, that goes for the administration going forward. We have a responsibility to the city of Memphis to put ideas out there and to have very robust discussions in the public sector. But that's not happening. This deal happened without us even having an opportunity to say, well, what about this? Well, how about, can we do it a different way? So what happened in the very last hour, the city council was given a plan and told to take a vote. No one came to this elected body to say, let's have a conversation about how this is supposed to happen. We cannot continue to operate that way. We have a co-equal branch of government for a reason. And now let's talk more specifically about the proposal before us. The proposal before us is real simple. They're asking to first of all, let's set the record straight. The stadium is owned by the city of Memphis. And I've saw some commentary about it, and folks don't understand it. The stadium is owned by the city of Memphis, not anyone else. And what's being asked is for us to give that stadium to the University of Memphis. But not only do we give it to the University of Memphis, the University of Memphis will be receiving $120 million via the state. And the city of Memphis will also be required to continue paying essentially debt service from today up until 2047. There's been conversations about taking a liability off the council books, but ultimately the city council, the city of Memphis will continue to pay for this building. And let me speak to this. The University of Memphis will receive the Liberty Bowl Stadium, assuming the council approves the transfer. However, everything around Liberty Bowl Stadium will still be owned by the city of Memphis. That means Tiger Lane. That means the Memphis Youth Sports Complex. That means the Pipkin Building. That means all of these things are city-owned assets. And I think would be almost silly for us to make a transfer that will ultimately have an impact on city-owned assets without having some meaningful say in what happens. And meaningful say is simply give the city of Memphis a seat at the table. And I'm going to read the last clause of the resolution because it's very specific. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby request that the University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation amend its governing documents as needed to allow for this addition of a board seat. One, because I had a pretty good conversation with Mr. Moody over here, with the stipulation that the appointee to this seat would specifically have a say in the matters related to Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium only. The University of Memphis is receiving a building. They're receiving significant funding. I think it's reasonable to say if they're receiving this from us, the governing body could amend their governing documents to allow for a board seat. So appointed by the mayor, approved by the council, so we can have a meaningful say. Because once we transfer, it's over. We no longer have a say in. And, I also seen, some language. I think it was a well-drafted letter. So shout out to whoever drafted that letter. A well-drafted letter from University of Memphis or ASL talking about the potential proposal. And the language they used very carefully, they said the creating a board seat would be challenging, but the word that they did not use was impossible. They did not use the word impossible because it's feasible. We, as a council, should stop being dictated to on what we need to be doing. We have a responsibility to ask questions. Shout out to Councilwoman Johnson, who asks a lot of them, to make sure that we're doing everything that's in the best interest of the people. We cannot determine if it's in the best interest of the people if we're forced or commanded to vote without having all the information. And with that, I'm out the queue, and I also encourage, I know that there's been some talk about some additional proposals. My friends would say, don't be scared. If you have some thoughts about what should happen, here's your platform. You were elected to advocate for people. So don't be quiet today. Thank you.
I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas. All right, we're gonna get the queue set. I got Easter Thomas, then we're gonna Robinson. I saw Jones, and then Morgan, and then I saw Warren, Logan, and then Johnson. How'd I do?
You did a
Good.
good
All
job.
right.
You did a good job.
A lot of things going on here out the side. All right, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions, separate questions. One, I know we received an email talking about additional payments. So we would need an explanation of that. And then also for the bringer of the item, just to get more clarity after your explanation of the resolution, how would you explain what's the value add of us having a board seat on there for the stadium that will be operating for the football season? And does any of this speak to, I know we talked last council meeting, somebody brought up about Southern Heritage Classic. Does it speak to that as well? So I guess that's three-part. One, what's the value add of us actually having a board seat? Would we be getting in the way? Would it be helpful on our end? Second, what does any of this have to do with Southern Heritage Classic, if anything? And then thirdly, need an in-depth explanation for what we received on email about the additional pieces of funding, which was not brought up last council meeting.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. I'm gonna recognize Vice Chairman Smiley to answer question one, and then I'm gonna ask you if you want to direct question two towards Mr. Jones or towards the administration or towards the sponsor. So, Vice
Okay,
Chairman Smiley.
thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, hailing from District 7. I think I would equate that to having a vote on this body, because we discuss issues all the time. We may not agree, however, we have a responsibility to the people that elected us to advocate their issues. It'll be my position that if a person is appointed by the mayor, approved by the council, and has the ability or the authority to speak to what happens with Liberty Bowl Stadium, they will be advocating for positions that are likened to or identical to the city of Memphis, the entity, the municipality. And I think there's value in a vote, because what we do all the time, and I think Councilman Jones is gonna chime in, because I'm gonna allude to something. The FedEx Forum. We have a say in what happens with the FedEx Forum. We have a vote with what happens with the FedEx Forum. And I'm gonna let Councilman Jones speak more specific to that, but I think there's a value in having someone at the table who's hearing the conversations of the board when it comes to Simmons Bank Stadium or Liberty Bowl.
Simmons Bank Liberty Bowl.
Simmons Bank Liberty Bowl Stadium. You know, I think there's
super catchy.
It's an amazing name. But I think there's value in having someone there advocating on behalf of the city of Memphis, especially if what happens with Liberty Bowl ultimately impacts the city-owned assets that surround it, specifically the Liberty Bowl. They do not own the land surrounding it. The city of Memphis does. But also, I think it's important for us to note, and I said it in my comments, I know Councilman Carlisle wants Chief Ryan to speak to it. What's wild to me is that we've been presented a proposal, and we're every single day we're finding out more details. We weren't given this by the administration. You should feel disrespected. We were not given any of this information by the administration. But what I did find out, shout out to the media who's done a really good job of reporting, we find out more information from the media than we do from the administration. I see every single council member up here nodding their head. Y'all were elected to advocate for people. You cannot be an elected official who's responsible for advocating for people and you take something at the very end and just vote on it without asking any questions. You cannot, and you should not be an elected official if you get something at the very last minute and say, you know what, they told us it was good, so we should take it. No, we have a responsibility to ask questions, bring proposals, have these very robust discussions in front of the people, and ultimately figure out what is in the best interest of the city of Memphis.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, your second question, I believe, was towards the...
Well, we can do the...
go to the bond payment.
Ryan first.
Okay.
And Councilman Smiley, you're right. Let's keep that same energy when we presented with stuff last minute and ask for a vote.
Oh, I'm keeping the same minute.
All right.
I'm keeping the same minute.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that so you want to now address the debt question. Okay, Chief Ryan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operations Officer for the City of Memphis. The bond payment is $2 million a year through FY30, and then it reduces to 1.3 for FY31 to 40, and then it reduces to $250,000 from FY21 through FY47. I do want to mention that when this was brought to this body, the ask at that time was to hear the presentation and to engage in conversations moving forward. The mayor sent out a couple of emails saying that he would love to have more conversation. And in fact, he said, understandably, you have many questions that could not be addressed in an hour presentation. And the invitation was to have additional conversations as this council saw fit. So I'm glad that we're here today to talk more about the details of what this agreement would look like. I just wanted to point that out. That this.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I know Councilman Carla said we were late. So why do we have debt service on it? I guess is the next question. And then what does, you said $2 million per year, then $1 million, and you gave a date range that Councilman Ford said that's too far to be thinking about. So what's the total? What's the total?
This was provided in the email dated December 3rd.
I know, but we don't have it printed out.
And I believe I believe it's about 30 million. That's what I believe.
So why do we have the debt service?
28,750. Yeah, I got
28,750,000.
It's a combination, and I'm not gonna include everything, but I'll give a broad overview as best I can. Yeah. It's a combination of GO bonds that went in for the ADA compliance, and then it's a combination of, and I think just the 20 million that's listed is just the GO bonds. There's 4 or 5 million that were part of the TDZ bond issuance, I think for stadium or locker room upgrades. And there may be one more series out there that I can't quite remember. But this suite reno. But ultimately, it's all been things over the last, let's call it 6 to 8 years that have gone back in for what you would consider deferred maintenance in the stadium specific. And by the way, the lion's share of that was getting in compliance with it was a consent decree that required this. It was a federal ADA issue where we had to get the stadium into ADA compliance. Were basically the big swaths of what the debt was used for.
And there's no way that U of M can take that price point on, or we can deduct that from the 120. There's no way for us to save that 20. What'd you say? 28.
28,750,000. You want to address that?
So the deal structure at this point does not contemplate that. Our thinking was that this was an obligation that we undertook as a city to renovate it, and again, ultimately on the long term, it would save us the liability of the stadium moving forward. So our position was to take that debt on, to continue paying it.
Okay, and then the third question.
Yes,
so go ahead.
I was just saying, who do you want to recognize to answer that?
It doesn't matter, whoever can.
So I will speak to that.
Because we can't forget about.
I haven't forgot at all.
No, I mean we as the council.
Oh yeah, I don't think the council. I think is very, very vivid on the mind of this body the value that this classic brings to the city of Memphis. My proposal, which was giving the council and the mayor and the city administration an opportunity to opine or weigh in on what happens with Liberty Bowl. That's one thing. And one of the reasons that I encourage each and every person to put their ideas out there and to let it be known is because I know on this body there's ideas about meaningful ways that we can support the Southern Heritage Classic going forward. And I want the individuals who are of that thinking to put it out there, so that we can have this robust conversation going forward. And I also want to remind this body that at the last council meeting, we moved down the vote. We sent down the Liberty Bowl Stadium's package with no recommendation. That means that at the full council, we're either gonna have to take an up or down vote or hold it until we figure out what this body wants to do. I just wanted to put that on everyone's mind. What this body wants to do. Not anyone else, but this body. If you have an idea specifically related to Southern Heritage Classes, put it out there. But ultimately, we have to decide what this body wants to do. Thank you.
Councilwoman, does that satisfy your questions?
That's all, because we got a lot of people in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. All right,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several questions. And my first question for the citizens of Memphis, we want to know what value, dollar amount, does this bring to the citizens of Memphis minus the debt that we already owe? I haven't seen the value proposition. So what is it? What is the value proposition?
So number one, it helps us to leverage the additional funding that the university is looking to get. So we're looking to allocate $120 million from the state. There is a need for $220 million. So an additional $100 million would be brought to the table from the part of the University of Memphis. So that helps to bring the stadium to a place where the renovations could help the U of M to get into a different conference, which would be great for the city of Memphis. Also, again, it would take the burden or the liability of the stadium off of the books for the city of Memphis. We currently we spend dollars with maintenance, and I believe we may have provided that. Let me check on the facility annually. And this would relieve a lot of the pressure of that type of activity, and it would allow for the main tenant to have the responsibility of maintaining it moving forward. Do you have anything you want to mention?
Good morning, Council people. Ken Moore, Director of Community Relations with the University of Memphis. I'm sorry.
With the city of
I spent 20 years here, y'all. I got to get used to not being here. Right? I thought
He got to change his pen.
I thought I got away from all this. I think specifically, Councilwoman, to your question, there is a $2 million savings a year for the city of Memphis if this proposal takes place. So for value, you guys, I just heard MAP give a presentation. You guys are looking for money to help expand MAP. There's a $2 million a year savings for the city of Memphis if this proposal is approved.
Okay. So you tell me that, but for the citizens of Memphis, we want it in writing on a chart. This is how much we owe. This is how much we're going to continue to pay. This is how much we'll make on the deal. And we don't have that information in that format, and that's difficult for us to see it that way. Now, I feel like I'm back many years ago on the school board when we were selling schools, buildings that cost taxpayers multiple millions of dollars, and when we were ready to move on to build a new one or we wanted to close that school, we were selling them for $1. I didn't agree with that. I don't agree with that today. We stopped it, and we asked for in the record and in our policies that we get fair market value. We need to talk about fair market value and also what is the value of this proposition for the city. We just know what you're saying to us, but we don't see the numbers. We can't look at it clearly for ourselves, and I think that is in good faith, we need to do that for the citizens of Memphis. And I'm not saying it's not a good deal. I can't say it's a good deal or a bad deal. I just don't have the information. And my last question is that one of the most generous people in the city of Memphis, and that's Fred Smith, has offered to give the University of Memphis $50 million. If we were to keep that property, will he still give us that same proposition?
No, ma'am. I think if you heard from his son this morning that their donation, their gift is contingent on the stadium being transferred to the foundation.
Okay, so you would add that to the spreadsheet so we know. But I do believe that we deserve to have those numbers before we finish this conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
we
you.
need that information.
Yeah, and I would just say, I was on the fence about how to handle today, but the business side of me struggles not. Anyway, fair market values, you know, you can do an appraisal. The problem is there's no comp set for a large stadium that's owned by a municipality because the restricted pool of buyers is what that is. It's not like there's a group of people out there that the city. It's not that people wouldn't come in and buy it. It's just I've been here long enough to know that the city wouldn't approve any transfer or even sale to any third party entity, especially if it was an out of town company coming to buy it. So when you really look at the pool of buyers, they're so heavily restricted that the value itself is restricted. And then there's the terminal value of the asset itself. It's a I don't even know, 100-year-old stadium. How old is the stadium, Steve? I mean, 100 years, yeah.
1960s.
The early 60s, and so it's been lipsticked over time and slowly renovated and added on, and so really what you have is you have a large amount of concrete that only has value based on who the buyer and the seller would be, and there aren't that many buyers out there. Really, there's probably zero buyers for it because there's no value to it unless they can find a user, and the city again wouldn't let anybody buy it, tear it down, and redevelop it into something else. So its value is JB just said keeping it in the community, which is why I understand where he's at. But its value ultimately is its liability, meaning it's got a net equity value. It really actually has no value. And so and I wouldn't call it a savings. It's basically a trade-off. We're losing direct control of the stadium. We're foregoing the deferred maintenance and any future capital needs. If the federal government says that stadium's got to be green by 2028, that would be on us to do today, right? To have a net zero footprint. But instead, that would be on the Auxiliary Services Board and the university to figure out. So, but you're not saving, you are and you aren't saving $2 million. That $2 million now is just going to go to pay debt service. So the $2 million in operating cash flow that you're saving really just goes to pay the debt service on something you don't owe. It's really what you want to do with the debt service. Other than that, it's a sweetheart deal for the city. But Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to remind us that what we're talking about right now is the addition of board seats on the University Auxiliary Service Board for a council member or a council appointee from the chair. And we've got other examples of this. We have council members serving on the zoo board. We're non-voting members, but what that does is I think it helps provide that sort of interchange of ideas back and forth to where that council member can report what's going on at the zoo with the council and what the council's thinking about the zoo, how to sort of smooth things out as we move forward. So for that reason, I think this is a really good idea to actually have someone who's there, and you may want them on your board just period, just so you can have them back and forth, on other issues that the city may be able to help, because if they're non-voting, they'll at least be able to bring ideas back that you want presented at council that would help the University of Memphis. That being said, looking at giving away the stadium, I'm looking at item number 7 in a letter that says that if this was ever sold, we would be given first right of refusal. And I think the thing that would make Councilwoman Robinson and a lot of us feel better is if that, for some reason it was decided to be sold, we should get it back for the exact amount of money we gave it to you for, which would be zero. And people are saying, well, you're putting $110 million in it. You're doing all this other stuff to it. Well, the bottom line is no one else is going to be able to use that stadium except for us. And if we're giving it for free, that makes it less likely you're going to sell that stadium or to anyone else because you're going to have to give it back to the city. So I think
Dr. Warren, is that a motion?
I would move that number 7 be considered. We get it back for the same amount we've given it because these for $1. Are we?
I got to give you value.
Due consideration.
Yeah, but on that, I don't think that's going to be a big issue because that stadium is going to be with the University of Memphis forever. And now we're going to get in the ACC or whatever else we're going to get into. So in my mind, it's a win-win, and it takes that whole issue off the table. The other issue is all the improvements that have been made that we're paying debt service for.
Hold on, just sorry, Dr. Warren.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
I second it.
It's been moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by, are there any objections? Yep, well, all right. So I'm gonna open, I saw Councilwoman Johnson's hand first. To the motion, Councilwoman Johnson.
How can we make a motion to somebody's document?
I'm sorry?
Can we make a motion to somebody else's
He's
document?
he's adding it into this document.
Yeah. So it's an amendment.
I'm adding
a motion to amend.
This is a
our
contract that we're gonna have to.
No.
It's a contract we're gonna have to vote on.
So I think what Dr. Warren is trying to accomplish is he wants provision 7 to be amended. What the way that we could work it is we just add it to the resolution as a
We have
proposal.
to create a resolution.
Yeah, no, we can.
I'm just gonna kick it off
we
the
can,
bottom.
we can just add a whereas clause.
But that's
speak
a
to this
resolution in motion.
It's a friendly amendment. I take it as a friendly amendment. That'll work.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, all right, hold on. Sorry, Dr. Warren. And then I had Councilman Morgan also in the queue to the motion.
Councilman Johnson asked my question.
All right. All right, that is added without objection. Dr. Warren, the floor is still yours to the main motion.
Well, I've got a couple other things I'd like to say that don't have to deal with that, but it's got to do with the debt, so maybe I can make a second motion on that. Is that as we move forward and we give the stadium to University of Memphis, all of the things that we paid for that have been improvements to the stadium, they still get. So, and if holding this up is that we don't want to be paying debt that we no longer have any assets for, that they assume that debt as part of we giving the stadium to them, and that means they'll have an extra $2 million a year in their budget till 2047 as opposed to the city. So I would like to make a motion that the debt that's still liable for the improvements that the city has made on the stadium goes with the stadium to the University of Memphis for free. And they just, they're taking the stadium for free. They take the debt along with it because it's part of the stadium.
So I just want to make sure that I understand. So you made mention of the debt service. Are you saying that the city's going to still fulfill? Are they going to use them as a fiduciary? Are we going to grant $2 million worth to them? Or are you saying that?
I'm saying that they will assume the debt along with the stadium.
Okay. Does the university want to respond to that? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman. I would say that at this point, that's not something we can agree to.
Okay. Well, let's just put it out there that we're going to move that we would like you guys to think about it because you hadn't thought of it yet. And,
Well, actually, we have. We've had that
and
conversation.
why did you determine that it wasn't fair to do?
There are state requirements that prevent us from doing that.
So it's illegal to do that.
I won't say it's illegal, but there are state requirements that prevent us from doing that.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll withdraw my suggestion.
But hold up.
Okay.
We don't know much about this deal at all.
So here's
We can bring it back later.
Hold on. Here's what I'll offer. If you guys will provide a letter from either your general counsel or the comptroller that addresses that, I think that will allay their concerns.
Okay.
Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, ma'am. Would you please state your name and title for the record?
Thank you, Council. First time speaking before you. Katie Van Landingham, Chief Government Relations Officer for the University of Memphis. The issue with the debt that we saw was that the debt is actually attached to your general fund, which shows that there's no way for us to determine that all $30 million of those bonds were spent directly onto the stadium, which related to some issues for us accepting debt within our foundation without proper SBC and TSSBA approval at a state level. That was the concern there.
I want to make sure
with that.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I understand that.
I want Alan Wade to
What you're saying is that your board could not determine that the money that was appropriated by the Memphis City Council didn't go into the project?
Because it's attached to the general fund and not to the stadium. That is the issue. If you may be able to provide those documentations, but unfortunately the bonds are attached to your general fund, your operating budget as a whole. rather than to the actual stadium. That's our understanding. We would have to go through SBC and TSSBA to get that proper approval.
That may be. I think that what I'm hearing from my colleagues is they want a letter that from your general counsel or the city's bond counsel or the comptroller that states that. All right, I'm sorry. Were we still Doc? Doc withdrew the motion.
I withdrew
still
the
has
second
floor.
motion, and we still have to vote on the first.
No, you can. Yeah. All right. Are you finished, Doc? All right, Chairman Jones, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my initial concern was the debt service that's on that. One of the things, colleagues, and this has just been a frustration of mine, this sort of goes back to what Vice Chair Smiley mentioned, is that we're always presented with, bam, here's the proposal. We don't know, and I would ask too, and this goes to your point, Vice Chair Smiley, that this is to the incoming administration. Whenever there's something major and the council is going to have to vote on it, it would behoove you to have the chairman of the council part of those discussions, because as I've said time and time before, yes, we are the city, but the city is a two-headed creature of the administration and the council. And not all the time are we going to be on the same page. And this happens to be one of those. And so this is one of those issues. We're getting things right now. I would even ask, we know that a significant part of that debt service went to the Liberty Bowl. What it seems like the University of Memphis is saying, we're saying no to all of it, versus saying, okay, well, out of that 28,750,000, only 2 million of it may not have been attributable to that, but it appears that if there's, and what I would want to hear too, if it's determined that 26 of it, and we can show documentation that 26 million of it went to the Liberty Bowl, we have the receipts for that, then that would be part of that discussion. Now, going back to, although we may not necessarily have a buyer or provide comps on that, the stadium somewhat has been depreciated down to zero, but we've put money into it. So remember, colleagues, when we had President Hargrave here last week, I said, if you all were to build a stadium, how much would it cost you? He said $400 million. So I would contend that price is somewhere between zero and $400 million. We determined that. Now, another point that I want to raise too, colleagues, when we look at the FedEx Forum is owned by the New Arena Public Building Authority. That has representatives appointed by the city and the county to do so. So what didn't come before us was, hey, let's create an entity. Instead of just outright giving it to the University of Memphis, we create a similar type of function to do that. To me, that would have been more amenable, and I could vote on that versus, but there's still other elements of that. Part of it is, based upon what's presented, hey, I'm giving you the house. You have it in your possession, but I still got to pay the insurance on it for the next 23, 24 years to do that. You wouldn't give up your house for nothing and then continue to pay the insurance for the next 23 years. But that's what's being asked here. So we only had one proposal. We don't know what the other proposals are. And so for us to vote on that, knowing what, and that's always been the position here. We are always expected to, here's what we came up with, say yes. And I'm just not going to be doing it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones, would you like a response from the University of Memphis as related to why this entity was chosen and why that entity was chosen versus a creation of a body, or were those? Well, but I'm just, it's your prerogative.
No, not necessarily, because one thing that I know that based upon this current arrangement, we are totally out of it. We don't. And, part of the emails, and there was clarification that was sent yesterday, because the first email, and this email was shared with me, well, as it relates, and it takes me back to a couple other questions that I want to address. But the intimation was that they were going to honor the current existing contracts of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl as well as Southern Heritage Classic. Said nothing about what contracts happen or what takes place after those particular contracts expire. Now, there was follow-up to that to say that they would sort of have similar terms going forward. But before we do that, colleagues, I think it would be helpful for us to hear from Mr. Earhart and from Mr. Jones, because what was intimated to us last week was that, oh, we've talked to them, they're totally on board with this. Now, I guess I'm stretching what the words were, but we have not heard from them personally, and I think it would benefit the council to hear from them.
So, Chairman Jones, if you don't have an objection, I'm going to allow the university to respond, and then I'm going to bring Mr. Jones, Mr. Earhart forward.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. And I will say, Councilman, your points are well taken. I have personally met with Mr. Jones, with our athletic director, with our assistant athletic director to talk about any issues and concerns that he has. We left that meeting, and Fred can speak for himself. He had no concerns. Actually, Mr. Jones has given us the dates for his game through 2029, right? And so we have had those conversations with him. I had a conversation with Mr. Jones and Councilwoman Johnson where we discussed any issues or concerns that he may have. And so if there's any now, they came up after he said that he was okay, but I'll let him speak for himself.
But let me ask you this. When did that meeting take place? Was that before the last council meeting?
Yes, no, it was just last Friday.
Okay, so that's the point, though. Friday. The point that I'm making is that what was represented to us at the last council meeting.
No, sir, it was not council. All we ever said was Mr. Jones and those guys
so
were part
my colleagues,
of the
just about not afraid. We were under the understanding that Southern Heritage and AutoZone, we were on board with this.
No, Mr. Jones and I had that particular conversation because there was a misunderstanding.
Mr. Reed, let's just let Mr. Jones, Mr. Earhart.
Can I say this, Council? Can I just?
Yes, sir.
Because when Fred and I first talked about that particular issue, Councilman, he said that it was a misunderstanding. He was aware of this deal. And that wasn't what was reported. The president and AD said that he was part of what that construction at the Liberty Bowl looked like. So it was two separate deals. It was never that he said he was okay with this deal because he had not heard it. You guys had not heard it until 2 weeks ago. So we had never said, we never represented, and I'm sure you can go back and pull the tape, that Mr. Jones said he was okay with this deal because he didn't know about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Jones, Mr. Earhart, would y'all mind coming forward? Thank you for coming down this morning. I know this is exactly what you wanted to be doing Tuesday. Please have a seat, I guess, and I'll give the floor back to Chairman Jones. But if you could both state your name and roles with your each of your organizations, I'd appreciate it. Then Chairman Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
To put it on, thank you for having us down here. My name is Steve Earhart. I'm the executive director of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. And to give you a little background, because we, as you said, Councilman, this is coming relatively quickly to us, but a little bit of background to who we are. We have an AutoZone Liberty Bowl Festival Association made of about 500 members here in Memphis, 150 corporate partners. Of course, our title sponsor, AutoZone. FedEx is our second largest sponsor. And to give you a little context, I've heard about the name. Actually, this is our 65th year. This is the seventh oldest bowl game. And when the bowl was originally created by a World War II veteran, Bud Dudley, it was started in Philadelphia, hence the name Liberty. So when he moved the bowl down here 60-some years ago, the stadium was originally Memphis Memorial Stadium. And the name Liberty comes from our association, the Liberty Bowl Festival Association. Of course, we're proud of that, and part of our mission is to continue to feature patriotism, liberty, and freedom in the bowl game. And so we have a great economic impact on the community. Some people had asked about that. We bring over, the figures are over 25 million of new money per year because we bring in teams and universities to come in our city. For example, all day yesterday we're working with the Iowa State University. They're planning to bring 15,000 people down here. They'll be staying a week here in Memphis, and the economic impact is one of our goals. Our mission, fivefold. One, to platform the city around the rest of the country. Generally, every year, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl television ratings on ESPN is the highest event originating from Memphis, Tennessee. That includes all other events. Number two, to have events here in Memphis for Memphians to participate. In fact, right today, the AutoZone High School Auto Liberty Bowl All-Stars are practicing for their game. 84 young student athletes from 56 high schools here in the Memphis area will be playing on Saturday in the high school All-Star game, getting opportunities for a lot of young kids, young student athletes to get scholarships. That'll be telecast on Channel 5 on Saturday. So we're much more than just one game. Also, we want to bring a great economic impact to the community. I said a fourth thing is the St. Jude message. We're associated. Danny Thomas was originally involved with the bowl early on, and St. Jude is in everything we do. We buy 3 minutes of halftime from ESPN to feature the city, and your mayor is always a guest on that video if you watch our halftime show, and the St. Jude folks are featured in that. And then, as I said earlier, to carry on the tradition of patriotism and liberty itself. So we have had a continuing lease arrangement with the city of Memphis for 60-some years, and that lease is what you were talking about, Councilman, about the continuing the opportunity to conduct our game and to do create all those items that we've talked about here in the stadium. And that's one thing that we've had, as Ken said, we would like to get as much assurance as we can that continuing as a major tenant, in fact, our name, to continue on the stadium. And so that's what we've been discussing with the University of Memphis and making sure that we have the opportunity to continue to participate and have the AutoZone Liberty Bowl game as a key part of the stadium. So that's kind of where we are, and I'm certainly open for questions.
Thank
Fred?
you. Mr. Jones, good morning, sir.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Fred Jones. I'm founder of the Southern Heritage Classic. This year or next year will be our 35th anniversary. This event was founded strictly, I guess, as I was traveling all over the country. I've been in the entertainment business since 1970 in some capacity. You can name anybody that you want to name. Probably I've had something to do with them. I'm just that old, but it was a way of showing that we could produce, that I could produce an event in Memphis, and the funding, all the initial funding for this to start this event was from my company, Summit Management Corporation. And I could say that Bobby Bland and B.B. King, because we did a national tour, the funding, the money that I made from that, I poured it into this to get it started. So it wasn't any benefactors or anybody else at the beginning of all of this. But I want to fast forward to get to where we are right now, because I want to clear up some things that are really troubling to me. One, when they talk about this deal, I had no idea about it. None at all. When I got the call, got the text, said, what about this deal? I'm saying, what deal? And they talk about the construction. I had called 2 weeks prior to this to ask what was the status of going forward, because I couldn't do next year's game because we don't know where position that the stadium would be in, what capacity we would be in, where we could sell tickets, what the suites are going to be like. All of that was in question, because prior to the previous meetings we had, they didn't know how much money was going to be available. So they talked about concepts of what they were going to do with construction, but there was no money. So there was no, this went dead. There was nothing to talk about. So when this came forward and said about this new deal, as I said earlier, I didn't know anything about it, and I wanted to make it clear to everybody. I knew nothing about this deal. I know a lot about it now. Some of it I don't quite understand, but one of the things that kind of get to me, the information started coming out about what I was getting out of from the stadium in terms of parking, in terms of concessions, and I was a part of it, all that. The answer to everybody here and everybody who's listening, I've never in 34 years got 1 cent of concessions or parking from the city of Memphis. All of that for the Classic is 100% goes to the city. And then the other issue came up about tailgating for people that don't know, and most people don't. The tailgate spot is a parking spot. And we built on that because when we first set up Tiger Lane, people took advantage of everything, and people went out and bought all the parking spots, and so the very insurgent people could not get a parking spot. So we had to change the whole format of all of that. So instead of one person coming in and buying all of the parking spots, they can only buy 2. So that people in Orange Mound and Fraser and South Memphis, the people that are less fortunate, they couldn't afford to buy all of the spots. I don't care how much money you got, your credit card can only buy 2. On top of that, we had to put tickets on for the game because people took advantage of all of that. And I'm going through all of this because it kind of got way out of whack when it say all of the money from all of this was coming back to the Southern Heritage Classic. Okay, none of that happened. Whether it's the parking, the concessions, I paid taxes and rent, okay, every single year. And I can sit here and tell everybody on this body and everybody that's listening, we owe nobody any money. We paid all of the bills and been very responsible to this community for all of these many years, okay? And there are other events that are like our event that get concessions from the cities, whether it's rent or taxes and what have you, that we don't get. So the next wave, when you get this notice from the University of Memphis saying, we're going to honor your contract, the existing contract, we only got 1 year left. Only got 1 year left for the schools. So the next wave, which is going to be 5 to 10 years, we don't know what that's going to look like. And nobody has given any written assurances of what that looks like. None whatsoever. Okay? So again, I've don't want to just keep. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. And the last thing I'll say, $120 million going into that stadium is welcome. $50 million from the Fred Smith family is welcome. FedEx has been a supporter of the Classic for about 30 years. They've been there. But I think that in terms for us to be, we need written assurances of what this is going to look like. Not we're going to do our best efforts. For all the attorneys that's on this board, the learned attorneys that y'all have not on the
just
board.
One. we got some in the wings.
Okay.
And we got a staff full of them now.
I'm just saying, your best efforts, it's not going to get us there. And my next wave of things I need to get done with the Classic. I like for the Classic to be last for the next 100 years, for that matter. I won't be here, obviously, but I think that in order for us to go forward, that we need to have the information as people have said on this board earlier. Some of this thing will be in advance, because I'm the easiest guy to make a deal. I want to make a deal. I don't need to be just up here fighting and going on. We can make a deal where everybody can be happy, and that's what we've done with the Classic. And I'll say this for the Classic. We have been throughout this entire community, whether it's downtown, all Whitehaven, Orange Mound, whether you're a hotel, whether you're a car rental, all of that everybody benefits from what we do every single year. Even when Jackson State left, we still step forward. And the only thing I want to be able to do going forward, that we can do that and you need the help of this board in writing of what that's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Chairman Jones, the university would like to respond, but the floor is yours. All right, Mr. Moody.
Thank you. I want to make sure we're clear, and Mr. Jones said a lot. The contract that he currently has been adhered to, right? And so I don't want some of what he said may have I won't say misrepresented, but it wasn't that he was owed something and wasn't given it. Whatever his contract stated he was supposed to have gotten, he got that. So I want to make sure that is clear, right? And so I think he said there was some comments that he was supposed to have gotten this or that. Whatever his contract, and I was part of the administration, I know what his contract was, right? Whatever his contract said, he got. The other thing as it relates to he wants something in writing long term from us, it's not ours yet, right? We can't give him that until you guys approve the proposal. And I will say this, and Councilwoman Logan and I...
That's not entirely accurate. That's not entirely accurate.
Councilman Carlisle said,
what is not accurate about that?
All right, well, if you really want me to walk you through it, I can enter into any provisional agreement that says if A happens, then B and C should happen.
I'm going to clarify.
Yeah.
The University of Memphis's position on this is that we're not looking for a windfall. We never have. The Auxiliary Services Foundation has been asked to do this. We are looking to keep all of our tenants as happy as we have been in the Liberty Bowl. And so that's the intent. The problem is that we would like to sit down and discuss that with the tenants upon moving forward. The intent of the president's email yesterday was because we got wind that there was some discomfort, that maybe there were some misunderstandings, that we were looking for a windfall or looking to capitalize on concessions or things of that nature, and that's just merely not the intent. I want that stated on the record today before all of you, and I would like that stated in email form, which is why I personally asked the president to send that email to try to provide some comfort and clarity rather than confusion and strife. Thank you.
All right. Chairman Jones?
Yeah, let me wrap up. So I want the Liberty Bowl to see 95 or 115, like whatever rendition of the Rose Bowl that we'll be on. I want the Southern Heritage Classic to be able to hit 65 years. In doing so, what I would like to see, and I'm glad to hear that the university is open to those discussions, but I would be of the position until those two main tenets are dealt with, because if we didn't have the Liberty Bowl to consider, if we didn't have the Southern Heritage Classic to consider, it's an easier deal. But not to say that you all complicate things, but you all bring an element to this city that the university can say, you know what? Through 2029, the terms are through the roof, and it may not be amenable to you guys. And so I would, to make this acceptable, and I guess what I'm trying to do here, I'm just trying to see where I'm going, where I can get to a yes on this. I can get to a yes on this, and I say that amount was anywhere from 0 to 400 million. No, that bottom line number right now is 28,750,000, which is how much debt service that the city of Memphis would have for an asset we do not own and we would still be paying for. So to me, that's my flat line dollar amount there. Now, whether we get that back from the 120, I don't know. But that's my bottom line number. And then to have the long term, hey, we do 20, 30-year leases all the time. And so what has to get me to yes is that the Liberty Bowl as well as the Southern Heritage Classic would have to have probably 30-year agreements. Now, escalators in there to accept that. That's how I get to yes on this, because we have our other allies and friends. And then, so those are the major things to me. And I still want to explore. I could possibly get there, but I still want to explore what has not been brought before us is a separate entity where the council would have say-so who's on that board that would manage it if we have to give it up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan, I've got you in the queue next, but I've got members that had direct questions for Mr. Jones. Yeah, perfect. I just want to make
About to yield to that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Any
yeah.
direct questions for Mr. Jones? at your heart?
Councilman Logan, the floor is yours, and then I know Dr. Warren also had questions for Mr. Jones, Mr. Earhart.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad we're having this discussion today. I invited Mr. Jones here because I wanted to make sure that we have an open discussion and we're forthright. I knew when we were in our last meeting, it was clearly stated that he was aware and was in agreement and was, y'all had a meeting, everybody was laughing and chopping it up. But so I texted and asked him, and he was not aware. I think it was all in good faith, I'm sure. I think it was just maybe a miscommunication, misunderstanding. But the Southern Heritage Classic as well as the Liberty Bowl, and this has nothing at this point to do with the sale because I'm somewhat in favor of the sale. But I do feel that there's more to consider. I think that this is a public asset. The City of Memphis owns it. People have paid for it, as Councilwoman Robinson stated. And I think it's important to consider all of that. And so in considering the sale, these two events are staples in our community. They bring a sense of pride. They have been longstanding. It's where we have a great name around the country for these two events. People come from everywhere. We have a good, families can come, grandma can come, the kids can come, we all come, we have a good time. There's no crime, it's just something that we need to preserve at all costs. And so, however, and I'm glad to hear from my two colleagues that can be written in the deal because the thought was that until they own it, they can't extend that. But to hear that that's possible, I think that has to happen, that we protect those two events. And I don't know about 30 years, but whatever the case may be, they need to be protected because those are the two things in our city that add value. They add value to our city, not just to Mr. Jones. And like I mentioned to him, yes, you started it, you founded it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the hard work, but you founded it and you gave it to the city of Memphis. And it's now we take ownership of it as well. And we stand with you as well as the Liberty Bowl in stating that this is something that we need to continue. So that needs to happen. And I think, with that happening, we can go further down the road and maybe get something done. That's number one. And I don't think he was saying that he didn't get anything. He was just stating what he was giving in terms of he paid taxes. He paid, I didn't receive it as him saying he didn't get anything. And he seemed to be quite clear on what the contract was and what he got and happy with that. He was happy to do it because it was just something he wanted to do for the city as well as the Liberty Bowl. So that's that on that. We need to make that happen. And we have two people here. I trust their judgment, and I know Councilman Carlisle has done it before, so he probably can give y'all some guidance on how to make that happen. The other thing I wanted to say was, the $350 million that we received for the stadium, we have two. It was the forum and this. I know we went and took a tour of the forum, and we said we're going to have to make some upgrades on the forum because to do all this, that, and the third on the forum. We didn't at any point mention this. I don't recall us mentioning the Liberty Bowl, but we still are going to have to make all these upgrades on the forum. And so how is this sale going to impact those upgrades or the things that need to happen to the forum? And why aren't they here, the Grizzlies? I know I read something about they gave us a nod, but I don't know what that means because that was just in the news. But we don't have anything from them or any information from administration on how that's going to happen or how that will impact what happens with the forum. And then number 3 is you answered them about the debt service, but those two things I do want to make sure that we address to make sure that gets in the contract for those two events. And then if somebody could talk about how this is how this is impacting the forum.
All right, so I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, I've got a note for the forum. I want to come back to that because I've got two members that have questions, I believe, for Mr. Jones, Mr. Earhart, Dr. Warren, and then Spurgeon Washington, and I see Johnson down there. So, Dr. Warren.
Let Dr. Johnson go.
Dr. Johnson, I like it. Good ring to it. Dr. Johnson, hold on, actually, I've got Spurgeon Washington first. Cheyenne. Councilwoman Spurgeon Washington, the floor is yours.
I would like to move that we add a provision that we get an appraisal done of the stadium.
Is there a second?
I'm not gonna leave it out there by myself. Absolutely.
All right. I just had we had to go through the formalities. All right. So now we've got an amendment on the floor. The only thing I'll say about the appraisal that is
Mr. Chair, I only yielded the questions directed to Mr. Jones, and Mr. Earhart, and council members are.
That's fair.
Going beyond that.
That's fair. But let me just say really quickly, just to address this since it's here, and we do have to wrap this up because we got other stuff to do today. I will say this: the problem with doing an appraisal is sheer time. It's like, for what that's worth, there is no way to get an appraisal done on anything, I mean, faster than like 30 days at a bare minimum. And I guess if you, let me say it this way, could we withdraw that and talk about it in a minute? Because I guess the answer is let's say the appraisal comes in under what you think the value is, or it's over. I guess it's what do you want to do with the appraisal would be the ultimate question, like to what end?
Just to come back to us for free, that makes any difference.
Right, except for you're out the time.
Yeah, but I said you don't need an appraisal. The stadium comes back. If we give it to him and comes back, we don't need an appraisal.
All right, Councilman, Vice Chairman Smiley. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure. Is this to the motion? Yeah. Yep.
From my personal experience in appraising property, it is a fact. Being that you have limited potential buyers for it, you have absolutely no value in that particular property at this time. If you do seek an appraisal, I would doubt the cost will probably be $100,000 to $150,000 to do the appraisal. They are extremely high in regards to commercial properties. And in addition to that, the timing. It would take time to find the expert who could actually come in and do such an appraisal. And then they would want the time to go around the country, visit all the different similar type properties, and try to derive a value. You can always, as said, go to a cost approach, which would bring you in at $400 million. But in that case, I say it's cheaper to tear it down and use it for some other use, which we're not going to use. But I just think an appraisal would be a waste of funds, time at this particular time.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Thank you, Councilman Spurgeon Washington. And to Councilman Morgan's point, the motion's been withdrawn.
I withdraw it.
Thank you. Does Dr. Warren, do you have a question specific to Mr. Jones or Mr. Earhart?
I did have one question very quickly. Mr. Jones, thank you for letting me drive my golf cart around your thing when I was campaigning. I appreciate that. It got me elected. And the other thing I was going to say is Dan Conaway, who I don't agree with very often because he says mean things about me, said that we should call the Liberty Bowl the Soul Bowl. I don't know how we get that in, but that is one of the things Memphis has. We need to figure out how to get more soul into the Liberty Bowl. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson, specific to Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart.
Yes, it is. I'm so grateful that so many people have started speaking about these particular organizations and the impact. But my question to you is this. Have you, or both of you, sat down individually, I guess, and listed everything that you really need? Because in order to get started, I think everybody needs to know exactly. If you want to pull your contract and you want to use that as the source, but everybody needs to know. I mean, because I would hate for next year, something comes up like an expense or a service that someone will want, and so we just didn't think about that. Let's not do it. We have the time, but you have to tell us as well what you're looking for. You know, it's a two-way street here, and see if the university will meet all your particular concerns.
And if I could ask that you keep your answers as concise as possible,
I
please.
mean, that's a yes/no answer. But they're going to either need to get it done and present it to the university and to us.
Yeah, on behalf of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, want to make it clear we are totally in favor of and the absolute necessity of getting the improvements of the stadium. We are competing with other cities, all of which have big-time NFL stadiums, and the stadium needs this work immediately to continue our ability to do what you're asking for. And secondly, and I want to make sure and clear on the record, the Smith family has kept us informed, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and we're very appreciative and proud, and that was one of their missions, as explained, was this would be a way to get that moving. And so we're, on the AutoZone Liberty Bowl, very appreciative of that gift. And then to answer your question directly, because this is coming together so fast, other than, I think Councilman Jones referred to it, other than these very short paragraphs about there's good faith, and there is good faith between our organization and the university. In fact, coming up in 3 weeks, we could have invited a lot of other universities to play in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl on December 29th, but we wanted to help their program, and they'll get a good payday from that, and it's a great relationship. So we selected the University of Memphis to play in the 65th edition of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. So there's a good relationship. There's nothing negative with the university, but time, I think, is the only thing that has prevented us from being able to sit down and say, here are the detailed terms of what we need. And I think Fred Jones pointed out there's issues like the advertising rights in the stadium, it's the suite sales, the revenue streams that we both need to stay valid and going forward in the future. So if we have the time, and I don't think it would only take even a few hours, I think, with the cooperation, I think the university's on our wavelength.
That's what we need. We need
pin
to
those
make
things
sure
down and
that
get a lease.
you're
I like Councilman, if we could get a 30,
Okay.
you're already you can drive
Jones
a car
said,
around.
hold up, don't put him back in no political position.
But I don't know if we can get 30 years, but if we get a good commitment for the future. So we appreciate exactly that point, and we'll be ready to sit down and do that immediately.
Okay, both of y'all need to really sit down and address that particular issue. Okay, I have another question. It's on item number 2 from the letter from the president of the university. It does not, and we can assume there would be a bond issue on this whole project.
Hold on, can I hold you on that? Because I'm gonna hang tight on that because Councilman Morgan, I'm coming right back to you with the form and the bonds. But Councilman Morgan yielded the floor so these gentlemen didn't have to come back and forth.
Okay.
So is that all your questions for these two gentlemen specifically?
For those two gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Morgan, thank you for your graciousness. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the atmosphere in here feels way more contentious than it was intended to be, or probably should be in this scenario. Clearly, there's a lot of frustration being expressed from the council, and I think, if I'm hearing correctly, a lot of it is directed at the administration and how they rolled this out. That essentially our committee 2 weeks ago was not only a presentation to us, but a simultaneous press conference. And we were hearing about it from the first time from the administration, and even the media had it before we did, because fully written articles were being published at the very beginning of the presentation. Information that was already available to the public was, hadn't even been presented to us yet. And, the way I found out about this first, again, wasn't from the administration, it was from the University of Memphis, and took the invite of Mr. Moody to go to the stadium and look at the renovations. And I was kind of asking the question to the purpose of this, and it was because there was still going to be business coming in front of the city council with this deal, where we didn't have the details, but I was going, okay. At some point, someone in the administration, it could have been the mayor himself, had a thought of when should the council be included in this process. And the answer that was decided upon, whether it was internal, external conversation, was as late as legally possible. That was a huge political miscalculation that we are now seeing play out here today. And I apologize to the university on behalf of the council for my part. I think y'all are catching some collateral frustration that has been a chronic problem between the council and the administration in terms of attention. This is not a standalone issue where there are times that information is presented to us, and sometimes the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and everything goes well. But there are other times where we feel like the language of the deal does not necessarily meet the needs of the people of Memphis as we see it, and amendments do need to be made rather than us told and directed that this is a perfect deal and the bow is already kind of wrapped up and tied for it. The perfect example is the $750 million fiber deal that was presented to us, again, just a few months ago, and we had to amend the language to make it what we thought was more legally defensible. This happens with a lot of agreements, and also with properties that the city of Memphis sells for other use. One of the chronic issues that we've seen is that right of first refusal to buy back. My first few years on council, that language wasn't even in the contracts, and there were properties that we transferred to individuals that then sold that property for a profit after holding on to it for a few years, just as, in the really the real estate speculation game. We have come a long way from there. That is not happening here. There are still questions that I think are legitimate about this letter of intent that we've seen from city council members. But at the end of the day, there are two things. I think we need to reframe as a council the way we think about assets and liabilities. Assets represent a net loss in terms of value, while assets represent a net gain in terms of value, while liabilities represent a net loss. We have colloquially been talking about the Liberty Bowl Stadium, Simmons Liberty Bowl Stadium, as an asset, and it is because we think of it as providing value to the community. We talk about our parks as assets because they provide value to the community, but in terms of a strict financial sense, they are liabilities. We lose money on these ventures, and that's okay. That's part of local government and providing amenities to the people that we lose money on these ventures because we know there's a public good to it. But here we have an entity, the University of Memphis, coming to us saying they will take on that liability. If the elevators break, they will be responsible for it. If there's a crack in the concrete foundation, they will be responsible for it. Drainage, anything that could come up in the future. And instead of us having to spend $10 million out of our CIP budget, that's money that is now potentially freed up in the future to go towards a community center, to go towards Memphis Ambassadors Program. This is a win for the city, as Councilman Carlisle said. I think a sweetheart deal, and I think it not just for us. I think it's a win, 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 win all the way around. There's a little bit of diligence to be done. I think the council needs to work through our frustration with how this has been rolled out to us. We do not and will not jeopardize this deal ultimately going through. There are some conversations about the terms. I have full faith in the city council that we'll be able to work through those conversations and that this will end up being a positive result for everybody involved, including the community. I think everybody, and look, this is myself included, sometimes I get worked up. We're going to take a breath. We're going to talk about the letter of intent with the administration. I think there are some very friendly amendments and suggestions that can be made there, and all parties would agree that ultimately this deal is going to get done. It's going to be in the best interest of the city of Memphis, and the university is going to take on what I see as a financial and economic liability. They're going to use it for the exact same use. We're going to put $220 million into it, and it's going to still be a terrific asset for the community as they have access to it without it being a financial liability to the city. Win-win. So those are my thoughts on this matter. The board seat as the resolution that we have in front of us, I don't think matters that much to me. And the reason is I don't think it has the power or the authority that we think it does. The University of Memphis is here to stay. The city of Memphis government is here to stay. They have a lot of business in front of us all the time. They are tenants of ours at the FedEx Forum. It is in their best interest to get along and play nice with the city of Memphis. We still own the parking lot. We still own Tiger Lane. They have to accommodate the wishes of the city of Memphis that we will reflect now and into the future. And from what I've seen in the last 8 years, that's never been an issue. They have never been a bad or tough partner at the table as we've been working through different things, whether it be on campus or on Highland or the FedEx Forum or here at Simmons Liberty Bowl Stadium. And that is a trust and relationship that I think will continue into the future. So I'm a no on this resolution, but I think the intent of the resolution can, in terms of working through some details, is still going to be worked out just fine. And I yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I made a couple promises, and we got about 11 minutes tops. But I want to go back to a question that was not germane originally for Mr. Jones and Mr. Earhart. Thank you, Councilman Morgan. So, Chief Ryan, Councilman Logan had asked what direct or indirect impact would this have on the FedEx Forum and the Memphis Grizzlies, and also just to remind everybody that the Memphis Tigers men's basketball team plays in the Forum as well. If you'd like to respond to that, do you want to qualify anything? Is that just the impact? Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chief Ryan.
Thank you. So, as you mentioned, there was a letter basically showing support of us moving forward with this. What this allows us to do is to earmark the amount of dollars for this project and ensure that this project has the sufficient funding to move forward, and leaving the rest of the funding to be a part of the discussions with the Memphis Grizzlies. As you know, there are some additional years left on their current lease agreement, and we're working through the terms of what the financial packet would look like. So all of that will come back before you, but this puts us in the position to address both facilities.
Okay, I hear what you're saying in terms of y'all working it out. I think it's through 2029? It's through 29, right?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Is what we vote on now, and we already give the money to them, and then are we gonna have enough? Because we already were short, I think, or whatever, but will we have enough money for it to keep them? Because it's very important to do this, but it's also very equally important to keep the Grizzlies here. And so, I know when we did the tour, it was said that we're responsible for making the upgrades, for doing whatever the NBA is telling them that they got to do or have. Do we have the funding for the part we're responsible for out of that 350? We got 350 million, and we know we got to do the stuff that the NBA says. So have we secured that part before we go to this? Because this is not like something that has to happen in order for our professional team to remain.
We have two things happening. Part of these dollars were earmarked for the U of M, for the Liberty Stadium facility, and also for the stadium, the FedEx Forum Stadium. The reason why we were intentional on obtaining support from the Memphis Grizzlies was for the purpose that you're stating. Is we wanted to make sure that as we were moving forward, we put ourselves in a position to be able to keep the Grizzlies here. Those conversations are still ongoing. According to the letter they submitted, this does not impact their opportunity to stay. They support this particular this initiative going forward. So we believe that it still leaves a pathway, a good pathway for us to address their needs as well.
So what I'm asking though is, do we have enough money? And like, I understand.
I'm gonna get directly at this. The answer is no. The need is roughly $650+ million, plus or minus 20 million. The reality is we've got 350 million in cash and some bond proceeds that are available that are there today, either by statute or just existing. And we can get a debt sheet out, but ultimately you've got 350 million in cash. You've got the extension of the NBA sales tax that currently exists, the expansion of that tax, what it used to be NBA sales items within, to now all items within the Forum. And then you've got the rental car fee. All of those things have been approved at the state legislature, and the intent is to issue revenue bonds for that. I can't remember off the top of my head what that debt stack is. And then there's a proposed 5% surcharge, a seat fee, and today there does not exist an increase in the county and city hotel motel sales tax, which is the last piece. So ultimately, the position that we're in, just in plain English, is this. The only thing that you have today is $350 million in cash that the state has granted the city specifically for the use on stadiums. The concern is that if we don't act, that the challenge grant goes away, and or that the state comes in and says, we're just going to split the baby down the middle, which would likely harm the Grizzlies more, or harm the Grizzlies and the Tigers equally, but ultimately harm the the Grizzlies. Because right now, instead of splitting the baby evenly, the Tigers are saying, hey, we can take $120 million thanks to the FedEx family or the Fred Smith family grant and the avenues that they have. The Grizzlies basically said, look, we're still working on our plan set. We can support this because we want this to be a unifying moment, but you're on notice that we need $550 million. It's your responsibility to figure it out with the state, and you guys have about 3 years to figure it out, or we have to start seriously considering our options. That's just the even landscape.
So what is the benefit? I'm assuming that we looked at it and said, okay, we only have $350 million. We don't have enough for both of them. So we can make one whole and then work on other. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
you got a bird in the hand.
What is the plan though? I mean, or can we take is there any way to leverage the $3 million to get more for both?
That's a very fair question. If you wouldn't mind, just based on the time, that's a much larger conversation that needs to be had. It needs to be had in the public. But I'm just concerned that we're going to spend another 20, 30 minutes talking about all of the avenues in which the Grizzlies could get the $550 million that they need to feel comfortable.
Now you said they need. Are you saying they and them or us? Because are we responsible for some parts of it?
The Grizzlies organization, Memphis Basketball LLC, and the Sports Authority will need, in order to get the NBA and the Grizzlies comfortable that their renovations will meet the brand standards. And it's not just the NBA. You also have, people forget that Memphis Basketball LLC oversees all operations. So if you're going to Drake and J. Cole, or you're going to see Monster Trucks, they're overseeing that with whoever is promoting those events. So it's not just basketball that occurs in there. And to my earlier point, we also have the Tigers that have an arrangement with that organization. So it's complicated. Just again, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but just out of an abundance of looking at the clock, we have all the Grizzlies have right now is a path to about $320 million. Like when you add up the cash on hand and the bonds, we're about $200 million short, and we've got 3 years to figure out how to make that shortfall up. Okay. I mean, that's about it.
Okay. Now I am concerned, and I still have that we're having to rush like this, and it's because all information is coming so last minute, and it's not fully disclosed. We have to change that, and it's been said this morning. We can't keep doing this because these are very important issues that we're discussing, and I don't want it to be rushed or feel dismissive or get back with you. So we're adding this to the next committee meeting, or
that is what is now. But
that's what we need to do.
Over here, I'm feeling like there's going to be a motion made.
Okay,
but
all right.
I'm going to recognize Chairman Jones, and then I'm going to let Vice Chairman Smiley close us out. On remember, right now, what is before the only thing before this body in this committee is the resolution that has been amended. Chairman Jones, briefly, sir,
Thank
please.
you. And so, hold on 1 second, Mr. So I'm curious, and your questions, Councilwoman Logan, is what has given me this thought to ask this question. When it comes to priorities, how was it determined to bring this versus the Grizzlies first? Because, so now keep in mind, and there was a mention earlier today of the debt cliff. So as I'm seeing this, and please, this is not intended as flippant as it may come out to be, but the University of Memphis can't go anywhere. The Grizzlies can. So from the standpoint of priorities, knowing that one can leave, one cannot, I guess I would have been inclined, bring the Grizzlies.
So,
hear me out. Get us there. Now, we talked about that debt cliff that's coming. Well, we can get some, and you know what we've done in the past, we did a balloon payment to essentially hold off making those principal payments and interest payments for a couple of years down the road. So I don't see, and you know, I'm just looking at it 30,000 feet above. Get that done and then say, okay, well, we got the Grizzlies done. We can bond out the improvements for the University of Memphis whether that's, and I don't know the numbers here, but I'm just saying what all of this didn't come fully presented to the council of what our options are. And we're being asked to vote on, this is our priority versus saying council, working hand in hand, the city being administration, talking about this. And so it would be interesting to see what that proposal would have been to the council to do so. Let's get that done. And then there are other means that we can accomplish and take care of the University of Memphis and have both of them done as close to as fulfilling the wish list as we possibly can.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I think that's a discussion we probably need to have an attorney-client.
Okay.
Sam. Councilman Louie, did you want to recognize Mr. Jones?
Mike.
Yes, sir, Chairman. I think he wanted to share some closing comment. I'm not sure.
And then we're going to go to Vice Chairman Smiley.
Yeah, it's on. I just want to say, and this is more personal than it is anything else. Being a native Memphian, and I always wanted to be to do the best thing for Memphis. I was part of the team that secured the Grizzlies to come here in the first place, and there was some. We only got the Grizzlies because we were willing, the will of the council and the mayors and everybody else. We had to build a new facility, or else we wouldn't have the Grizzlies in the first place. And I think that we just need to take a big picture view of all of this, whether it's the University of Memphis or the Grizzlies. We need to take that view, which is going to be in the best interest of the city, for the citizen of Memphis. It's always been my view, and that's why I got into the Classic. And it really has gone a lot further than I ever thought that it would go in terms of how people have accepted this. And so I think that Montavious said, we need to take a big view of all of this. And me personally, I'm a graduate of Memphis State University. When I say Memphis State, you know how old I am. Okay. And so I want the best for the University of Memphis. I want the best for the Grizzlies. I want the best for all of us that we call Memphis. So I just want to leave with that. These are tough decisions, but these decisions that can be made if we're willing to just to step back a minute. To Worth Morgan said, just step back a minute and then go forward. Because at the end of the day, we got to make these decisions for the betterment of the city of Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Vice Chairman Smiley, if you will conclude.
Give you the closing remarks and benediction. I'm Missionary Baptist. I think what the people of Memphis heard today is a council that said, allow us an opportunity to do our due diligence. I also think you heard the council, multiple members said, we are, I know a lot of us are some of the biggest supporters, the biggest fans of the University of Memphis. Me, I'm a basketball player. I came home faithfully, and I saw my mom watching Coach Larry Finch coach the Tigers. And if Larry Finch was on TV, everybody in the house was going to watch Larry Finch and the Memphis Tigers. And we saw Mr. Moody sometimes. But we definitely saw Keith Lee. But our Elliot Perry, Marcus Moody. Okay, I'm done.
Kevin Kane.
As you can see by the remarks of this body, that this body is fully in support of the University of Memphis, but you cannot expect people who are bound and who take an oath to do what's right or in the best interest of the city of Memphis to make a decision that's going to impact the city of Memphis for the foreseeable future, long once we are out these elected seats or holding these titles with various institutions, give us an opportunity to, in the words of Councilman Morgan, in the words of Mr. Jones, to take a step back, to see what this deal truly means. We're learning things every single day about what's happening. And I'm gonna reiterate it, and I'm gonna reiterate it for the next 4 years. If the very first time that the city council is hearing about a deal or proposal or something that could potentially impact the community, at the last minute of the very last hour, we're gonna say, slow your roll. So this is my position on the resolution, and I'm gonna be very direct. I'm not sold on these ideas. What I wanted to do was spark a conversation we have not been given an opportunity to have, to figure out what the members of this body want to see done. Because guess what? Every single day, these individuals on this body, they're talking to their constituents. Not just constituents of any particular group, but constituents all throughout the city of Memphis. I tell people every day, I represent Super District 8, but ultimately my role is to put the city of Memphis in a better position. And I can't do that unless I have an opportunity to hear what people are saying. We will not be dictated to. We will make the best decision for the city of Memphis. So my position is going to be real clear. I'm not set on anything that's in this proposal. I hope the council is not either. What I want to see happen is we have an opportunity to take a step back, get with the interested parties, get more information, send your recommendations to Meredith Keaton, and we're going to figure out what's in the best. Talk to University of Memphis, talk to Mr. Smith, talk to the Liberty Bowl crew, Mr. Earhart, talk to Mr. Moody, talk to Chief Mr. Jones, talk to Chief Ryan. But we have to do our job, is getting information, and the administration has to meet us. So what I want to see happen is we get those recommendations, we get them in. I'm going to move that we send this down with no recommendation, so we can figure out what the council wants to see done. We don't know. I'm not hard and set on any proposal, but I want to have an opportunity for the city council to decide and speak to their constituents about what their people, the people that they're elected to represent, want to see done. And then once we have those proposals, we're going to have very meaningful conversations with the University of Memphis to figure out what's feasible, what's not feasible, because as you can see, this council wants this deal to happen, just like many people that I've been hearing from in the community, but we have to do our due diligence. And
we have a motion from Vice Chairman Smiley to move his item down with no recommendation and be added onto this evening's agenda for consideration. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Warren. Is there any objection? Seeing none,
I would object, but
that's all right. We will take it to a voice vote. All those in favor of sending this down with no recommendation this evening signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Everybody's recognized. Councilman Morgan. We have 2 noes. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Morgan. The chair is an abstention. Yes, sir. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
I may be wrong, but I doubt it. We talked last council meeting. I know on this resolution you said we have first right for refusal for $1. But 2 weeks ago when we met, if the University of Memphis didn't want it anymore, it would automatically come back to the city of Memphis. Okay? That's what was supposed to have been said. It would be ours anyway. Okay? Ms. Ryan, you want to comment on that particular one? Because, hey, the resolution, I have no problem with that, but it would automatically come back to us with
yeah,
the city of Memphis.
and here's the deal. This is what I will say, and I think this is just to your point, Councilman Ford, and really honestly to everybody's point. This is a deal that is being negotiated. I don't want to say on the fly, but it's got a rapid pace to it, and you could put a deed restriction in it. You could put a right of first review, and there's all sorts of mechanisms. And I think what I'm hearing my colleagues say is they want to get those ideas out there. They want to get them to the administration, to the University of Memphis, and to the other interested parties and the tenants, and let them come back and say that we have an agreement in principle that these ideas work, and then that the council agrees with those parties. Because there's multiple different ways you could go at it. Yes, sir.
I understand that, But it was said, if we make this deal, and if they decide not to want it anymore, it would automatically come back to us. Free. No money, no nothing. It would automatically come back to the city. Now, that's what was said 2 weeks ago. I need y'all to clarify that since you got this motion on the floor.
Chief Ryan.
We can certainly, as we continue to talk, and clarify that. I think the way that it's written now gives us the option. What if the council says we don't want this particular facility back? It just gives us an option to have a different pathway forward. If we want it back, then absolutely. If not, then it could be disposed of some other way. But your point is noted. We will.
It would be if we did not want it. If they didn't want it, it comes back to us. And if we didn't want it, we could sell it. We would be the one, not university members or anyone else. It would be ours still. That's what I'm pointing at. Okay? Yeah, I mean, if we didn't want it, I mean, we could sell it to someone else, not University of Memphis or anyone else. That's what I'm talking about, okay? I want that perfectly clear, that if we did this, it would still be ours. If University of Memphis don't want it anymore, then we could do whatever we want to do with it again, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, this item will be sent down with no recommendation and placed on tonight's agenda. Moving on to item 3. 2, 1, wherever we are. 2. Item 2. Just grudging along. I have prided myself that budget is either ended early or yeah, let me read it in and I'll recognize you. Item number 3. 2. Resolution to reallocate and reappropriate $3 million in capital improvement plan funds previously earmarked for Mud Island contract construction. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Do I have a motion and a second to bring this item to the floor?
Second.
I heard Councilman Ford and seconded by Chairman Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to recuse myself for possibility of financial interest from deliberation and voting.
So noted for the record. This item has been moved to the floor. I'll recognize the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, what you have before you is a resolution to appropriate the $3 million with $500,000 being allocated and appropriated to various fire station improvements, cover line, another $500,000 for the Memphis Parks cover line, and then, as you know, that there are modifications that are taking place for this floor for the council office. So $2 million for City Hall major modifications for GS rehab modernization and City Hall contingency. And so that's what this reallocation would be for.
Thank you. Those are the end of your remarks?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got Dr. Warren in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I think all of these things that Councilman Jones is talking about are great ideas, I'm not sure that we really want to move funds that we put into Mud Island someplace right now when we may need them on Mud Island in the future as we're moving forward. We still have plans that need to go there. And I would like to ask Councilman Jones to possibly talk with the people who are going to be spending that money on Mud Island about what their plans are before he moves forward with this. And let's see if we can find other sources of funding for our build out here in City Hall and other issues. So I would like to possibly see if we could just table this till next meeting and allow, or delay it till next meeting and allow Councilman Jones time to discuss with MRPP where those funds might go on Mud Island instead, if that would be possible, if the maker of the motion is acceptable with that. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, the total allocation for this was $5 million, and that was done probably 2 fiscal years ago. And so the initial discussion and intent for this, and the maker of the motion to provide this into the capital improvement budget, was initially to deal with the monorail. And, like I said, this was 2 fiscal years ago that we talked about this. And this council, during this budget season, made a reallocation to take it down to $3 million based upon what the council at the time deemed its priorities to be. But it was still the will of the council. It was still the will of the council. And so what we know that we always operate with a limited amount of resources. And with that being the case, to have what started off as $5 million sitting on the books for 2 years, and then we have $3 million sitting on the books for 3 years, there's nothing stopping a future council from allocating new funds to replace this. But for money that's been sitting on the books for 2 years, and we know that, if we look at our capital improvement budget as it relates to fire station improvements, as it relates to park improvements, we have years and years and years and years before we'll have some of those. And what's taken place as the city council office has expanded, and what I think is the will of, as Chair-elect Smiley, to have a more robust council office to do the work of the people, this is going to help facilitate that.
Yeah, I guess my only question is, do we have the potential of looking to see what sort of CIP budget is available for this building and build out from administration to see if we can get those funds from other places? And again, I think it might behoove us to wait 2 weeks to give you time to talk to see if there's something that they're planning on doing with Mud Island funds that you would find acceptable.
Well, if it hasn't been done in 2 years, it can't be done in 2 weeks. That's just my opinion of it, Mr.
Dr. Warren.
Yes. Thank you. So I'll still move that we hold this for 2 weeks if I have a second.
There's a motion to hold this item for 2 weeks. Is there a second? Seeing none, that motion fails. I will say, just for what it's worth, to address the request for information, that we have asked, Antonio, where are you, man? It's a long morning. I've asked Deputy COO Antonio Adams for a breakdown of all major mod projects planned for this year. We're also looking at other CIP. To Councilman, there's no request to send this down, so there's still 2 weeks to go and find other sources. So that's, I think, the issue there. I've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
I was wondering are we going to hear what they were planning to do with it, why it was just sitting there?
Would you like to recognize somebody from? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to know why it was just sitting there.
Good morning. If we get your name and titles for our record. And the floor is yours, Councilwoman Logan. The floor is yours to recognize our members as you see fit.
Okay, if you could just give us your name and address and all that, and let us know. I would like to know why the money was just sitting there and not used for a long time.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman. Tyree Daniels, 1500 Dunn Avenue, Chair of Memphis River Parks Partnership.
Yeah. And Carol Coletta, CEO of Memphis River Parks Partnership, 41 Union Avenue. Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. We have a presentation. We have several that we can just hand out that will show you the improvements that we've made. I can do a quick overview for you.
Now, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but for the sake of time, I didn't really want to see the improvements you made. I'm gonna look through them, and I want to know why the money was just sitting there.
And so let me say we've spent $5.1 million over the last year and a half, 2 years. Keep in mind, we were spending that was Accelerate money and CIP money that came before that. So we've spent about we got about $5.1 million in those two budgets, and we've spent almost all of that. We've done it without a general contractor, and we've saved money on each project, so much so that we now have another $850,000. But there are plenty of needs on a 1982 project out there that has a lot of deferred maintenance. And so you can see the improvements we've made. Our approach, Councilman, has been to make improvements in Mud Island, first on safety, second on access, and third on cosmetic improvements. And we've tried to take the approach while we are looking and negotiating with both short and long-term users for Mud Island, including an operator for the amphitheater, which I know many of you are really interested in. We've got some more conversations this week on that. But the money we spent to date is money that we feel like will not be wasted no matter what the ultimate use of Mud Island is. We've been very reluctant to spend money on anything where we didn't know what the use would be. I'll give you an example. The monorail has been, for some prospective tenants we've negotiated with, important. For others, it's like, no, we don't need the monorail. We don't want the monorail, which is an expensive, fix. The same thing's true of the amphitheater. When we've talked to prospective operators of the amphitheater, they're like, well, we don't want to put the facility back in 1982 condition. We want to bring it up to standards for an amphitheater today, for a contemporary music venue. So we tried to be good stewards of your money, and this is certainly true that we've had this money for about 18 months, but what we've been doing is spending consistently on, with the Accelerate, $4 million that you allocated to us, and the little bit more than $1 million that did the Northgate improvements. And all of those improvements are documented. Here you can see the before and afters. You can see exactly what we spent the money on, what was budgeted, what was spent. It's a complete, document of what's been done there.
What's left over? Do you have plans for it?
We've got more needs on the island, but we think those, we've got more needs right now on the island. But also we want to continue to be judicious in how we spend the funds, just to make sure that we're not spending money that will be, on something that then someone wants to demolish or not use. So that's the approach we've taken on Mud Island. You want to add to that?
Sorry, please go ahead.
And furthermore, yes, Councilwoman, we do have plans for that money. Just that the plans will include the requests that will come before you for additional plans, because nothing that remains, regardless who the end user is, will require more capital and commitment from the city. What we wanted to deliver to the city council was a complete plan that was not just short-term fixes, but that really addressed what everybody wants to see on the island, and was a complete plan, not just a fragmented piece.
But I was delivered a $5 million need in May during budget season for things that needed to take care on the island. What happened to that list?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You handed me a piece of paper in that hallway during budget season saying this is what we want to use the $5 million for. What happened to that priority list?
We have been working through that priority list right here.
So I guess I think that's the question that Councilwoman Logan's like really driving at, which is why not just keep executing on that, which was, I think, a lot of deferred maintenance and near-term stabilization.
And we are still working on that. We've got projects underway right now, but again, we're also, we think, close on a short-term use, which would require us to do, for instance, I'll give you an example, different things in a space that was not on our priority list, but now we've got a really interesting short-term user that could be, would have us shift those priorities, because we can generate, we believe, a lot of attendance on Mud Island with that short-term use. So we'd love to know what the users are, have them locked down and moving. But we have negotiated with multiple tenants, multiple prospective tenants that for one reason or another have not panned out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hey, Chairman Jones, if you don't mind, I'm going to let you have last comments. And my understanding is there's no request to send this down, right? So there's still no matter what happens, this will be on in 2 weeks. There's still 2 weeks to.
2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, so colleagues, and even if somebody wanted to move to hold it, our rules allow Chairman Jones to have this item heard on the main agenda in 2 weeks anyway. So Chairman Jones, take us home, please.
Colleagues, I want to remind you that when I first recommended the $5 million allocation, it was first for the monorail. But based upon discussions of council, everybody said, Martavis, let's not just tie it to the monorail. And I was open to it. But for us to, and like we said, and it was almost contingent on having some type of short-term, long-term plan to see what we're going to do with it. But here, if we're at 18 months, and is there any type of expectation for a short-term, long-term? We had a presentation of a zipline company coming in to do something. And, the possibility of it, well, we could possibly use it to get it up and running to facilitate that. But if, I'm just of the opinion, if it's not for the council's insistence, this is going to sit there. And so what they're saying is that they spent money for Accelerate on these different things, but this money's still just sitting there. And so there's nothing prohibiting a future council, the council that is sworn in January 1, from saying that we want to have this $3 million back because we have been presented a short-term, intermediate, or long-term plan to address this.
Fair comments. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Jones, is it your motion, and I know that I called it, but is your motion to send this down with a favorable recommendation or no recommendation at all?
A favorable recommendation.
All right. The motion on the floor was moved by Ford and seconded by Jones. All those in favor of sending this down with a favorable recommendation to be on the agenda in 2 weeks?
No, once we take a vote, I want to speak. So
To this item? Because we start the roll call.
to Memphis River Park specifically.
Okay, then I'm going to, all right, we're in the roll call, so we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation to be heard on the agenda in 2 weeks, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing that the chair is going to show as present not voting, and an abstention from Councilman Morgan. That item goes out with a favorable recommendation. Vice Chairman Smiley, you are recognized for a point of privilege.
All right, thank you. So I want an opportunity to speak to, Memphis River Parks and the foreseeable future. I talk about the next 4 years and where we are now. I think it's incumbent upon the council to make sure we do everything we can to support Memphis River Parks as we explore what the Mud Island will look like. And I'm going to have as many meetings as possible. And I will do everything in my power, and I hope this council will do everything in its power so that Mud Island, the amphitheater, it truly becomes, I know we had a lot of conversation about assets, but truly becomes a real asset to this city. And I'm eager to talk about the plan for the future so that we can better improve the amphitheater. And I'm almost excited because I know it's going to be something good for the city of Memphis. I can't wait.
Thank you. To everybody, I apologize. This committee ran very long. It's usually not my thing to have us run. I really don't. But because we are coming to the end of the term and these are significant items, they demanded the time necessary. And to other committee chairs, I apologize for compressing your day. I didn't want the council, to be frankly honest, or any member to be accused of trying to use our rules to circumvent or push or move somebody given the gravity of the situation. With that being said, seeing no other business before this body, the Budget Committee is adjourned.
The Share the Pennies program is a home weatherization program funded by MLGW customers to provide grants for qualified income customers to make repairs that improve the energy efficiency of their homes. Customers allow MLGW to round up their utility bill to the nearest dollar. So getting to the results of the program, we have since the inception of the program, we utilized 41 contractors, which includes minority-owned, women-owned, and small businesses in the community. Contractors have been paid $1.8 million, money raised in the community, money spent in the community. We have completed 935 homes, and also these 935 families have received education on energy conservation, and we help them understand their energy usage. We have great partnerships. TVA donated $1 million to ensure the success of the start of the Share the Pennies program. City of Memphis, HCD, awarded us $500,000 from the American Rescue and Plan Act. MIFA has completed intakes for 3,277 applicants, and our greatest partner in this program is our MLGW customers. They have donated $8.3 million to our program. Now, I can sit here and just go on and on and on about Share the Pennies and how great this program is. That's not good enough. I need the people who are in the program, who received support from the program, to talk about the program. So if I may, I would like to have one of our customers in the program come and state how she was treated, how she feels about the program, and just let her, in her own words, tell us about the Share the Pennies program.
Good afternoon, councilmen and men and women. Thank you for having me today. My name is Rebecca Mano. My address is 4825 Lynn Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38122. I am a Share the Pennies recipient. I am also a Share the Pennies giver. I have participated in the program and allowed my utility bills to be rounded up. I'm disabled. I live off of a fixed income, but I was one of the ones that was fortunate enough this year to be a recipient. When they had the open application process, I applied. I was a recipient. I went through the paperwork process. It got passed on to the next level. And then I finally got a phone call from Mr. Wright. He came out and he did the scope of my work. And I was a recipient of that. They fixed some holes that I had in my walls. They not just repaired, they replaced my whole AC and heating unit that had been a real problem for me for years, and not having enough money to come up with necessary repairs to take care of it or replace it. I've done things myself to my home since I took home ownership in 2015. But when you live off of a fixed income and things get cut here and there, there's not a lot of money available to go around. So when Share the Pennies came up and they had the open enrollment where you could apply, and I was received as a recipient, and he came out and he was like, you really need a new air and a new heat system. And I was like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And he took care of that. He was a jewel to work with. And then the gentleman that actually did my work for me was Mr. Newborn from The Perfect Temperature. Their company, I can't say enough about them. They came out, they had a level of professionalism that was bar none. And everybody has just treated me with kindness and respect. And I would like to see more people get involved with Share the Pennies. And I think we could do that if we get some more people to say just how the program can benefit them just by little small amounts. Because there's people that have got a lot of money that can write a check for $1 million or $10 million. And that's fantastic. We need that. But you can also be someone like me that doesn't have very much and round up 50 cents here, 75 cents there, and that goes a long way too as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Mano. Now, can we have the contractor from Share the Pennies, ENT Contractors LLC? I would like for her to make a statement of what it's like to be a contractor in the Share the Pennies program.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
First, I want to thank Margie for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you all. I am Elvira Neal Taylor, the owner of ENT Contractors LLC, and our slogan is "Every need is tailored, especially for you." I've been a contractor, the owner of ENT, for about 7 years. But overall, I've been in the industry for more than 27 years. I worked in corporate America for over 30 years. And about 12 years ago, due to downsizing of department, my position was eliminated. And this kind of forced me to look at things from a different perspective. Being an IT manager, project manager for over 10 years, and customer service manager for maybe 10 plus years and working in the technical field, I was able to look at things from a different perspective. And I know we are a contractor for MLGNW, but I look at it more like a partnership, a team player, because it takes a team in order to accomplish the goal for the Share the Pennies program. And when we, ENT contractors, when we are or have been selected to represent MLGNW and provide services to the customer, I often think about, I grew up as less fortunate. So most important, what's really important to me is the quality of service. It's not about the money, it's the quality. So when I go out to a person's home and do an assessment, and I want to make sure, most importantly, that they feel comfortable and not intimidated, because it's not about how much money you're spending. It's about, you want to make sure that you're maximizing your dollars and you're getting the quality of work according to what's being paid out. So I want to make sure that the customer is happy and feel comfortable. I often thank them for even allowing ENT to represent them on behalf of MLGNW. And we're going to do everything we can to execute everything according to the scope of work. And once everything is done, we're going to do a final inspection, and most importantly, do a follow-up with the customer before we leave to ensure that they are totally satisfied. If not, we are going to make the appropriate adjustment to ensure satisfaction is done and that everybody is on the same page. Pretty much that's the type of services we provide. We're not just limited to Share the Pennies. Of course, you know, contractor company, I've done this for numerous years. 27 years ago, I designed and built my own home. So we do quite a few things, not just Share the Pennies, whether it's roofing, can build a house from the ground up or whatever is necessary. So, but those are the types of things that ENT contractors represent. Again, we put the customers first, because oftentimes I try to put myself in their position. You want to be comfortable. You know, sometimes people are skeptical about certain people coming into their home, especially since COVID. So again, we're very grateful for the opportunity, and a program like Share the Pennies often help people that are less fortunate to receive the types of services that they would not have otherwise unless they made that type of income. and everybody is not fortunate to have that. So again, we're very grateful for the program, and most importantly, we're really grateful that MLG&W has selected ENT Contractors as one of their chosen contractors to provide great services to their customers. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from council members? One is just thank y'all so much for this work. It looks like it's about $7,200 per project. Is that about right?
That's the average,
What ends up being the most expensive thing? You know, what's the normal kind of bread and butter expense? Is it a new furnace or AC unit?
Right.
Okay.
That's the number one measure, the HVAC system.
Do we run short on qualified applications or funds first?
I watch the funds, the applications. If we leave open enrollment open, we would get thousands of customers. So right now, MIFA has 900, roughly less than 1,000 customers that are waiting right now for us to say we're ready to do open enrollment so that they can apply.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about the, I guess, is there a certain standard that is required per job? What do you use as a guide to how things are repaired?
Okay. Well,
is it based on like MLG&W standards or the organization standard? I mean, the contractor standard.
MLGW, we have certified energy technicians, and they go out and survey the property and do the scope of work, and then they also monitor the contractors as they perform the work.
Is there a set of standards that's used?
It's the HERD certification. We are HERD certified, our electricians.
Okay.
I mean, our energy technicians, I'm sorry. Okay. Energy technicians, the employees at MLGW who do this work. We invest a lot of money into the training and development of these energy technicians so that they can go out and do the work. And they are called home energy raters. So they go out, look at where there's energy loss, and then they make their recommendations as to what needs to be done.
And I think this is a wonderful program, excellent program. People need it, and it's helped a lot of people that I know. But I guess what I want to know is, after the contractor is finished, who inspects it and says, yes, this is up to the MLG&W City of Memphis citizen standards?
The energy technician.
Okay.
What happens is the customers sign up. The energy technician goes in and review the completed work. The energy technician signs off, and then the customer signs off.
Is this PowerPoint the same as this?
Yes, it is that.
What page is
Go to
it?
the next page.
Yes.
The next page?
That's the next one.
Yes.
And the reason why I asked is because we want to make sure that we can, you know, that not just
Page
MLG&W, but, and this is for everybody, administration, everybody, when we do repairs, that it meets a certain standard in terms of restoring the, you know, restoring the property. Go
I
to this
have the
one.
screen. I'm getting two different directions. So
It's page. It's
keep going
page
or go
2.
back to page 2. So I'm
It's
keeping
page
going.
2.
Go to this page.
That page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The work. Okay. Okay, I didn't have page 2.
So the
yes.
question is, like the one on the right, the repaired floor.
Uh-huh.
Now the hole is gone, but is the wood that was used? That, to me, the other side there needs to be a little bit more done to that other side to restore it.
Right, and I didn't get the final picture of that. The technician got me the picture of when they finished the hole, but there is work done to get the coloring correct. So it is just like it is our home, you know, our home.
Okay.
We would not leave a customer's home in a condition, and you know, which I wouldn't like myself to live that way.
So same thing in this photo where drywall was added afterwards to cover up the
Yes.
installation.
Right there. What we were, that's still wet. What we were trying to do was show you how there was a wall there, and then there is, we fixed the ceiling, but it's still wet. So therefore you're seeing the picture that's not, it's not showing the true color because it's still wet. So we will not leave a home that is not in the condition. And if the customer says, even if I say it's okay, and the customer says, hey, there is a problem here, then we go out there and we try to work with the contractor to match it up. We do not, and you will test me because you will have customers that will contact you. We will not leave a home in a condition that is not the way that it should have been prepared. We would not do that.
Is it possible to send all of these that we don't have a finished product? You can send those pictures that we can see the product. And I really, like I said, I really appreciate the program.
Microphone a bit.
I really appreciate the program and the work that's being done in there, and I know it is of value to our citizens. But I also want to make certain that and I'm asking because there was another division, had nothing to do with MLGW, that came in, did some work in my community, the city, and instead of repairing it, they just tied a wire around it like that was fixing it. So I want to make certain that we have a standard and that we repair it completely and thoroughly like we would at home.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I yield back to you.
I will get you all the final pictures of it.
Thank you. We've given a considerable amount of time to this topic today, and I just want to thank y'all, and I want to give credit, she doesn't know I'm about to do this, to Councilwoman Robinson, because it was 6 or 7 years ago, and she did a press conference in front of a Christmas tree downstairs, and if it weren't for her initiative and idea to share the pennies an opt-out program rather than an opt-in, I think the revenues for the program grew 10 to 20-fold after the city council and the MLGW board made that change. So, these 935 homes that we're looking at today that have been repaired since then are the direct result of the actions that Councilwoman Robinson took as in her role here. And Rebecca and 900 other homeowners really have her to thank, and I think it was a job well done.
May I just add, on January 23rd, 2024, we will have the 5th open enrollment of this program. So we will be taking applications on that date, and we will have a marketing campaign for the opening of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chief McGowan, but we're going to move along quickly.
Yep. Very briefly, Doug McGowan, MLGW 220 South Main. Thank you, Councilwoman Robbins, for this initiative. It really is, after a couple of years lull during COVID, it's picking back up. We're having partners in the community, folks like Moore Tech, who are training additional technicians who can get into the weatherization business, because that's one of our limiting factors. And TVA has committed additional funding for us to, on top of that seed funding they've given us next year, to make a more sizable contribution. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that we will continue to look at what eligible things there are that we can put into the weatherization program that actually produce value for the customer. So there may be some other things that we can do along with what we have done to this point. So we'll come back to you with those recommendations. Thank you.
All right, go on to item number 2 is an update from MLGW on lead service line replacement plan. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And if we can, let's kind of hit through the...
I'll hit it real quick. I'm going to start off, Doug McGowan again. I have Quentin with me today who's going to give you the details, but the bottom line is that we have been replacing lead service on the services that are on MLGW's side since about 2012. To this point, and we'll get to the numbers, but we have replaced about 5,000 or so of those. We have about 8,000 total that we know need to be replaced, and you'll see that number here. So 5,600 have been replaced or inspected, and the number have been replaced there. 8,000 total to this point that we've inspected. There is a requirement that we're going to go out and inspect all of our service side and the customer side, and there's an expectation from EPA that we have to have that done in 2024. So we're in talks with a contractor to get that done to make sure we have an adequate inventory so that we know what to do. Further, in some of the funding that came down through ARPA, through the city, we received water funding for our water pumping stations, but we also received $5 million from the city of Memphis's allocation to begin replacing customer side lead service lines. And just to be clear, what we're talking about here, just to go back to the beginning, is on this chart, what MLGW has been doing is replacing the lead service line that was between the main and the meter to this point. And if there is federal funding that becomes available to us, we will have to replace the main to the meter and the customer side. And so that's why we need to have a good inventory of what we know is out there, what we know is not out there, so we can begin having a plan to address it. So that's, we do about 1,000 of these a year, and then next year the key indicator is to do the inspection. So Quentin, I'll let you fill in the gaps there. That was about as fast as I could go through, Mr. Chair.
That was well done. Quentin?
Okay. Everything, Quentin Clark, Manager, Water Engineering Operations, everything President McGowan says correct. We actually added another person who's a lead planner for us, so he's actually putting the program, helped put the program together. We've been in contact with other utilities who have already replaced their lead service lines to kind of gather what worked and what didn't work. We're also in contact with TDEC and EPA to work with them, collaborate on the best approach for it.
Okay, and so we're doing a scope of work to try to understand the size of the problem on the private side that needs to be replaced. Do we know, what did you say that would be done or completed?
Go ahead, Quinn. Plan for 2024.
Yeah, we have to do a service line inventory for everything on the customer side and utility side by October 2024. The problem we have is that we don't know what's on the customer side.
Right.
We already checked with code enforcement and they're unaware of it. So we're trying to work with EPA and TDEC on the best methods, along with other utilities, of how to determine what's on the customer side outside of boreholing.
How do you check the customer side unless you're invited onto the property?
That is part of the problem.
Yes. Okay, all right. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for that super quick update. So I brought this at the notification from a constituent, but also President Biden announced last week that we need to be updating all of our lead lines within the next 10 years. So we actually have a deadline. And so when this next term is up, it'll be halfway through. So hopefully, we're seeing the actual progress in the course of action of the lead line replacement. But one of my questions were two of my questions. How are we going to check the status from if you go back to the
diagram?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How are we going to check the status from the water meter to the home? And then also, where is the lead replacement fixated in our budget, in our MLGW budget?
Okay, as far as locating it, we're going to try and see what's the best method. We can either dig up holes to try to determine what it is. We're going to see if they have some kind of underground detection device that can tell what type of material it is. That's going to be difficult. And other than that, we can go inside the homes and try, we get access to determine if we can see what type of material is inside the home.
Okay, and that's all going to be done by 24, or you're talking about from the street to the water meter by 24?
We're going to try and get as much done as we can by 24, but the state understands and EPA that you still may have ongoing process until you meet that deadline that you just mentioned about.
So it's 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, our deadline.
Yeah,
our deadline.
Yes, our deadline. Yeah.
Okay. So when we're talking, can you go back to the graph that shows the amount already done?
Yes.
I don't know which slide that was.
There we are.
I think it's the next one.
Yep.
Nope. Okay, yeah. So that's out of how many miles? Is 8,000 of the total? Can be the total for our service area.
No, that's the total that we have remediated to this point.
What's the
Inspected
total?
or remediated. I think you'll see on the other side, we suspect there could be up to 24,000 based on the area that we have here. We have identified the area based on the date of build, the known dates in our records when we use lead, the date when we stopped using lead. So they've deduced it to this area as the area of inspection, and we believe there could be up to 24,000.
Okay. So we're about 1/3 through.
Yes.
How is that the other 2/3 reflected in our budget? Is it already in there, or
we have money in
we
the
already have money in the budget to replace all
this year.
24,000?
No, we do not have money for all 20.
Okay, so where is that? Because we are talking at some point.
The rule just
later.
came. The rule just came out as far as with buying. He just rolled it out. So we're going to have to work to kind of establish our budget once we determine what the numbers are.
So let me just say that
So
we
was
have
it
money for
not
the.
in the?
It was not, that requirement came out just a week or two ago. So that was not known as we entered into this. So we have money in the budget to get the contractor to help us with the inventory, to identify that. We have money in the budget to continue replacing another 1,000 or so this year. And just to be clear, the federal government's applying $15 billion to this program for us to replace that. The estimated cost across the country is $90 billion. So they're applying approximately 16 to 17% of the money. 24,000 of these for us, it's about $10,000 on a customer side. That's $240 million. So no, I do not have $240 million in the budget. We have enough to do 1,000 now and the inventory. And then so we will have to be deliberate in how we do this over the next 10 years, because the balance here is making sure that rates don't go up for everybody in order to have to do this, and that we take advantage of all the state and federal money. But that is a lot of money to do work on the customer side and the MLGW side. So just to give you a frame of reference, that's the scale that we're talking about, should all 24,000 of those come to pass.
Okay, so my question and comment and concern is that although this was just rolled out federally for a mandate, it should have been on our radar anyway. A lot of people may say from around the city in a lot of these areas, you know, I don't drink the water. I don't drink the tap water. And my response is always, well, Memphis has great water. It must be the pipes. And so if we're knowing we have a pipe, you know, lead pipe issue, that should be reflected in the money that's being asked of us today in the 19th and going forward. So 1,000 is good, but how else are we able to see a robust plan that at least gets us somewhere progressively? And the number you named is way lower than numbers we've been talking about all day. So there has to be a plan or thought from you all side that you all are bringing towards us as we talk about MHW's budget, MHW rate increase. I think lead is a pretty important thing. So you brought up, you said, President McGowan, we don't want a rate increase to do this. We're doing rate increases for other stuff. So is this being thought of in the same, held in the same regard as everything else? Because it still has, you know, very heavy ties to health in a lot of our disadvantaged, historically Black, heavy minority populated areas in our district. So my ask, I know you can't answer now because you just said you can't answer, so they just rolled it out 5 days ago. Where is the plan in numbers of how much can we get done in what amount of time? How much is it going to cost, and what does that mean? Because we can't just say, well, we can do 1,000 and we can take the inventory to tell you that your house is lead contaminated, and then we just let you sit there and we're not doing anything about it. But they look at us and say, well, you're putting $300-some million in stadiums, but we walk around here with lead in our pipes. So that's on our end. MHW doesn't have anything to do with that, but there's still something that us as council members, we have to answer fully.
We will definitely bring that after the inventory, and I will tell you, it's been on our mind. That's why we've done 8,000 inspections. That's why we asked the city for $5 million, so we begin customer side. So we do have 1,300 known customer side. We intend to start with those in 2024 with that $5 million, so we are underway. That was a good start for 2024 since we had that $5 million in the budget and enough to do the inventory and enough to do the other 1,000. And you can bet as this inventory is complete, we'll be aggressive about replacing this. And the point I'm making to you, Councilwoman, about the customer side is how many of those are owned by corporations and how many of those are owned by multifamily owners? And we're investing capital dollars into a privately held business entity that realize our residents live in, but that's something we're going to have to come to terms with, is how are we going to address that for the majority renter properties here? We want to benefit the customers, but we're also providing cash money to business owners. So we're thinking deeply about that. We're going to bring you a solution for how we think that might be able to be rolled out, but it is a complex, multivariate issue about A, where is it, B, how do we do that, and C, how do we pay for it and use the federal money to help us, and then is there any responsibility on the private owner side to replace this, especially if you're not a owner-occupied resident. So we have been thinking about that already, and that's going to be part of the plan that we bring to you.
Okay. When can we expect any part of that plan?
Well, we got the requirement a week ago, so we'll be working on it. Probably the beginning of next year, we'll bring you back an update right along as we've been doing the MLGW updates, so we'll bring that to you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate bringing this forward. That was an unfunded mandate that I was unaware of. All right, so these next two items, we're going to, for discussion purposes, we're going to take them together. Then I think legally we need to have two separate votes on them. Items 3 and 4, resolution authorizing final payment of, and is this a typo, by the way? It seems to be inverting the numbers back and forth on the FY years. Resolution authorizing final payment of FY 2024 tax equivalent payment for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water's Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY 2023. That's a typo. Okay, so we'll get the years correct. Okay, for downstairs. Payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by MLGW Committee. And item number 4 is a resolution authorizing final payment, FY 2023 tax equivalent payment for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water's Division, electric system, and total distribution of the FY 2024 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by MLGW Committee. All right, we've got a motion and a second for each of them. And there's a request for same night minutes. Briefly, I say this is a heavily litigated issue, and that we don't have much of an option except for moving this forward. My only question would be,
I can give you a brief update.
We've got gas, electric, why not water?
Water's a different, it's not statutory.
Different form, okay.
A lot of the water pilot is pledged to the arena. We haven't updated that ordinance. We'll have to have a conversation with Mr. McGowan about doing that. There's some incremental part that we get, but most of that has already been pledged.
Okay. Any questions or comments for
I do need
Councilor
to point
Wade?
out a couple of things
Okay.
about it.
Whatever you need to legally
These are our
qualify.
normal annual resolutions where we get a pilot from MLG&W's electric and gas divisions. There's one significant development this year. We've had it happen in the past, but our ratio, which is the ratio of value of property compared to the assessor's appraised value, has decreased. This year, that ratio is about 75%. That means that our total electric payment is going to be about 5.6 million less than it was before. Normally, it's 100% where they are in lockstep, but after you have a reappraisal, then if the sales of our property, market sales, are higher, that creates a disparity.
Is that lessened payment reflected in our FY 24 city budget, or are we going to have to amend it to reflect lower revenues?
No, this is going forward.
Okay.
So, no, the calculation doesn't come out till the fall after the equalization rate is determined, and that was after your budget was passed. As soon as we got the equalization rate and we knew what the impact was, that day I called the chief financial officer of the city to say, you should expect that the payment going forward will be less than you had anticipated in prior years because of that equalization rate, which is not something that we control.
So this year, under the electric, we're going to get about 35.5 million. Under the electric, under the gas, we'll get about 9.9, and those are about 6 million less than we normally would have received had the ratio been equal.
Okay. And to make it very simple for people,
all of them, everybody suffers the same.
Yeah. It's, yeah, everybody went down by the same
And there,
rate adjustment.
there are a whole lot of rumors about why that happened, but I'm not going to dwell on that.
Maybe not for here. But essentially, MLGW does not pay property tax. This is the payment that they make to local jurisdictions, the city of Memphis being one of them, in which they have property and equipment. In lieu of that property tax payment, it's a formula that's been decided
It's
upon.
an equivalent.
That they make to us.
And the electric is governed by state, both of them are governed by state statutes. The TVA agreement mirrors it and requires us to follow the state statute.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council members? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of item number 3 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Paying the chair, the
And
ayes
that's
have it.
downstairs for the same night, and the reason is because it's a revenue item, and that means
Correct,
we're
yeah.
gonna get money, and the faster
Well,
we can get it, the faster
I'm
we
still
will.
going through it. All right. Item number 4, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Paying the chair, the ayes have it, and that will be on tonight's agenda with a request for same night minutes. Any other business for this committee? All right, seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Almost back on schedule.
Good afternoon. It is 2:25 p.m. And the Planning and Zoning Committee is hereby called to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilman Connelly.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Chair Johnston.
Present. Today we have 6 items on the agenda to discuss under the planning and zoning. Let's start with item number 1. A resolution approving an honorary street name change on Monroe Avenue between Riverside Drive and South 2nd Street for attorney Ricky Wilkins. This affects District 7, Super District 8, and it is sponsored by Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones, would you like to have comments on this particular item?
So move.
Move. Can I get a second? Was the second by, I think, Councilman Ford, I heard. Okay. Are there any comments on this? Not hearing any. List all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that particular item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Councilman Jones, do you know when they actually want to do this name
So I've
change?
communicated with the daughters. His birthday is February 20th, so I'll try to schedule with them. That's going to be President's Day weekend.
Okay.
So I'll try to schedule with them to have
I know
some
they,
time.
I found out, signage wants 3 to 4 weeks if
Okay.
they can, so
Gotcha. Yep.
make sure. I didn't know if
Nothing
you.
immediate.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. Item number 2, a PD 23-018, 2000 Sycamore View Road. A request, commercial plan development to combine the 2 parcels with the existing building and parking to remain and a new building and parking on the parcel to the rear. This is in District 1, Super District 9. Can I have someone to move this item? Move it. Move it by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and second by Jones. May we have a presentation? Identify yourself and where you work.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development, and I have with me beside me is Ms. Masan Astadnia, who has the first 3 cases here, and I have the last 2. But I'm going to do the presentations in order to try to be informative but efficient, because I know you guys are running short on time. So we will go to the first case, which you just mentioned, the PD 2318, and you mentioned the specifics of it already. And can I get it to work? Let's see. There we go. Okay, it's frozen again. Seems like every time I get here. So this is a plan development, as you mentioned, to combine 2 parcels that are on Sycamore View Road. And the rear parcel is actually landlocked right now. So the intent is to combine these 2, and the entire site would be developed as a single PD. Here we go. So the location is just south of Bartlett, and to the right you can see the vicinity map where the notices were sent. To the left you see the zoning map. It is split zoned with R8 to the rear. There are no houses there right now, but CMU2 to the west, which is on Sycamore View. To the right you see the land uses, which are institutional, commercial, with single family and multifamily also in the vicinity. Here are a couple of photos from Sycamore View, looking east on the top and then looking southeast on the bottom. This is a site plan showing the subject property. This is the property that faces Sycamore View, and then the property at the rear. So it is an L-shaped, and in the rear is where they're going to develop additional buildings. So these are outline plan conditions that talk about the bulk regulations and what the uses that are allowed. We did find it consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. And in conclusion, we did recommend approval to the Land Use Control Board, and they recommended approval to the City Council. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. Councilwoman Logan.
Hi, I I couldn't tell what it is and how you're going to develop it.
Actually, you came to our neighborhood meeting.
Please identify yourself.
Cindy
and
Reeves,
address.
SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. This is the pool and landscape company.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It didn't look like the same property.
Yeah, that's it. So, and we wanted to thank you so much for coming to the meeting. You are great benefit and help.
Will this affect that drainage issue, or is this how will this impact the drainage issue that they were concerned about?
We are getting topo right now in order to design and see what the issues currently are. So we'll know what issues are there that they exist today and where they're coming from, and then what our design will do in order to help the drainage in the area.
Did they have any thing to say about how this will impact the drainage problem?
No, it will go through city engineering for review. Our drainage plan will.
Okay.
Not seeing any others desiring to speak. Let's have a vote on this particular issue. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Any opposition? Not hearing any opposition, this will go down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3, PD 23-19, 7689, U.S. Highway 64, a request for planned development for a Genesis automotive dealership. District 1 and Super District 9 are being affected. Can I get someone to move this item? Move it. Been moved by Swearingen Washington and second by Patrice Robinson. May we have a presentation, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. The property is located in the Wolf Chase area on Highway 64, just west of the current Hyundai dealership. And on the right, you can see the vicinity map where we sent notices. To the left, you can see the entire PD. Only the northern portion above the connection roads there is proposed to be developed into this property. And on the right, you can see the vacant land wooded with the pink star. A couple of photos, one from across 64 and then an aerial showing the subject property, the heavily wooded property there in the center of the photo. This is a survey of the property. To the left is 64, and to the top is the existing Hyundai dealership. So north is to the left on this survey. So flipping back around to where north is to the top, this is the proposed site plan showing the proposed auto dealership with the landscaping streetscape along Highway 64 and the islands. And here are elevations of the proposed building. We did find it consistent with Memphis 3.0, and we did recommend approval to the Land Use Control Board, and they have recommended approval to the City Council. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any council members wishing to speak? Not seeing any, we could go forward with a vote on this particular issue. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Any in opposition? Not hearing any, this item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4, SAC 23-02, 02 Street, an alley between 130 Keele and 707 North 2nd Street. Request a closure of a 16.5-foot wide alley between 130 Keele and 707 North 2nd Street. This affects District 7 and Super District 8. May we have a presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Wait, before we get started, can I get a motion?
Motion. Second.
Moved by Swearingen Washington and second by Robertson.
Yes,
You
thank
may
Madam Chair.
proceed.
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. This property is in the Uptown District. And to the left, you can see the vicinity map. To the right, you see the notices that were sent out for the property, as well as the yellow highlighted alley, proposed alley closure in the center. To the left, the zoning map showing the current zoning, the MDR, medium density residential. And to the right, the land use map, which shows multifamily, institutional, and commercial in the vicinity. here are photos of the subject property, and the alley is in the center of the top photo there. And the applicant owns both properties on the north and the south. And the intent is to close the proposed alley in order to have a larger piece of property to develop. There are a lot of new multifamily developments in the area, and so that would allow a contiguous bigger parcel to be able to be developed there. Additional photos here. Here's a site plan of the alley, and so it's a partial closure of this alley between the two properties that the applicant owns only. And the conclusions are here. And we did recommend approval, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval with the following conditions. And one of the conditions, and I know that, Madam Chair, you asked about the utilities or any utilities, and so condition 3 indicates that there would, that's not it, which one? I'm trying to read. Oh, number 1, yes. Any existing sewer drainage would either have an easement or relocated at the developer's expense. So I think that was one of your questions. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's there now?
There is a church to the north, an existing church here. So the alley is in the center of that top photo here.
With plans to expand the church?
I don't believe so. I believe the intention would be that they have that entire property on the south and the north, and I don't know the final proposed intention, but I believe the applicant may be able to answer that.
Please identify yourself, sir, and address.
David Bray with Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. So the church building will go away. They're looking at a multifamily unit that would go across both of those parcels.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else desiring to speak on this. Let's go to a vote. All in favor, respond by aye if you agree. Aye. Any opposition, please respond by aye as well. Not hearing any opposition, this matter will go down with a favorable recommendation. Number 5, SUP 23-23, 100 North Main Street. Request a special use permit for a hotel, affects District 7 and Super District 8.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale, Division of Planning and Development, and
moved by Robinson, second by, who said? Covett. I want to be Covett. Okay.
Thank you. As you mentioned, 100 North Main. I think we're all familiar with this property, just catty corner to City Hall, the tallest building in Memphis. The proposal is a multi-use project, but the special use permit is only for the hotel, and I'll show where that would be located a little later in the presentation. So here is the property in yellow in the Central Business District. As I mentioned, just catty corner to City Hall here. Land use is institutional, commercial, and got a lot of photos here, but I think we're all familiar with it, so I'll just scroll through these. So here is the image showing the different uses. In the middle core is the blue, and that would be the hotel, generally speaking. I know there will probably be some revisions as they move along, and we did recommend approval, as well as the Land Use Control Board recommended approval with 2 conditions, and one is that the east-west alley that is just to the south would be repaved or use pavers similar to the historic pavers, and that all street frontages would be subject to review by the Division of Planning and Development. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Oh, I can't believe it. We're going to accept that. Would you like to make any comments, sir? You're going to leave it as is. Smart. Okay, all in favor, please respond by saying aye. Any opposition? Not hearing any. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. And thank you for coming. The last item, number 6Z 23-09, 1106 Colonial Road. A request of rezoning of plus or minus 11.604 acres from residential single family to a 10R10 to residential single family, reducing it down to an 8R8. This affects District 5 and Super District 9. Presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale, Division of Planning and Development. This is showing the subject property to the left in the southeast Memphis area. To the right is the vicinity map. The large square in the center is the subject property with the notices that were mailed out around that property. To the left, you can see the zoning map. The majority of the property to the property to the west is all R10, and it's R10 to the east, and then it moves into R6 to the further east, and then to the south. And then the photo on the right is the land use, which shows all single family with the church, which is allowed by right in the single family zoning districts. Here are a couple of photos of the subject property. And this is the plot plan showing what is intended to be rezoned from the R10 to R8. And the intention of this rezoning is a companion to a subdivision that was approved back in August by the Land Use Control Board to allow a small portion of the property to be subdivided to 8,000 square foot lots. And so that would be a transition from the R10 to the R6, and you can see that in the lower right corner there, where they are proposed. They actually have a subdivision that was approved, was conditioned on this rezoning being approved. So if this rezoning is approved, then that subdivision would then be approved. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, we have a question from Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so it was just curiosity. What comes next? And, hey, Jerry, how are you? It's good to see you again.
Please identify yourself and address, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Jerry Collins, representing White Station Church of Christ, 1106 Colonial Road.
Thank you.
So yeah, what's the intent next? Is part of this land going to be redeveloped, or the entirety of it?
So we have an 11-acre campus.
Correct. And I know the campus well. I've spent about 100 hours campaigning in that parking lot. It's an early voting site every year, just about.
That's correct. And we are entrenched in the community, and we've been there for 69 years and intend to stay there. But we have 2 acres in the southwest corner that's not being utilized. So being good stewards, we're going to make the best use of that and convert that 2 acres into an 8-lot subdivision.
Okay. And each of those units, you said, was going to be about 8,000 square feet?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions for this item. We're going to vote on it. But I have been reminded I need a motion to move it first.
So moved.
So moved by Morgan and second by Swearingen Washington. Thank you. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Not hearing any, then this item will go down with a favorable recommendation, and thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
That's good.
Good afternoon. The hour is 2:48. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Today is December 5th. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Colvette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Logan,
How did she go?
Councilman Morgan,
I was looking for you.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Warren, and Chairman Jones.
Here, colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda here. The first one, and we'll take them in the order as they are presented. The first one is a discussion regarding Memphis in May 2024 festivities at Tomley Park. District 6, Super District 8, this has been requested by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley.
Absolutely. Ms. Coletta, could you come up? All right. So, real quick, and I think for most of the members of this body, there's been a lot that transpired in the past, year or so related to what was happening or transpiring at Tumley Park and the entity of Memphis in May. And, my position is real simple. I think we owe it to the people of Memphis to have these discussions in a very public setting so that the city of Memphis understands what's happening. And my goal is to figure out, and I think all of our goal should be to figure out what impact that some of the new changes may have on the city of Memphis during the month of May. Because we all know people from all across the country come to Memphis during the month of May. So what I wanted to happen is to give Memphis River Parks an opportunity to talk about the changes that we may see and the potential impact that we can expect during the month of May 2024. So with that.
Before you speak, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you recognize.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from any deliberation or voting discussion due to any possible financial interest.
Noted. Thank you. Ms. Coletta.
Yes, Carol Coletta, 41 Union Avenue. I'm CEO of Memphis River Parks Partnership.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Art Davis, 2261 Monroe, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the partnership.
Councilman, I want to give you any information that you want today. I will say, as has been reported in the media, I think everybody's familiar with what's coming to the park in May. As you know, Memphis in May decided it was not going to have a music event and was not going to be downtown for its barbecue event. That opened up, of course, the park for rental purposes. We rent the parks, this one and others, all the time. We've got a lot of tenants in our parks and for special events, and we try to balance the need for revenue and the opportunity that they bring for activation with the need for access and maintenance of our parks and your parks. So in May, we have signed with Forward Momentum, the organization that produces Mempho, local organization, experience that wanted to do a bit different kind of music festival. They asked if there was room for them in the park in May. We said yes. We have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with that, with Forward Momentum. We do not have a contract. That's not unusual. Just so everyone knows, the last few years, contracts with Memphis in May have been consummated in March or April before the May event. So having an MOU this early is quite a happy surprise. And then they asked us, after some teams that were excluded from the barbecue event, as my understanding, we're only the landlord. We don't produce these events, okay? So we field requests from prospective tenants. But we were approached after some teams could not get in last year. They were cut from barbecue, and this is my understanding. So they wanted to be downtown, asked if the park would be available for a food event, a barbecue event, done a little differently on a different plan layout. And we said, absolutely, we're happy to talk. So Forward Momentum, which again is Mempho, they had a MOU with us for the music event. They asked if we would add a food event. We did, and that's where we are with both endeavors. We expect Forward Momentum has a great track record, and they are not producing, this is not just, it was a little confusing in the beginning. They're not producing Mempho in Tomley Park. This is not a move of Mempho. They intend to stay in the Botanic Gardens for now with Mempho. They're producing a different kind of music event.
I was going to chime in there. I saw a lot of conversations, although Mayor Strickland gave me some really good advice. He said, when you get elected, don't read the comments. I scrolled through comments. And some of the critiques I've seen of Mempho was as relates to the diversity, the different types of performances. But it's good to hear that there's going to be a different type of performance than what they produce at the Botanical Gardens. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so we expect, we're not sure how big either event will be right now, but I know their plans for music are quite ambitious, and it will be a 3-stage festival, but that third stage I think will be in the Sunset Canopy. So that's nice. It's less impact on the park, the way they intend to do that. So that's good. It will be 3 days, 3-day festival. So we're excited about it. We think, again, it will have a similar impact on hotel rooms and activation of downtown, and we are looking forward to hosting it.
Okay. That's all from me, and I'll chime in after I hear from some of the other council members. I know we're always pressed for time because we don't believe in being on time, apparently.
We have questions from Councilwoman Logan and Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Can you kind of share what they're going to do different that's going to protect the park?
It's a great question. One of the things we did is after the festival this year, we we went to a firm that does big events, big music events in venues all over the country, right? So they're always having to adjust their plans. We had them look at Tomley Park and tell us how best to use the park so that we minimize the damage, but you could still have a lot of people at an event. They did that as Gray Entertainment. We're happy to share that with you. And we shared that with Forward Momentum to help them think about the park in a different way. So everything from ground cover to the way they do back of house. What are the other substantial things?
So I think in addition to the things that Ms. Coletta just addressed, we also will have the park open to the public much longer than they have previously. The move in and move out is much more condensed because of the changes in the layout they have. There's also the way that they'll be handling food vendors. They are very focused on continuing to use local vendors, local minority vendors as well, but how the placement and when they come in and when they move out will play a big part in not only the accessibility to the park it made for the citizens and visitors of Memphis, but also help reduce the damage to the park that sometimes the food vendors cause.
Were those things written into the contracting or into your processes for anybody that wanted to rent down there, not just music? The things that you learned from that study?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. We're using this as a very strong guide and sharing it with anyone. We've got, for instance, we've got at least one other a prospect that wants to do a big music event later in the year, which we're also excited about, and we've shared this with them to make sure that they start with a view of how to protect the park.
Is that written into the contract that you have with your tenants? Did you add those things to your contract?
So the contracts, we just have the MOU at this point, but the contract will include a lot of the key things that help protect the park. One of the main things is that we've always asked for an operation plan so that the people who know the park the best, our ranger teams, myself, can actually look at that and say, well, let's find better ways to do things to help reduce the cost of that. So yes, these terms will be built into the contract when we get to that stage.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, and I'll try and be very, very brief because it's a lot packed in. But this park, if you haven't been down, I've had the chance to go the last 2 out of 3 Sundays with my family, is incredible. It has completely changed the way people interface with the river. It's always, I'm going to downtown or I'm going to the river. Now it's all encompassing. As a matter of fact, the first time I went down there a few weeks ago, there was a family that was from out of town that was staying at a local hotel that had decided on Sunday to go get Gus's fried chicken as a group of 15 and take it down to the river and eat as a family in an impromptu family event. No sweat. Through that process, a beloved economic development endeavor began basically saying that this is going to destroy their event and created a very divisive setting. And I don't think it was helpful. I don't think it was the intent. I've been going to Memphis in May events since early 1990. My dad has had an office downtown since 1973. He and George Miller were originally selected to restore Beale Street in 1978. Like the original project managers to bring Beale Street back. I have a lot of history with this event. I've been going to Memphis in May Beale Street Music Fest since 1996. I have never seen a more disheartening set of circumstances as this park has been renovated and restored. And I think that the narrative that has been out there is the most disappointing, which is the park is going to ruin this major economic development event. And so I asked members of the board of Memphis in May, what is it that is the economic development? Because all Memphis in May is a brand and a 501c3 that produces a festival. And so for them, they need to be profitable, but they're not for profit, right? And their response is it's going to be a less than affair. No one can produce it. This is going to ruin all economic development. And when you tell people that for 3 or 4 years, it's not likely they're going to be super excited to buy tickets to your event when you get back into the park. And so they had a very bad prior 3 years, and it culminated in this final year between very poor ticket sales for Beale Street Music Fest and fewer teams that they wanted in the park because of the way that they chose to set up the park, which was different than what they had agreed to set up the park via the mediation that we spent a lot of money to have happen. So then their response to the public is well, we're not welcome there, and it's not financially profitable to put on a music festival or anything else. And here comes Memphis that says, hold my beer. You have a group that is for profit that says you absolutely can produce a world-class music festival and make it work. And unfortunately, it's created some sort of divide in the public about like what is important. And I think for me, what is important is that people have an opportunity, that economic development occur, that these hotel nights that are so desperately wanted are filled, that we have a unifying event, and that these events occur down on the river. And so I think it's great that we've had a local group of producers who not only produce Memphis and want to produce a 3-day festival in the spring, but throughout the entire year, all over the city, produce events called Memphis Presents, from the Shell to the Shell on Wheels to Minglewood out to GPAC. They have events going on all around the city. So they're constantly trying to bring music and culture to the city. So what was the next thing that Memphis in May did? Well, it was the salute to a country. Well, they've given that to the chamber. And so now we're basically left with what happens during the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, and what does that mean for Memphis in May? Memphis in May has basically abdicated any responsibility for what they used to be to running a 4-day barbecue fest and a 5K on the river. And so I think we have to figure out like what's in the best interest of the city. But I think what's being lost here is that you have a group that claims that they were kicked out of the park and events can't be produced, and another group saying, if you feel that way, that's okay, but we will show you that we can bring those events back. So I'm appreciative that Forward Momentum stepped up. No one forced Memphis in May to stop producing events. They made that decision internally. And we can sit here and talk about why the reasons are, but I'm not going to waste your time with it, other than to say that if this council has wanted Memphis in May to stay around because they bring economic development, there shouldn't be any problem with another group saying we will fill the void that this group has left for whatever reason. Its tax status should have zero impact when you're looking at economic development, because economic development is about sales tax, hotel rooms, and media impressions, and this group can fulfill that void. My biggest hope is that Memphis in May will realize that there's a unique opportunity with Forward Momentum to come back down to the river and joint venture a world championship barbecue contest that is more than what it's ever been. I've had a team for 15 years. We have four top four finishes. We take it very seriously. And at the end of the day, I recognize that for the vast majority of Memphians and outsiders, the way Barbecue Fest is thrown today is not accessible to the public. It is very much a series of private booths on the river available for teams that pay substantial amounts of money. And to me, if I'm being 100% honest, is predominantly a white-led event in a predominantly black city. And so you have a group that wants to reimagine what the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest could be with ideas of more engagement throughout the city during the event, having an arts festival take place down in the park while the barbecue competition is going on, having a concert each night that the public could come to, even if you're not participating in Barbecue Fest. So I know I'm going much longer than I should have. My point is to answer your question, Councilman or Vice Chairman Smiley, is that we have a unique opportunity to bring the city together and situate ourselves to have this major month-long event be stabilized and successful for the next 40 years in its intended location, which is downtown, and for more than just the people that participate in it. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. I have a couple of questions, and serving as the council's liaison to the Memphis and May Board for the past year, and having served on the Memphis and May Board prior to my being on the council, couple things I'll add to this conversation. So, first of all, while we may have had a COVID, somewhere between the lines, a recession, if you would, the cost of talent never went down. If anything, the cost of talent probably has skyrocketed, and that's been the major driver of the expense of Memphis in May. So when you talk about the capacity of a park to over 3 days to accommodate 120,000 people at its peak, but we're looking at a festival now that you may only be able to accommodate 90,000. That's the economic impact. So the question that I have, and I know you may not have the particulars, Ms. Coletta, about this. If we're talking about this new festival in Tom Lee Park, approximately over, whether it's 2 days, 3 days, just based upon this one, they should have been able to give you some type of approximation of how many guests that they would be expecting during that period of time. Has that, do we have that?
They have not given us that, okay. And we just know that they have ambitions and plans to do major event. But I would just say about the capacity, just to go back 1 minute. I mean, as you know well, the size of the lawns in the new park meet and exceed the mediation agreement.
Ms. Coletta, throw that mediation out the window. I'm asking, before the changes, 120,000. Where are we now?
Oh, where are we now on the?
What's your capacity?
Yes, right.
I don't have that number exactly.
No. I'm not buying that, because you all brought something to us before, essentially saying, here's where we are now.
Well,
so I think it is approximately 99,000 people that are in there.
Okay.
Again, what number do you want to use? Do you want to use 7?
You've given us that's fine. You've given us 90. You've given us 99.
Okay.
First, you were saying you didn't have anything.
I'm just going back.
And these are still just estimations here. So what I'm trying.
That means you can have 600,000 people or 300,000 people in the park.
I got the floor. I got the floor, Mr. Carlisle. So my point is just the economic impact of 20,000, 30,000 less people over 3 days. It's something there. So that's my first thing. So I asked the same question as it relates to barbecue, and I'm not holding you to a particular number. So I know that there may have been a number out there for Barbecue Fest under Memphis in May, under the original landscape or however the park was to begin with. And I know that that's down. So has this new organization, this new barbecue, have they given any type of indication of what the number of teams that they would expect, if it's going to be the same alignment?
Memphis in May never gave us an estimate of teams in their contracts. We didn't have that. They had space.
Okay.
And we don't know that with the new organization either.
Okay.
But again, I think their plan is to use the space in a new and fresh way and include, as was recommended by Gray, to include a much more robust use of Riverside Drive versus that being just kind of circulation back of house.
Okay. So to my council colleagues who will be here next year, the proof is always going to be in the pudding. And I've just had, I know I saw Mr. Sean Danko here earlier, who is an active member of the Memphis Restaurants Association. And I've heard from other people in the hospitality industry to essentially say that they suffered this year. Now, my last question is this. Will there be what will be the deposit for each one of these events? Will it be equivalent to the deposit that was required of Memphis in May?
I would say that if the layout is going to be the same as what Memphis in May had, then yes, it would be similar to the $250,000 that Memphis in May ended up depositing. If they end up using Riverside Drive versus places within the park, it could be less because there's no damage to Riverside Drive. If they change the footprint or the layout within the park, it could be more. It's a difficult question to answer because I don't have the layout yet and how the park is going to be used. But if it's apples and apples, yes, they would be expected to do the same $250,000.
Okay, but the council allocated additional funds, and so you all had you all had more than $250,000 on deposit. Well, available for deposit, did you not?
Yes.
And what was that amount? And so my question is, are you telling me that 250 or that 550, whatever that number is that the amount that will be the same, or it would be the 250? Because there seemed to have been some discrepancy that the 250 wasn't enough, and therefore the council had to agree to have some funds available for any type of damages. Would that be the same expectation of council for these events?
Councilman Tyree Daniels.
Okay, yes.
Tyree Daniels, 1500 Dunn Avenue, Chair of Memphis River Parks Partnership. That's a great question, Council. Let me first say we thank the council for your being with the park last year and agreeing to make up the damage deposit, right? As we saw with the damages when they finally came in, yes, Councilman, you are exactly right. Memphis in May's initial deposit was nowhere near sufficient to deal with the damages that were actually made.
But we got to move on, Mr. Dane. But the point that I'm making, there was an ask for more than a 250 even before there was a signed agreement, because the expectation was we know it's not going to be enough, so we need the city to step up just for that.
Just to say that was not a request from us, but I do want to say the short answer is to your question was. What's the question?
But the question basically is, I just want it to be a level playing field, regardless of whomever it may be that's coming in to utilize it. If they're going to be using the same amount of space, the same amount, whether it's whether it's Memphis in May, whether it's the Joe Kent, the Joe Kent, bazaar. I just want it, and they're going to be using the same amount of space, that it's an equal playing field for everybody involved, and that's all that I'm asking here.
Absolutely, though, there will be a level playing field, and again, different events require different deposits. I mean, when we do something for Curtis Gibbons at Mount Island, it's a different kind of event. There's a different deposit. But in this case, Forward Momentum will be responsible for all damages that they do, and they will have to have the proof that they can pay all of the damages. Because the first thing, our obligation is to make sure that We have a great park and it stays great. We built a great park. Now we need to keep it great. And, you know, we don't want to affect the investment that you've made, that others in the community have made in this park. So part of our job is to make sure that the citizens of Memphis come out whole who use this park on a daily basis.
Okay. Council, any more questions?
I just want
follow up.
I just want to make sure I understand, because you brought up a fair point. I just want to make sure we're clear, either one way to you or one way to me. What you're saying is that the daily capacity of the park was 90,000 to 99,000 people.
I need to confirm that.
Around 90,000?
Yeah, I believe that.
All right, this is the point that I was trying to make, and I apologize for interrupting you. The point is not whether it's 90,000 or not. That's on a daily basis. In 2019, one of the most successful years in the park, the total monthly attendance for Memphis in May was only 175,000 people. So what the math doesn't work is it's 90,000 per day. There's a total capacity just on a 3-day music festival to put 270,000 concert goers in the park. So it's not a capacity issue. I just want to make sure we're abundantly clear. Like, that is in Memphis in May's annual report. 2019, one of their most successful years, the whole month, the Great American River Run, Memphis in May's World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, and Beale Street Music Fest. They had a grand total of 175,000 people. Right now, if they sold out the park, they could put 270,000 people in it just in one weekend. Just want to be clear on the math.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you. Thank Memphis Rivers Parks for coming here. I think the purpose of this conversation is, to remind those folks who are listening into this body that although Memphis River Parks manages downtown parks, ultimately the park is the responsibility of this council. It's a park that's for the public benefit. No one controls the park. We have to make sure that what's transpiring or what's taking place in the park is ultimately beneficial to the entire city. And what I would ask of Memphis River Parks going forward is whenever things end up happening that's a little bit different than what's the norm, that you all come before this body and have just a public discussion about it. Because, a lot what we hear is, and I'm going to be very direct, what we hear is y'all just let them do anything to the park. Y'all let them run their park like it's a private club, as opposed to a club, as opposed to an entity that's doing work on behalf of the citizens of Memphis. So whenever there's some type of change, like, they come back before this council and let's have a real public discussion so people will get the facts, as opposed to scrolling through the comments like I do and, misinterpreting things one way or the other. So let's have these ongoing conversations as what May 2024 gets closer, so people can have a really good understanding of what transpired. Let us be your voice. But if we don't know anything, I might hop in the comments too. I say, I don't know what they doing down there. You don't want me doing that. So let's just keep having these conversations. I look forward to 2024 and all the possibilities and hopefully good fortune.
Great. We're happy to come anytime.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item is a discussion regarding the authority to authorize city street closures. All council districts. This has been requested by Vice Chair Smiley.
Okay, we're back here again. I think Attorney Wade, go ahead.
Yep, I'm sorry.
I was just asking the sponsor if he wanted to take this discussion item up next time.
Yeah, I'm going to briefly touch on it because there's people here who want to hear us talk about it. Attorney Wade, could you come here briefly? I know you're in the back. I know he's going to make his way here. So essentially what's been transpiring for the last 4 to 6 years or so, we would experience street closures in the city of Memphis, and I would get constant emails and constant calls about how has the street, or why is the street closed, how long is the streets being closed, and the city council is not aware of the street closure. And I think I've been talking about it for the past 4 or 5 weeks as it relates to street closures and anything else that's transpiring with the administration. There's a lot of times where the council simply does not know and does not understand the authority of this body. And, my position is very clear. Alan Wade is going to speak. 1 second. Okay. Mr. Fletcher, so one thing, I was still talking.
Hit the push. Well, for when you
Second of all, I was still talking. This body has the authority to close streets, not the administration, the city council. And I think it's incumbent upon us to understand our authority under the charter. I had a conversation with Attorney Wade. Attorney Wade verified the authority of the Memphis City Council as relates to street closures. There's a resolution that's before us that would basically require, and they're already required, Ms. Keaton is passing out, they require the administration to come before us to discuss any potential street closures in the city of Memphis. This is our authority under the city charter, and I think we should operate within our authority. No more do we allow the administration to usurp the council's authority. It's our authority, it's our right. And I know I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Wade, let him have a more robust conversation with the council about the city council's authority and right to close the streets. Attorney Wade, whenever you're ready.
Alan Wade, City Council Attorney. The charter does make the council the proprietor of our streets and rights of way. I think the problem that we have had, as you indicated, is that we have no way of knowing
when it's going to happen.
Streets has been closed. And I pointed out to you that from a public safety point of view, the city engineer issues permits for people to temporarily close streets for the purpose of construction. But that has been excluded, I believe, in your resolution. So what we're talking about are voluntary closures that the administration has been doing without your knowledge. And so this is just putting everybody on the same page of whether we believe this is appropriate or not.
So with the brief explanation from Attorney Wade, because I know we're crunched for time, I'm just going to read the last be it resolved clause into the record and be more specific about what this body, my position, this body should be doing under our authority delegated to us by the city charter. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby enact the following policy regarding non-emergency closure of streets that one, will exceed 24 hours, two, are not the result of construction, utility work, emergency situations, or authorized events, because we are aware of these things, so that the administration puts us on notice, or three, are not previously authorized by ordinance. These street closures shall be presented in writing by the city engineer or designee to the city council in the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee prior to the proposed date of street closure with the following information: name of the street to be closed, with the intersecting streets noted, the start date and duration of the street closure, justification for the street closure lasting 24 hours. So essentially all we're asking for is to come before this body before there's any street closures, non-emergency street closures, and give us information as it relates to the reasons why. It's a real simple request. It's not a burdensome one. And I think since it's our authority under the charter, it's prudent for us to exercise it.
And
I so move.
Okay.
Thank you. Get me together.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I think we may need to amend this friendly amendment, and as soon as possible, administration should notify us why they closed. You know, they may have an emergency. Let us know when, why, and what can we expect so we can share it with the public.
Absolutely. That's smart. Smart.
Councilman Warren.
Accept it.
I guess, I'm looking here at the exceptions, and I think on here you're looking at utility work, emergency authorized events. I mean, do we not want to know about those also in some sort of way as far as being notified, or no?
I don't believe you want to see all of those.
Okay, so if we don't want to see them.
I mean, you can send an email.
Because I thought part of the issue was we were having people call us and saying, what's going on? I mean, is there a way that we could access a report or some place that we could direct citizens to so they could have that information?
Okay, so there are two things. One, there is some effort to have very temporary closures for races and things of that nature, and that's through permits. The engineer receives requests from contractors telecom companies, not like S Water incidentally, but I mean, I think they have to get permits, but essentially they have a permit book that is like this. So those things are available, but what we're talking about are non-emergency type closures where you close Riverside Drive or you close a street for an extended period of time and people are diverted in terms of their normal traffic flow. That's what you really are getting the most complaints about, and that's what you don't have an inventory or of a list, and that's, I think that would be very helpful.
I'm just wondering, because I thought that the reason that they told us they were closing Riverside Drive was crime and trying to control traffic in downtown on weekends and protect citizens who are down here, you know, doing their normal business. And so how would that come to us? Is that emergent?
I think anytime, no, that's not emergency. That's
standard
that's
operating
very
procedure. Deliberate for the police. So that's what you want us to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I mean,
Thank
if
you.
they got to shut it down because of some hazmat issue, that's a whole different thing. Now, if there's some safety issue regarding the configuration of a street, for example, where it is engineered in such a way that people are driving in people's houses, that's a whole different issue. But what you're talking about is a street being closed because somebody wants to close it for a period of time, and I think if there's a legitimate reason for it, there's no reason why they can't bring it to you and ask you.
And let me just add too, I don't think we would want that because I served on the alcohol commission, and so if you have a block party, we don't want to get those memos, but I think the key word of this, something that exceeds 24 hours. If somebody's just having a block party from 5 until 11, we don't want all of those that are going to be coming to us, but anything over the 24-hour period of time, I think that's the spirit of this one.
Everything else, it's a resolution.
Yeah.
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 And it's not an add-on, you're just gonna put it next week.
Yeah. Okay. And so it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes.
Am I done?
Item number 3 is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Rules of Procedure. All council districts sponsored by Smiley. Council persons, Smiley, Canali, Carlisle. Any of those makers, you have the floor on this. And it has been moved and seconded.
Thank you. I speak real briefly about this. During the upcoming council year, we have standing committees. We're amending the standing committee. We're amending the standing committees to bring budget within audit, and we also we have some eager people about the changes, and we're also expanding out libraries, neighborhoods, and community development is a standalone committee as well. I don't think there's any other changes am I missing, Ms. Hyman. I think those are the only 2 changes. So again, budget and audit is now will in 2024 be one committee, and now we have a committee that's libraries, neighborhoods, and community development. And I think the spirit of this is to make sure we have meaningful committees, but also committees that speaks to the needs of the community as a whole. That's all.
Right. Any of the other makers interested in speaking on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. And item number 4 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-19 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Memphis to create health benefits for elected officials. All council districts sponsored by yours truly, and there's a request to add this on for first reading for tonight. Okay, is there a second? Okay, what I'll do, I'll just read the now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of Memphis that the Code of Ordinances for the City of Memphis, Tennessee, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-19 is hereby amended by adding a new section with the following language, which shall read as follows. Council staff position, Director of Personnel shall create a program and structure to provide medical, vision, dental, and other health benefits to elected officials in the legislative division upon completion of 2 full terms in office. The Director of Personnel shall determine how the program will be administered to provide the same medical, vision, and dental benefits afforded city employees under the mayor's jurisdiction for all qualified elected officials dating back to January 1st, 2015. Qualified elected officials will be required to submit financial contributions equal to that of city employees under the mayor's jurisdiction for medical, dental, vision benefits to maintain coverage. Elected officials who leave office before completing 2 full terms of elected officers who have removed from office for malfeasance or misconduct will not be included. So has been moved in second?
Yes.
Any council members wishing to speak on this item?
I assume you want to send it downstairs for first reading.
Yes. First reading. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, that brings us to our add-ons. Item number 43 and 46 will be held until our December 19th meeting. So our add-ons are 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. 45 is a resolution accepting a grant in the amount of $4,750,000 from TDEC, employment of ARP Fiscal Recovery Fund dollars supporting wastewater projects. This affects Districts 1, 2, and 3, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 46, resolution regarding the addition of board seats on University of Memphis Auxiliary Services Foundation contingent on transfer of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium to the University of Memphis District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. There's a request for this to be added on. 47 is a resolution authorizing the final payment of fiscal year 24 tax equivalent payments from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division, gas system, and total distribution of the fiscal year 2024 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. All council districts, sponsored by MLG&W Committee. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. Item number 48, resolution authorizing the final payment of fiscal year 24 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of the fiscal year 24 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. All council districts, sponsored by MLG&W Committee. Request for same night minutes on this item. And number 49, ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-19 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis to rate health benefits for elected officials. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Jones. Request to add this on for first reading. So same night minute items are 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 45, 48, 47, and 48. Does anyone have any other items to come before this committee? We are adjourned. See you downstairs